Chapter 18. Moonlight flooded through the window and pooled on the floor. Marie-Joseph slipped out of bed. She stood still. A dizzy weakness passed. Halid slept soundly. Yves was gone. Shivering, Marie-Joseph slung Loren's cloak over her shoulders and crept into the dressing-room. She held herself up by leaning against the wall, by grasping the door-jamb. Loren's perfume surrounded her. Her stomach clenched. She flung down the cloak and struggled not to vomit. She would never wear the cloak again, no matter how soft and warm it was. She would burn it if she had a fire. She opened the window and gazed into the night. The moon, 2 days from full, loomed over the sea-woman's prison. Marie-Joseph tried to sing, but she could only whisper. Yet the sea-woman heard her and replied. "She's still alive," Marie-Joseph thought. "Bless Count Lucien." Marie-Joseph snatched up her pen. A new scene for the cantata poured from the sea-woman's song. The pen sprayed tiny grace notes above the staff. The candle puddled and drowned. She wrote the last few notes and waved the page in the air to dry the ink. The cantata was complete. Marie-Joseph drew the tapestry from the harpsichord and flung it around her shoulders. She opened the keyboard. In the shadowy dawn, tears running down her face, she played the story of the sea people's tragedy. Lucien attended the king's awakening, but his thoughts were elsewhere. While Dr. Fagon did his work, Lucien blotted the perspiration from His Majesty's forehead. He bowed to His Majesty when the king led the procession to Mass, but Lucien did not follow. A church was the one place where he would not follow his king. Dr. Fagon. Lucien and the first physician were alone in His Majesty's bedroom. The doctor looked up from studying the results of His Majesty's regular purge. "Monsieur de Chrétien," he said, bowing. Count Lucien returned Fagon's salutation with a nod. "Mademoiselle de la Croix is better, I trust. I shall look in on her later." Fagon shook his head with disapproval. "No wonder she broke down with all her unwomanly tasks. Someone should speak to her brother. I've planned an extensive course of bloodletting." "That will not be necessary," Lucien said. "I beg your pardon," Fagon exclaimed. "You'll let no more blood from Mademoiselle de la Croix." "Sir, are you instructing me in my profession?" "I'm instructing you that she wants no more treatment, and I'm instructing you to respect her wishes." Lucien spoke quietly. Dr. Fagon was well aware of Lucien's influence with His Majesty, the favor the king showed him, and the peril of ignoring him. Fagon spread his hands. "If His Majesty commands." "It is unlikely in the extreme that His Majesty would observe your treatment." "It is likely in the extreme that His Majesty's spies will observe." "No one need be present who might betray you. Can you not trust Monsieur Félix?" Fagon considered, then bowed again. "I shall observe your instructions, subject only—" Lucien raised one eyebrow. "Only to His Majesty's presence." Lucien bowed in return. He could not ask Dr. Fagon to defy the king's orders, in the king's presence. He hoped Mademoiselle de la Croix would not ask it of him. The harpsichord traced the story of the sea-monster hunt. When Marie-Joseph began the cantata, she thought the story altogether heroic. With every revision it had become more tragic. She closed the keyboard and gazed at the smooth wood. She was spent. Somehow, I must make His Majesty see what he's doing, she thought. He loves music. If he would only listen to the sea-woman, he might see what I see. He might understand her. The door of the dressing-room opened. Startled, Marie-Joseph looked up. She expected no one. Her sister had gone to attend Mary of Modena. Yves had gone to attend the king's awakening. Gazing at her ardently, Loren stood in the doorway between her bedroom and Yves's dressing-room. Dark circles under his eyes marred his beauty. "Do you enter a lady's room without invitation, sir, or chaperone?" "What need have we of chaperones, my dear? We needed none on the Grand Canal." His velvet cloak, sadly wrinkled and salt-stained, lay in a heap in the corner. He retrieved it and shook it out. "You've had your use out of my cloak, I see." "You may have it back." He held its collar to his face. "Your perfume scents it. Your perfume, your sweat, the secrets of your body." She turned away, embarrassed, flustered. "May I have not even a smile? The king offers me as a sacrifice to your beauty, but you break my heart. I lay my finest garment at your feet, but it is nothing. He flung the cloak to the floor. "I destroy myself with worry about you." He stroked one finger across his cheek beneath the dark circle. "You destroy yourself," Marie-Joseph said dryly, "by reveling all night in Paris." Lorraine laughed, delighted. "Dr. Fagon did you good. You are yourself, and cured of your fantasies, I trust." He leaned on the harpsichord, gazing soulfully at her. "You helped Dr. Fagon steal my strength. If the sea-woman dies, I'll never recover it." "When she's gone, you'll find another cause to occupy your mind and your heart. A husband. A lover." He moved nearer, feigning interest in the musical score. "It isn't proper for you to be here, sir." Behind her he pressed against her back. His scent smothered her. He laid his hands on her shoulders, slipped his fingers beneath her hair, beneath her shift, cupped his hands around her breasts. His hands were hot on her skin. She froze with shock and cold and outrage. "Mademoiselle de la Croix," Count Lucien said from the doorway, "I see that you are protected from surgeons." His voice broke her paralysis. Count Lucien bowed and disappeared. Marie-Joseph broke from Lorraine's grasp. "Count Lucien!" She ran after him. He limped toward the stairs. The Chevalier... It wasn't... "It wasn't," Count Lucien said. "That's a shame." A shame?" Count Lucien faced her, leaning on his walking-stick, gazing up quizzically. "His Majesty himself favors the match. Lorraine belongs to an illustrious family, but he is perpetually in need of money. You will have a generous dowry from His Majesty. An alliance between you and Lorraine will repair both your fortunes." "I have no amorous feelings for the Chevalier de Lorraine." "What does that have to do with marriage?" "I scorn him." "Against the king's will?" "I'll never marry him." Marie-Joseph shivered, seeing Lorraine's intense blue eyes above her, while the surgeon's blade slashed her. She slipped her right hand beneath her left sleeve. The bandage was wet with blood. "Perhaps you should tell that to monsieur." "Why would I tell His Majesty's brother?" "Why are you telling me?" Because I wish you to think well of me." "I think well enough of you." Lorraine slammed the door of Marie-Joseph's room and sauntered toward them. His cloak swept from one shoulder. "The jester and the wild Carib maiden," he said, laughing. "What a combination." Count Lucien stepped forward, holding his cane at his side as if it were a sword. If they fought, Lorraine would surely wound or kill him. Lorraine wore a real sword, while Count Lucien carried only his dirk. "You are very rude, sir," Marie-Joseph said. Lorraine laughed. "Chrétien, is she your protector?" "Apparently she is. I trust yours is as valiant." "I have a sovereign who forbids dueling. I choose to obey him in all things." He stalked past them and descended the stairs. "I'm so sorry." Marie-Joseph leaned against the wall. "I spoke out of turn." A hand's breadth of edged steel gleamed between the staff and the handle of Count Lucien's walking-stick. Count Lucien pushed and twisted the handle. The sword cane clicked. The blade disappeared. "Lorraine is quite right," Count Lucien said. "His Majesty forbade dueling. No matter, you've saved my head." "You're making fun of me, sir." "On the contrary." "When I hope for your regard." "My regard and more," Count Lucien said. "For your own happiness you must set your sights elsewhere." Marie-Joseph returned to her room, pressing through the ruins of all her fine plans. She refused to think about what Count Lucien had said. She returned to the harpsichord, to the one thing that had gone right. She gathered together the score of the sea-woman's cantata. "I've done justice to her music," Marie-Joseph thought. "When His Majesty hears it, and I tell him who it belongs to, he must believe what I say about her." She still felt light-headed, but she no longer feared she would faint. She carried the score through the chateau to the musician's room. She peeked in, hoping to find Monsieur Minoret, the king's strict music-master of the 3rd quarter, or Monsieur de la Lande, the charming master of the 4th quarter. For His Majesty's celebration, all 4 chapel-masters and all the king's musicians gathered at Versailles. His Majesty's guests were never without music. Master Domenico Scarlatti sat alone at the harpsichord. Marie-Joseph waited, enjoying the unfamiliar music, till he finished with a cascade of embellishments, stopped, looked out at the beautiful day. He sighed heavily. Staring out the window, he fingered variations one-handed. "Demonico!"
"Signorina Maria!"
He jumped up. He sat down, despondent.
"I'm not to rise for 2 whole hours."
"I won't interrupt." She embraced him. That was lovely.
"I'm not supposed to play it."
He played another variation.
"Only what Papa has planned for the king."
"Is it your own?"
"Do you like it?"
"Very much."
"Thank you,"
he said shyly. "You'll be able to play whatever you like when you're older," she said. "I doubt anyone could stop you." He grinned.
"In 2 years, when I'm 8.
"Perhaps in 2 years, when you're 10.
"What's that? His Majesty's cantata? Can I see it?"
He paged through it, jerking his head to its rhythms, humming an occasional note, fingering with his free hand.
"Oh, it's wonderful. It's ever so much better."
He stopped, embarrassed.
"I mean, that is—"
"Then what I played at Saint-Cyr?"
"Forgive me, Signorina Maria, but yes, ever so much better."
"You said you liked the other songs."
That is, they were pretty, but I wanted you to like me so you'd marry me when I grew up."
"Oh, Demonico!" She smiled, amused through her distress, but she could not humiliate him by telling him their stations were impossibly distant. "I'm far too old for you. I'll be an old lady before you're ready to marry."
"I wouldn't care. And Monsieur Coupillet, he's an old man."
"No, he isn't." Then she understood. Domenico was jealous. "He is selfish and mean. Who would want him?"
"I'm not selfish, and I'm not mean."
"Of course you're not."
"And even though I love you, your cantata is wonderful. Your other songs were very pretty, but—"
"I hadn't practiced or played or composed a song in many years. I wasn't allowed."
"That is horrible,"
he whispered. "It was," she said.
"How will you ever catch up?"
"I never will, Demonico," she said. "But that time's past, stolen, and I must stop feeling sorry about it. The sea woman gave me this music as her gift. It's entirely to her credit if it has any quality." She wondered if it did have any quality, if Domenico saw excellence in it because he loved her. She wondered whether her unpracticed talents had debased the song of the sea woman's life. Monsieur Coupillet strode into the practice-room, followed by a group of sunburned string-players, wiping their brows, blinking in the dim room, and calling for wine and beer. Demonico leaned closer, conspiratorially.
"Monsieur Coupillet said you'd never finish. He said you couldn't."
"Did he?" she exclaimed, then relented. After all, he was nearly right. Domenico bent over the keyboard as if he had never paused in his practice. He played Marie-Joseph's cantata. "The varnish on my viola melted, I swear to God," said one of the younger musicians. "Next time I have to follow the king around the garden in the sun without a hat, I'll use my oldest instrument." "Michel wants to put a hat on his viola," said another of the musicians, laughing. "I'll use my newest strings," said a third musician, looking ruefully at the broken strings on his violin. "Your broken string was the fault of that plump little princess," said Michel. "Under those silver petticoats, I'll wager she's bleeding like—" Monsieur Coupillet stamped his director's baton on the floor. "Enough, Michel! You blasphemed, insulted the king, and spoken lewdly, all in the space of a minute, and in front of Monsieur Scarlatti's little arithmetic teacher." "I beg your pardon, mademoiselle." Michel, the viola-player, bowed to her, and turned his attention to a cup of wine and a slice of bread and cheese. "What do you want, Mademoiselle de la Croix?" Monsieur Coupillet asked. "Why are you here? To beg relief from composing His Majesty's cantata." "It's finished," she said. She could hardly listen to him because she was listening to Domenico. When he played, the music sounded as she imagined it. Monsieur Coupillet waited. When she neither replied nor gave him the music, he thumped his baton on the floor again, startling her, snatching her attention back. "You must give me the score," he said. "But Domenico is—" She stopped, amazed. The score lay on the seat beside Domenico. He played from memory. Marie-Joseph reluctantly gave Monsieur Coupillet the pages. He weighed them in his hand. He riffled through them. "What is this, an opera?
Do you think you're Mademoiselle de la Guerre? You, an amateur, a woman? You give me an opera to conduct, worthless, hopeless!"
He tried to tear the sheaf in half, but it was too thick. His hand slipped, and he ripped only the first half-dozen pages. He wrenched it with both hands like a dog shaking a rat, and flung the whole thing down. The score spilled across the polished parquet. "Sir!" She stooped to gather the torn, rumpled sheets.
"Incompetence! It's dreadful!"
He waved his baton toward Domenico.
"You think to match yourself against genius such as Signor Alessandro Scarlatti?"
Domenico's shoulders shook with laughter, but his hands never faltered, playing the piece Monsieur Coupillet took for his father's. Signor Scarlatti admired it.
"What do you expect? He's Italian. Signor Alessandro admires your white bosom, your—"
"You insult me on every level, sir." She tried to leave, but Monsieur Coupillet barred her way.
"His Majesty asked you for a song, a few minutes of music," Monsieur Coupillet said. "You insult me. You insult him with this bloated abortion."
He emphasized his words by thumping his baton.
"You charmed him with your coquettish ways, but your charm won't distract him from your arrogant failure."
"You're unfair, sir."
"Am I? I should have had this commission. He never would have noticed you if not for my embellishments."
"Little Domenico's embellishments, if you please, Monsieur Coupillet. It's contemptible enough for you to steal my accomplishments, but to steal a child's—"
"A child? A child?"
He shook his baton toward Domenico.
"I have it on good authority the boy's a midget of 30 years.
"I'm 6!"
Domenico shouted and kept on playing. Marie-Joseph burst out laughing, but her sense of the absurd only infuriated Monsieur Coupillet the more.
"Do you dare to laugh at me? Am I insufficiently grand? I who brought you to His Majesty's attention?"
"Through no desire of your own, sir."
"Desire? How dare you mention desire? You flirt with the Neapolitan, you flirt with the king, you even flirt with dwarves and sodomites, but you ignore and despise me."
"Goodbye, sir." Still he would not let her pass.
"Do you imagine I noticed you for your music, for your amateurish compositions and your fumble-fingered playing? I do not say you would not have been adequate no more, if you'd devoted yourself to the art, but you've wasted whatever talent you ever had, and it's just as well. Women play by rote, women play as if they were still in the schoolroom. And as for the compositions of women, women should be silent. Women are good for only one thing, and you're such a fool you don't even know what it is."
A fleck of spittle, foaming, collected at the corner of his mouth. He loomed over her, shouting. She clutched the untidy pile of paper. "Let me pass." She meant her voice to freeze him, but her words revealed her vulnerability. Across the room the young musicians stood in uncomfortable silence, their backs turned, as afraid as Marie-Joseph of their master.
"Give me the score," he said. "I'll condescend to carve a song out of it, but you must show me some gratitude, and His Majesty must know the credit is mine."
"No, sir, I won't insult His Majesty with my inferior female music." Coupillet moved aside. His bow was a taunt, an insult.
"Do you wish to go? Yes, go. You'll fail without my help. I'll explain to His Majesty how you neglected his commission."
Marie-Joseph rode Zachi toward the Fountain of Apollo, holding tight to her drawing-box and the score inside it. She dared not return to the musician's room. Perhaps she could find Domenico when he had finished his practice. "Do I have reason to find him?" she wondered. "He's only a little boy, prodigy or not. How can he judge the music? Besides, Monsieur Coupillet will surely forbid him to play it. I should have let Monsieur Coupillet pick out a few measures, and then I wouldn't be utterly humiliated in front of the king." In truth, she could not bear the thought of letting Monsieur Coupillet alter the sea-woman's music. In the Fountain of Apollo, the sea-woman sang and leaped for the entertainment of the visitors. Marie-Joseph put aside all her own worries and humiliations. They were trivial compared to the sea-woman's peril. She pushed through the crowd to the cage, where a bright flock of noblewomen sat watching the sea-woman. Madame Lucifer smoked a small black cigar and whispered to Mademoiselle d'Armagnac, whose hair was hidden beneath an iridescent headdress of peacock feathers. When Mademoiselle d'Armagnac saw Marie-Joseph, she rose to her feet. All the other ladies followed her lead. Baffled, Marie-Joseph curtsied to them. She knelt at the edge of the fountain and sang the sea-woman's name. "Sea-woman, will you tell these people of land a story?" The sea-woman swam to the foot of the stairs. She lifted her arms. Marie-Joseph slipped her fingers into the sea-woman's webbed hands. The sea-woman snorted. The swellings on her face rippled. She drew Marie-Joseph's left hand toward her, forcing Marie-Joseph to stoop. She prodded the bandage and nibbled at the knot that held it. The pressure increased the throbbing. "Please don't." Marie-Joseph pulled her hand away. "You're hurting me." A group of noblemen entered, laughing and pushing their way past the visitors. Lorraine led half a dozen young men to the front of the audience. They bowed with exaggerated courtesy to the ladies and to His Majesty's portrait. They threw themselves into their chairs, lounging and slouching and smoking. Marie-Joseph turned away from Lorraine, away from Chartres. "Please, sea-woman," Marie-Joseph said. "A story." Madame arrived with Lotte. Count Lucien accompanied them. Marie-Joseph rose and curtsied. She smiled shyly, tentatively at Count Lucien, hoping he would forgive her for her foolishness this morning. He nodded to her in a gentlemanly fashion. Madame's presence, or was it Count Lucien's, brought the men to proper behavior. The sea-woman began her tale in a melodious whisper. "She will tell you a story," Marie-Joseph said. "The ocean cradled the sea-people for 1,000 years. We lived in peace with the men of land." Marie-Joseph found herself in the midst of the story. The sea surrounded her, cool on her bare skin. She continued to speak, to sing, to tell the story, but her audience vanished and the people of the sea surrounded her. She swam and sang. She caught fish and ate them raw. Laughing, she played with sea-children among the spark-speckled tentacles of a giant octopus. Then the men of land discovered good sport in pursuing us from their ships. A strange sound raked the water. She and her family surfaced into the sunlight, curious and unafraid, ready to welcome the land people as they had greeted the Minoans. The sea people swam toward the dragon-prowed ship floating on the waves. They sailed into our waters. A great net soared over the sea people, fell among them and captured one of her brothers and two of her sisters. Men of land leaned over the side of the ship, laughing and shouting. They landed the sea people, ignoring their cries. They raided the sea people. With sails and long oars, the Northmen set their ship in motion. The free sea people followed, horrified. The screams of their friends echoed through the wooden sides of the ship, filling the sea with pain. And they tortured us. The Northmen tied the seaman to their dragon prow. His screams warned them of rocks and reefs. Sometimes they aimed their figurehead toward the rocks and laughed at his cries. They used the sea-women against their will, as no woman wishes to be used. The Northmen threw the sea-women overboard. They floated limp, bruised, bleeding from secret places. "The sea-people—" Marie-Joseph choked on tears. "Please, sea-woman, please no more." "You must finish," the sea-woman sang. "You promised to finish the story." Marie-Joseph continued. The sea-people comforted the injured sea-women, but just out of the sight of the eyes, sleek and deadly shapes appeared. Hunting sharks surrounded the group, scenting the blood, moving into attack. The sea-people turned outward to defend themselves, circling their injured friends and their children for protection. They sang a song of description and warning into the sea, so other families would hear it and beware the men of land and their marauding ships. Yves stared at Marie-Joseph, shocked. He had arrived with Dr. Fagon while the story surrounded her, filling her sight. Marie-Joseph stammered out the end of the tale. She covered her face with her hands, hiding her tears. Her heart thrashed wildly, driven by horror on the sea-woman's behalf, fear and embarrassment on her own. The visitors and most of the courtiers applauded, cheering as they would for the greatest drama of Racine. "There, my dear," Madame said softly. The Princess Palatine embraced Marie-Joseph, holding her gently against her ample bosom, stroking her hair. Lotte joined them, patting Marie-Joseph's hand. "What a tragic story! How imaginative you are." "Overwrought melodrama," Lorraine said. "You're too harsh, sir," Chartres said mildly. "Come along, child," Madame said. "We'll ride with the king's hunt. The fresh air will have you well in no time." "Fagon," Lorraine said, "you should bleed her again." Marie-Joseph started, ready to fly to Zachi, ready to run. Lorraine laughed. Her first true enemy. Count Lucien cleared his throat. "Letting blood is not," Fagon said nervously, "is not indicated at this time." Chapter 19. In the midst of a chaos of horses and dogs, carriages and shouting, Zachi stepped delicately across the paving stones of the courtyard. Marie-Joseph stroked the mare's sleek red-gold neck. "Do you know my frailties, dear Zachi?" she whispered. "I'm only tired," she thought, though her feverish despair resembled no exhaustion she had ever felt. Zachi swiveled one fine ear, then pricked both ears forward and arched her neck. Her walk was as smooth as still water. Shouting, beating their leopard-spotted ponies' sides with their heels, the young princes clattered across the paving stones. A half-grown hound bayed and scrabbled to chase them. Its leash, fastened to the collar of an experienced old bitch, strangled it back. The bitch growled. The pup cowered. The king's hunt assembled, 50 horses and riders, a dozen open calèches. The stallions snorted and reared. The courtiers preened as proudly. Horse sweat, human sweat, dung, smoke, and perfume mingled with the scent of orange blossoms and the cool, sharp air of September. The sky glowed blue. Monsieur and the Chevalier de Lorraine rode out on matched black Spanish chargers. Monsieur's diamond patches glittered against his powdered skin, his new coat gleamed with gold lace, and white plumes spilled nearly to the cantle of his saddle. He cocked his hat in the most stylish manner. Lorraine, impossibly elegant in his embroidered blue coat, sported a new diamond ring, displayed over his glove on his forefinger. Marie-Joseph hoped she could avoid him in the crowd. "Unusual to see Monsieur riding astride," the Duc de Maine said, his heavy hunter shouldered up beside Zachi. "He has a beautiful seat, sir," Marie-Joseph said. "See how his horse responds to him?" "He wishes he could put that bridle on Lorraine and make him admire his seat." Men chuckled. Marie-Joseph could make no sense of men's comment, except the insulting tone. "I've heard he led bravely," Marie-Joseph said, "riding at the head of his company in battle." "Not until he'd spent 2 hours before his mirror. He must have taken 4 hours to get himself up today." Men's horse moved closer. Men's knee brushed against Marie-Joseph's leg. Zachi flattened her ears and nipped at the horse. Marie-Joseph did not correct her. "Monsieur has been kindness itself to me, sir," she said, "and Madame and Mademoiselle. I wouldn't like to hear them spoken of with disrespect." Men turned toward her. The motion straightened the unevenness of his shoulders. The shadow of his wide-plumed hat accentuated his intense beauty, the beauty of his father the king as a young man. "Madame should have been born a man and Monsieur a woman." Leaving Marie-Joseph shocked to speechlessness by the poison in his voice, men stabbed his spurs into his horse's flanks and galloped away. "Mademoiselle de la Croix!" Madame, in the shabby riding habit that she wore when her position did not require court dress, trotted toward her on a substantial chestnut horse. "Good day, Madame." Marie-Joseph smiled. Madame's happiness radiated, overcoming Marie-Joseph's distress like the sun overwhelming clouds. She was outside on horseback on a perfect September day. Madame's complexion was high, her cheeks red, her eyes bright. Madame smiled fondly back at Marie-Joseph. "Mademoiselle and I were terribly distressed when you were taken ill. You look a little feverish, my dear. Shall I send my physician to you?" "I'm quite recovered, Madame. Please don't trouble your physician." Marie-Joseph tugged her sleeve, making sure it covered the bandage and hid the red streaks. "Are you fit to ride?" "I wouldn't miss the king's hunt for anything." She hoped His Majesty did not rescind his invitation the moment he saw her. She stroked the bay Arab's neck again. She never tired of touching the soft warmth of the Arabian's skin and the hard power beneath it. "Monsieur de Chrétien's horses are swift and sure-footed," Madame said. "Too small for me." She laughed, then gazed quizzically at Marie-Joseph. "I've not known Monsieur de Chrétien to lend his horses in the past, even to his intimates." "It's for my brother's convenience, to better serve His Majesty," Marie-Joseph said. "But it is kind of him to let me ride her on the hunt for my own pleasure." "My dear, you deserve a bit of pleasure. I think you do nothing but work." "Yet I've been remiss in my duties to you and to Mademoiselle. Please forgive me." "Your brother needs you while he serves the king. I'm resigned to that. We cannot do without you for long, though, remember," Madame said, "and Mademoiselle cannot do without your Odelette at all.
They've invented 6 new hairstyles this morning alone, and will think of a dozen more while we hunt.
My sister Halide is a wonder, madame, it's true.
Your sister?
Madame arched both eyebrows.
Halide?
My adopted sister, who is now free, who uses her true name, and who shares any good fortune I might encounter.
Madame considered. A magnanimous decision, and a proper one. It isn't quite acceptable for you to own a slave.
I've recently come to realize that, madame. Please remember I'm an ignorant colonial girl.
Madame chuckled, then grew serious. I wonder, my dear, if it's necessary to raise her to the status of your sister. Your servant, perhaps, would be more suitable.
That's impossible, madame, as I cannot pay a servant.
Madame's sceptical expression doubted the seriousness of Marie-Joseph's reply. The clatter of hoofs and the shrieks of youthful voices distracted her. The grandsons of France galloped across the courtyard for a 3rd time, laughing, shouting encouragement to their invisible cavalry troops. As aloof as a desert sheik, Zachi ignored the commotion. Madame's horse shied. She laughed and calmed it. Those boys, Madame shook her head with disapproval. They lame their ponies galloping about on stone, and Berry is too bold for his own good.
Monsieur rode toward them, flanked by Lorraine and Chartres. Marie-Joseph looked wildly for a place to flee from Monsieur's friend and Monsieur's son. Chartres favored her with his wild-eyed grin, as if he had not offended her, as if she had never taken him to task. Monsieur gave her a strangely pitying glance, touched Lorraine's arm, and bent toward him to whisper. She wondered why they always whispered. Chartres, Marie-Joseph thought, I can manage, but I wish I could avoid Monsieur de Lorraine.
My wild island maiden,
Lorraine said. I am not your maiden, sir, Marie-Joseph said coldly, and your jest does not amuse me. Lorraine chuckled.
I will change your mind. Her mind is made up, sir, Monsieur said with unusual sharpness.
Suddenly the young princes pulled their ponies to a halt. They took off their hats. All the courtiers quickly joined them, lining up on either side of the gate of honor. Marie-Joseph found herself with Madame on her right, a solid presence, and Chartres on her left, unpredictable. Chartres and Monsieur separated her from Lorraine. She calmed herself. Chartres cannot insult me, Lorraine cannot abuse me, she thought. Surely not in front of so many people, in front of Madame and Monsieur. Her fondness for Monsieur and Madame increased with her gratitude. She felt safe with them. She wondered again what men had meant by his slander upon Monsieur. She wondered if he had meant his comment as a threat to his uncle, to his sister Madame Lucifer's father-in-law. His Majesty's open hunting calèche rode through the gilded gate, drawn by 4 spotted Chinese horses with 2 postilion riders. Innocent sat beside the king on the gold-embroidered cushions. Madame de Maintenon and Yves faced them. His Majesty faced forward, Yves backward. Gun-bearers, houndsmen, and bodyguards followed. As His Majesty passed, nodding to his court, the riders all saluted him, and the men doffed their hats. Marie-Joseph bowed as best she could, riding side-saddle. She suppressed a giggle, wishing she knew how to make Zachi bow. Perhaps Count Lucien would show her. Count Lucien, polished, elegant, mounted on Zélie, rode at His Majesty's shoulder. Zachi flared her nostrils at the sight of her stablemate Zélie, and Zélie pricked her ears and snorted, but both mares were too well-mannered to whinny. Marie-Joseph bowed to the king, and then to Count Lucien, shy after all that had happened. He tipped his hat politely. A sharp pinch stabbed the upper curve of Marie-Joseph's bottom. She gasped, stifling an outcry. She slapped the spot, hoping to kill or drive off the horsefly before it bit her again, or bit Zachi. Her palm smacked not a horsefly, but fingers. Chartres withdrew his hand, smiling at her, laughing silently at her shocked expression. He put his stung fingers to his mouth, sucking them, then kissing the spot she had slapped. She glared at him. She backed Zachi a few steps, so she would be behind him. She carried no whip. A whip would be an insult to the horse she rode. No doubt it was for the best, for it would be a terrible scandal if she had struck the king's nephew with a riding crop. To Marie-Joseph's relief, Chartres wheeled about and followed Monsieur and Lorraine in His Majesty's wake.
"Did you see?" Madame said. "Did you notice?"
"What, Madame?" Marie-Joseph exclaimed, equally afraid that Madame had observed her son's behavior, and fearing she would believe Marie-Joseph invited it.
"His Majesty, his peruke."
"It's very beautiful," Marie-Joseph said.
"It's brown!"
Madame exclaimed.
"Brown?" "Brown! Dark brown, to be sure, but brown nevertheless. Lighter, ever so much lighter than he's been accustomed to wear for so many years."
Madame joined the riders following the king. Marie-Joseph rode after her, baffled by Madame's joy.
"Do you think, Mademoiselle de la Croix, that his coat is rather gold-colored than brown?"
"I suppose, Madame, that one might call it dark gold."
"I thought so."
Ahead of Madame, courtiers jostled for position, gradually supplanting the musketeers protecting the king and the Swiss guards watching over Pope Innocent. No one succeeded in supplanting Count Lucien at His Majesty's right, for he was too watchful and Zélie too bold. Monsieur and Lorraine took over the place next to Yves, on the left of His Majesty's calèche.
"Mademoiselle de la Croix,"
Madame said softly,
"forgive me if I intrude, but I'm somewhat responsible for your place at court."
"I'm very grateful for your protection, Madame."
"I believed you were fond of Monsieur de Lorraine."
"I believed so too, Madame."
"It would be a good match."
"It will never be a match."
"Have you quarrelled?"
"No, Madame."
"And yet?"
"He revealed his true nature to me, Madame."
"He told you?"
Madame's voice rose. "I asked him, I begged him not to let Dr. Fagon bleed me, yet he held me for the lancet, and he smiled when I cried."
"Oh, my dear."
"Count Lucien would never have behaved in such a base way." Marie-Joseph blinked back tears, not wanting to cry in front of Madame, not wanting to spoil the beautiful day with tears and horrible memories.
"Lorraine pretended to be my friend, Madame, but he is pitiless."
Madame squeezed Marie-Joseph's hand.
"I hoped, with His Majesty's influence, your goodness, he might, Never mind. I am sorry for myself, but glad for you."
Marie-Joseph kissed Madame's hand. Madame smiled, but tears filled her eyes. She glanced toward her husband and Lorraine.
"I wish he would love someone worthy of him,"
she said softly. "Lorraine?" Marie-Joseph exclaimed, shocked that Madame would insult her so bluntly.
"Not Lorraine," Madame said. "Lorraine is a fool not to honor your regard."
She sighed.
"Not Lorraine. Monsieur, my husband."
"But, Madame, you're worthy of him. You're worthy of anyone."
"Dear child," Madame said. "Dear child, you're as sweet as your mother was. No wonder the king loves you."
"Does he, Madame?" Marie-Joseph asked, neither expecting nor receiving a reply. Lucien rode easily beside His Majesty's hunting calèche. The exquisite day banished troubles, as the sun and the breeze banished Versailles' usual miasmatic damp. Zélie pranced, showing off the fine arch of her dappled neck, the banner of her black tail. The exercise of riding eased the pain in Lucien's back. He had necessarily spent too much time of late on sedentary court functions, and too little time making love. Mademoiselle Future, Lucien was well aware of the nicknames his lovers had at court, showed a reluctance to become Mademoiselle Present that was unfamiliar in Lucien's experience. "And yet you have not pressed your suit," Lucien said to himself. Lucien found, to his astonishment, that his interest in Mademoiselle d'Armagnac had waned before it ever waxed to fullness. She was beautiful, but her conversation carried no hint of originality. She flirted, which was enjoyable. She had already bragged of being his mistress, which was impertinent, not least to Juliet, as well as being untrue. Lucien was faithful after his own fashion, to one woman at a time. His Majesty's calèche passed between the rows of saluting courtiers. Today's hunt was larger than usual, joined as it was by guests. His Majesty wished to entertain his guests with a unique hunt, and to provide his kitchens with enough game to feed all his court and his company. The postilions urged the calèche horses into a trot. They stepped out along the wide grassy path toward the forest of Versailles. Drumming rumbled in the distance. A horn blared, commanding the attention of the hounds. A gerfalcon shrieked. Its wings pounded the air with a soft and powerful rhythm. It settled onto the falconer's glove, its talons scratching the thick leather. The calèche passed Monsieur's household. Monsieur bared his head in respect for his brother, and his friend Lorraine bowed with every appearance of goodwill. Ignoring Madame de Maintenon utterly, Madame gazed upon the king with wistful joy. As Lucien tipped his hat to Mademoiselle de la Croix, Chartres pinched Mademoiselle de la Croix's bottom and grinned mischievously. Chartres could shock even Lucien, who cultivated the image of being unshockable. His Majesty did not see what had happened, which was fortunate. Mademoiselle de la Croix, though she flinched with surprise, kept her presence and her place. Instead of bolting into His Majesty's path, she slapped Chartres soundly. Chartres snatched back his hand. "You are fortunate she has no claws, foolish prince," Lucien thought. "Or you'd count only to 9 on your fingers." Monsieur's family fell in behind His Majesty's calèche, and the rest of Louis's court followed. All the princes, the grandsons of His Majesty, his nephew, and his illegitimate sons and daughters galloped in a pack, jostling for position, never forgetting their rivalries for a moment. The calèche entered the forest. The hunting party moved from the pleasant warmth of the sun to the pleasant coolness of the shade. The horses stepped silently on the new-laid sod. Drums echoed through the gold-green light. The calèche horses cantered along the forest road. Zélie flicked one ear. The mare wished to gallop, to run. Lucien held her in gently, for they must not outrun the king's conveyance. If Mademoiselle de la Croix would free herself, Lucien thought, I wager she'd be quite magnificent. He laughed to himself, then sobered, for her piety enslaved her. Her signs of affection troubled him. The match would be disastrous. Zaquet offered to outdistance every other horse and rider. Marie-Joseph asked for moderation with her hands, her voice. The mare settled and cantered behind the princes. The rutted road of a few days before was transformed to smooth grass. Grateful for the horse's good manners, and reserving a small part of her attention for Chartres and Lorraine, Marie-Joseph tried to put aside her worry for the sea-woman. She enjoyed the wind on her face, the freshness of the day, the sunlight and shadow dappling the world. The calèche broke through the forest into a wide meadow. The sun's heat rose around her like a tropical sea, bringing with it the scent of crushed grass. The calèche stopped. The hunting party ranged itself to either side, and the gun-bearers brought the hunting pieces. Drums and beating sticks coalesced into a ring of noise. Zaquet arched her neck, snorted, pranced in place. She wished to join her sister mare, Zélie. Marie-Joseph would gladly have let her. She hoped to speak to Count Lucien, to make up somehow for her inexcusable behavior. But Count Lucien rode near His Majesty. Marie-Joseph had no leave to approach the king, not even to speak to her brother. A bearer handed a gun to Count Lucien, who inspected it and handed it to His Majesty. Pope Innocent and Madame de Maintenon remained empty-handed, but Yves accepted a fowling piece. Yves was a dreadful shot when we were children, Marie-Joseph thought. I hope he has improved, or more creatures than rabbits will be in danger today. The sea-woman returned to her thoughts. Marie-Joseph could not glory in her own taste of freedom when her friend swam round and round in the filthy, brackish water, trapped. She who had been used to swimming in the clean, deep sea, any distance, any direction, governed solely by her will. Only His Majesty could restore her to her home and her family. Mademoiselle de la Croix. Marie-Joseph started. So intent had she been on the sea-woman's peril that she had forgotten her own. You must give me a token to carry, like a knight of old. Chartres plucked at a bit of her lace, smiling, his wild eye giving him a rakish look. The breeze ruffled the long white plumes in his hat. The Duke of Berwick rode beside him, which astonished Marie-Joseph. Madame would surely disapprove of her son's associating with a bastard, even James Fitzjames, the King of England's natural son. "Let my friend Chartres be your champion, do," Berwick said. He spoke with a heavy accent, but he did not lisp like his father, and he was very handsome. "I have no token, sir," Marie-Joseph said. "Come now, you must. An earring, a handkerchief, a lacing from your corset, a ruffle from your petticoat," Lorraine said from her other side. The men on their larger horses pinned her between them. Zachi liked this no more than Marie-Joseph. She flattened her ears and stamped one hind foot. "If I give you my handkerchief, sir, I will not have one, and my mother would be ashamed to see me." The drumming neared, a wall of sound. The ground thundered as the ancient aurochs, freed from the menagerie, lumbered from the forest. The hunting party cried out in amazement and appreciation of the exotic creature. The aurochs ploughed the earth with its hooves. It ripped leaves to shreds with the points of its long horns. It bellowed and tossed its head, glaring about it with age-dimmed eyes. The other hunters held their fire in respect of their king's right to take the huge bull. His Majesty aimed. The aurochs drank the air with wide, wet nostrils. As if scenting the danger of gunpowder, it lowered its head and charged the royal calèche. His Majesty fired. The aurochs thundered toward him. Its wound pumped blood straight from its heart. "Your mother is dead, Mademoiselle de la Croix," Lorraine said. "You are cruel, sir." Count Lucien calmly handed His Majesty another loaded gun. With equal assurance His Majesty aimed and fired. The aurochs stumbled, recovered, and plunged on. Even Chartres hesitated with astonishment, but the game Lorraine led was too tempting. He leaned from his saddle and snatched at Marie-Joseph's petticoat lace. His Majesty aimed and fired a third time. The aurochs lurched and fell, crashing to the earth before His Majesty, running as it lay. It spattered blood all around, on the ground, on the calèche, on His Majesty's dark gold coat. When it died, the hunters cheered His Majesty's elegant shooting. "You are missing your hunt, sir." Marie-Joseph slapped Chartres' hand away. This time she meant to hurt him. The forest trembled, like a creature alive. Camels shambled from it, and stags raced out, too many to count. Rabbits scampered headlong after them. A fox rushed into the meadow, its tail bushed with fright. Freed by His Majesty's first kill, the hunters fired, volley after volley, as the bearers handed them newly loaded guns. The camels bellowed, fell to their knees, and toppled over dead. Stags screamed and fell. Rabbits plunged over their bodies, then tumbled, shattered across the grass. Madame, in her scarlet livery, aimed and fired with intense calm. The fox leaped into the air, its shriek piercing the cacophony of guns and drums, and fell dead at her horse's feet. "His Majesty's hunt bores me, mademoiselle," Chartres said. "I've found another that I like better." Chartres plucked the lace at her throat. Marie-Joseph backed Zachi, but Lorraine blocked their way. The lace ripped. Lorraine pulled one of the pins from her hair. Arabian oryxes burst from the forest. The hunting party redoubled their fire. As if felled by a single shot, the antelopes tumbled forward in a tangle of slender legs and slender spiral horns, robbed of their grace by death. Screaming murder, iridescent peacocks flapped and lumbered onto the hunting field, scrambling among the dead stags, over the rabbits in their death throes. Gunsmoke roiled up and hid the forest, while the roar of gunfire drowned out the noise of the beaters. The breeze stirred the powder smoke like thick fog. Marie-Joseph urged Zachi forward. Berwick's charger stepped in front of her. Chartres snatched at the lace again, tearing it from her throat. Lorraine tugged at the lace of her sleeve, dragging it against the painful cut of Dr. Fagon's lancet. A cloud of terrified grouse erupted from the underbrush, flapping wildly. So frightened they flew into danger instead of running to safety. Berwick's horse shied, startling Lorraine's and Chartres' mounts. Gerfalcons screeched and arrowed toward their prey. Their claws hit the plump birds with the soft thud of crushed wings. Marie-Joseph touched Zachi's mouth with the reins. The Arabian rushed backwards, reared and spun, and leaped into a gallop. Chartres and Berwick and Lorraine pounded down the trail after her. Zachi sped past gamesmen opening wicker baskets, flinging a score of gobbling dindon from America into the air. Zachi never wavered when the stout brown birds erupted into the range of the hunters' guns. Hoofbeats echoed so close that Marie-Joseph feared to look back. She urged Zachi on. Chartres, the lightest of the three men, grasped the hem of Marie-Joseph's habit and nearly unseated her, but she tightened her right leg around the saddle crook and shouted for Zachi to run, to flee. Zachi ran, joyous and sure-footed, skimming over the path, outdistancing the larger horses. The hoofbeats and snorts fell behind. The laughter of the pursuers turned to irritation, then to anger. Marie-Joseph leaned as close to Zachi's neck as the side-saddle allowed. Zachi outdistanced the horses, the riders, the clamor of the hunt. Marie-Joseph rode alone. She sat back. Zachi slowed her headlong run. The mare cantered, then trotted, then walked, along the main branch of a tangle of manicured trails, flicking her ears as Marie-Joseph spoke. "No horse can outdistance you," Marie-Joseph said. "No horse can even keep up with you. You're magnificent, and when I must return you, I'll grieve, but I could never afford to keep you as Count Lucien can, as you deserve." As if she had summoned him by speaking his name, Count Lucien appeared from a side trail. "If you continue this habit of speaking to animals, Mademoiselle de la Croix," Count Lucien said, "you'll earn a reputation you won't enjoy." Zélie stopped before Zachi. The two mares blew into each other's nostrils. Marie-Joseph fantasized that they told each other what had happened, and Count Lucien understood them. "A reputation as a witch might aid me now," she said. "I beg your pardon. Of course I didn't mean that." "You're missing His Majesty's hunt." "As are you." "I took a brace of grouse. I don't eat as much as some men." Marie-Joseph's outrage boiled over. "Those wretched boys!" she cried. "That wretched Lorraine!" Her hair hung wildly around her face. Her lace was ruined. Her left arm ached fiercely. She bunched up her hair in her uninjured right hand. She dropped it. She fumbled at her torn cravat. She burst into tears of anger and frustration. Humiliated, she turned away from Count Lucien. "Oh, what must you think of me?" she said. "You see me only when I'm begging for your help, or crying like a child, or making a fool of myself." "Hardly that." He rode closer. "Hold still." She shivered at his touch, thinking wildly. Charte pursued me, but Chrétien caught me. They both believe I am a dangerous man. But you'll never be in danger from me. Be easy." Count Lucien's voice gentled her. He tied her hair back with his own ribbon, letting his chestnut peruke fall free around his shoulders. "I liked Charte," Marie-Joseph whispered. "A sweet boy, I thought. What did I do to make him behave so?" "He behaved so because he wished to, and because he can indulge his wishes," Count Lucien said. "It had nothing to do with you, except that you appeared in his sights like an antelope." Marie-Joseph stroked Zachi's shoulder. "But I escaped, because you surround me with afrits to watch me." "Zachi is only a horse," Count Lucien said. "A remarkably swift horse, but only a horse after all." He guided Zélie to Zachi's left, where he straightened Marie-Joseph's cravat and arranged it like a Steinkirk, fastening its end to her hunting jacket with his own diamond pin. "I'll be in the forefront of fashion," Marie-Joseph said. "At its very zenith." Marie-Joseph gathered the reins in her right hand. Swelling and waves of pain made her left hand useless. She nestled it in her lap. "What is wrong?" "Nothing." "You're flushed with fever." "With the wind, with escape." Count Lucien took her hand. She pulled away. "Truly nothing." "Be still," Count Lucien said sharply. He exposed her wrist. His fair complexion paled to chalk white. The red streaks had turned ugly purple. Dried blood stuck the bandage to her skin. Her arm throbbed. She thought, though he's an officer, he doesn't like the sight of blood. "I'll send to my lodge for Monsieur de Batze's salve. It's infallible for wounds and fever. It saved my life this summer." "I'm very grateful to you, sir." "Can you ride back, or shall I fetch a carriage?" "I can ride." She was ashamed to admit she feared being left alone. "I'm very strong. I never get sick." "Good. If you ride, no one will be tempted to send for Fagon." To avoid Dr. Fagon, Marie-Joseph thought, I'd ride to the Atlantic. I'd ride the Silk Road to the Pacific. At the shore, Zachi will turn into a sea-horse. The sea-woman will magically meet us, and we'll swim to Martinique. "Monsieur de Chrétien," she said, "I don't have delusions." "Why are you telling me this?" "When I thought I saw Yves in the garden bleeding, when I fled from the tiger that wasn't there, it was the sea-monster, as I thought she was then. It was the sea-woman, showing me how to hear her, teaching me to recount her stories.
Hard lessons.
Effective ones, as you heard.
Yes, Count Lucien said. It was extraordinary.
They passed the trampled, bloody hunting meadow. Dogs growled over offal. Servants gutted the catch and loaded it onto carts. Powder smoke thickened the air. The scent of blood and fear dizzied Marie-Joseph. Her cheeks burned. She sought to distract herself from the fever, from the throbbing of her arm. "May I ask you something, Count Lucien?"
"Certainly."
"Madame said something I didn't understand. She said, 'I wish monsieur would love someone worthy of him.' How can such a great princess consider herself unworthy?"
"You misunderstood her," Count Lucien said. "She meant he loves Lorraine."
"Lorraine?"
"Monsieur," Count Lucien said carefully, "has been passionately attached to Monsieur de Lorraine these many years."
Marie-Joseph considered. "Do you mean like Achilles and Patroclus?"
Rather like Alexander and Hephaestion."
"I didn't know
It isn't much spoken of, being so dangerous."
anyone in the modern age was like Alexander. I thought passionate love between men was as mythical as centaurs. Did you say dangerous?"
"Without His Majesty's protection, Orléans and Lorraine might both be burned."
"Burned for love?"
"For sodomy."
"What is sodomy?"
"Passionate love between men," he said, "or between women."
She shook her head, confused.
"Physical love," Count Lucien said. "Sex."
"Between men?" Marie-Joseph asked, amazed. "Between women?"
"Yes."
"But why?" she exclaimed. She asked nothing about how, because she had little notion of the how between a man and a woman, and she was not supposed to possess such knowledge.
"Because your church forbids it."
"I mean, why would they want to, without the promise of children?"
"For love, for passion, for pleasure."
She laughed outright. "Oh, nonsense!"
"You're laughing at me, Mademoiselle de la Croix. Do you know more of sex than I do?"
"I know what the nuns told me."
"They know nothing of sex at all."
"They know it's a sin, a plague upon the human race, a curse for women, a trial for men, to remind us of Eve's sin in the Garden of Eden."
"That is the nonsense."
"What have I said to make you so angry?"
"You nothing. But your teachers make me angry. They've corrupted your intelligence with lies."
"Why would they lie?"
"That has always puzzled me," Count Lucien said. "Perhaps you should ask Pope Innocent, but I doubt he'd tell you the truth either."
"Will you?"
"If you wish."
She hesitated. She'd always sought the truth in all other ways. "I've always been told," she said, "that modest young women should know nothing of intimate matters."
"You've been told to restrict yourself in all manner of ways, your studies, your music, your intelligence."
"Oh, I wish you to tell me."
"The truth," Count Lucien said. "Passionate love, sexual love, is the greatest pleasure one can experience. It dispels sadness. It banishes pain. It's like the finest wine, like the morning of a day of perfect weather, like the most beautiful music, like riding free forever. And it's like none of those things."
Count Lucien's voice, could it only be his voice, made her pulse race with the excitement of danger and forbidden sins. Her arm throbbed, but at the same time a mysterious string of ecstasy tightened, its note rising toward the music of the spheres. Marie-Joseph caught her breath. "Enough, enough!" Her voice shook, her body trembled with the same pleasure that had awakened her to the sea-woman's song.
"As you prefer."
Riding in the cool forest shade, she regained her composure. "Count Lucien, if Monsieur de Lorraine loves men, what does he want with me?"
"Monsieur de Lorraine does not so much love men or women as himself and his own interest."
"Why didn't anyone tell me, warn me?"
"Perhaps because you didn't ask."
"I always asked questions when I was a child." She met his transparent, gray gaze. I delighted in asking.
You may ask me whatever you like, Mademoiselle de la Croix, and if I know the answer, I will tell you.
Zachi snorted. Undergrowth crackled nearby.
There she is, our lost Mademoiselle de la Croix.
Lorraine, Chartres, and Berwick burst out of the forest, whipping their lathered horses. Chartres forced his mount ahead of the others.
I thought you'd been eaten by a bear,
Chartres cried. He aimed for Marie-Joseph, but found himself separated from her by Zélie and Count Lucien. His horse tossed its head. Bloody foam flew from the bit.
"Bears are shy," Marie-Joseph said. "They'll never harm you unless you provoke them, unlike other predators."
"The provocation is so delightful," Chartres said. "I may die of a broken heart."
Berwick and Lorraine spurred their powerful, exhausted horses up close behind Zachi and Zélie.
"Mind her heels,"
Count Lucien said, for Zélie laid her ears flat back in irritation. Lorraine and Berwick forced their stallions to lag a step or two.
"What an animal!" Berwick exclaimed. "I've never seen such speed as this bay possesses. Mademoiselle de la Croix, you must sell the creature to me."
"I must not, sir, as Zachi isn't mine."
"Is it the king's horse? He'll give it to me. I am his cousin."
The relationship was more intricate, but Marie-Joseph could not remember exactly what it was. It was as well complicated by Berwick's bastardy.
"Berwick," Chartres said with condescension, "these petty horses all belong to Chrétien."
Lorraine guffawed.
"Who else would they belong to?" "It may be too small, but it's marvellously swift. Monarch will cover her. Their issue will win every race."
"That's impossible, Monsieur de Berwick,"
Count Lucien said.
"You may send a mare to my stud in Finistère, if you covet a foal with some qualities of the desert Arabian."
"No, no, that won't do. Your stud on my mare? Absurd."
"Somehow," Lorraine said, "he would manage."
"Monsieur de Lorraine, Monsieur de Berwick," Chartres said severely, "you are in the presence of a lady."
Marie-Joseph almost burst out laughing at Chartres' hypocrisy, but she feared the men would take her for an hysteric. This time they would not be so far wrong.
"I beg your pardon, miss,"
Berwick said offhand, mixing his languages, never taking his attention from Count Lucien.
"Chrétien, you must sell me this bay mare."
"Must I?"
"I'll give you 10,000 louis."
"Do you mistake me, sir, for a horse trader?"
The French aristocracy did not engage in trade. Count Lucien's voice contained no anger, but from that moment Marie-Joseph never doubted he was a dangerous man.
"Not at all, not at all,"
Berwick strove to retract the insult.
"But an arrangement between noblemen, an exchange—"
"I do not part with these horses. They were a gift. Were Zachi to bear a foal from any sire but her own desert breed, her bloodline would never be pure again."
"Ridiculous!"
"The sheik believed it. I choose to respect his beliefs. I will not part with the mares. I gave my word."
"Your word?"
Berwick exclaimed.
"You gave your word to a Mohammedan. No Christian need keep such a promise."
Even Chartres and Lorraine flinched. Marie-Joseph stared at Berwick in shock.
"No doubt that's true,"
Count Lucien said coldly.
"But I am not a Christian."
Berwick laughed. No one joined in his hilarity. He retreated into an uncomfortable silence.
"Let us return to the hunt."
Count Lucien impelled Zélie forward with sudden urgency. Marie-Joseph spoke to Zachi, freeing her to run. The two Arabians galloped together, outdistancing the 3 stallions that Zachi had raced to exhaustion. Marie-Joseph followed Count Lucien through the straggled hunting party. The huntsmen and gun-bearers bowed him past. The courtiers on horseback gave way for His Majesty's adviser. He approached His Majesty's calèche, where Madame de Maintenon spoke intently to His Majesty and His Holiness. Her animation enlivened her as if she were in her favourite place, Saint-Cyr, instructing her beloved students. Monsieur spoke flirtatiously to Yves, who valiantly attended to Madame de Maintenon's discourse without snubbing Monsieur. Madame rode behind the king, chatting and laughing with her ladies, who rode in a calèche and wore grand habit.
"Do you ride with Madame?"
Count Lucien said.
Chartres cannot misbehave too badly in her sight, or the formidable lady will turn him over her knee, and Lorraine as well."
Marie-Joseph wished it were true. She wished Count Lucien would ride beside her back to the chateau. "Thank you," she said. "You must attend his majesty."
"I must send for Monsieur de Batze's salve,"
Count Lucien said.
"Return to your apartment. Rest. I'll have the salve brought to you."
"I cannot. The sea-woman is alone."
"Someone else can feed her."
"And lonely. If I don't tend to her, I'll rouse comment. They'll think I'm ill."
"The Fountain of Apollo, then."
He tipped his hat courteously, rode ahead, paused to send a musketeer galloping off toward the chateau, then allowed Zélie to take him briskly to his place at his majesty's side. Marie-Joseph hoped Count Lucien's salve would soothe her arm. The purple streak stretched across her palm. "I mustn't let anyone else see," she thought as she joined Madame, "or they'll send for Dr. Fagon."
"Mademoiselle de la Croix," Madame said, smiling. "There you are, my dear. Did you see my fox?"
The hunt might have taken place a year ago, for all she recalled of it. She had forgotten the fox. Free of Chartres and Lorraine, relatively safe in the company of Madame and His Majesty, she felt weary and feverish. "Yes, Madame, of course, your fox."
"I'll present him to His Majesty."
A servant in Madame's livery ran toward the calèche carrying the limp scrap of red fur.
"But His Majesty will return him to me. His pelt will make a lovely tippet. I dispatched him with a single shot, so the fur will hardly be damaged at all."
The servant handed the fox to a huntsman who presented it to Yves, who offered it to His Majesty. Pope Innocent drew back from the bloody carcass. His Majesty touched the dead fox, his reply returned by a route as circuitous as the fox's arrival. Madame's servant dodged between horses and stopped at Marie-Joseph's side.
"His Majesty asks Madame to attend him."
"Madame," Marie-Joseph said, "His Majesty—" As Marie-Joseph spoke, Madame advanced like a cavalry officer. Marie-Joseph followed in her substantial wake. Count Lucien surrendered his place in respect of the Princess Palatine. Only Madame separated Marie-Joseph from the king. Lorraine, Chartres, and Berwick rode their lathered horses out of the forest. They rejoined the hunting party, riding up next to Monsieur. Lorraine tipped his hat to Marie-Joseph. She ignored him. Between Madame and Count Lucien she did feel safe. Monsieur brushed his fingertips across Lorraine's hand, a possessive gesture that Marie-Joseph now understood, as she understood Pope Innocent's frown. She felt sorry to have caused Monsieur concern and jealousy. "I suppose," she thought, "I cannot tell him he has nothing to fear from me. It would be kind, but it would be the height of arrogance."
"Good afternoon, Madame,"
His Majesty said.
"You shot excellently well."
"Your Majesty, it's my greatest joy to ride with you."
Madame's voice and words grew tender, much different from her usual bluff comments when she spoke to the king.
"You've won the prize."
His Majesty unfastened a collar from the dead fox's throat, bringing away a handful of a wide bracelet of gold and diamonds. He fastened the bracelet around Madame's wrist.
"Your Majesty,"
Madame said, breathless,
"I am overwhelmed."
She admired the sparkling rainbow facets and showed the bracelet to Marie-Joseph.
"It's beautiful, Madame,"
Marie-Joseph said sincerely.
"The most beautiful bracelet I've ever seen."
Madame glowed in His Majesty's attention. She even nodded to Madame de Maintenon with a smile very different from her usual exquisitely polite coolness. Taken aback, Madame de Maintenon hesitated, then nodded in return.
"I have a prize for you as well,"
the king said to Madame de Maintenon.
"Close your eyes and put out your hands."
"Oh, sire."
"Come, come, come."
He bullied her cheerfully. Madame de Maintenon obeyed her husband. The king opened a black velvet bag and poured out a magnificent parure of diamonds and sapphires, earrings, brooch, and bracelet. The jewelry gleaming in her palms, Madame de Maintenon sat obstinately motionless, her eyes tightly closed. His Majesty's cheer faded.
"You may open your eyes."
Madame de Maintenon barely glanced at the ornaments. "How beautiful! Of course I cannot in good conscience wear them." She pressed the jewels into His Holiness's hands.
"Sell them and give the proceeds to the poor."
"Your charity is legendary."
His Holiness handed the parure to Yves, who took it with the same reserve with which he had handled the dead fox. Louis remained impassive. Madame was not so stoic.
"I could never part with a present from your Majesty," she said. "I'm far too selfish and worldly. I shall wear my bracelet to carousel."
His Majesty nodded to Madame. Even his smallest action is splendid, Marie-Joseph thought, and dared to hope for her friend.
"I should sell it to pay my servants,"
Madame whispered to Marie-Joseph.
"but I shall wear it, if Monsieur doesn't insist on borrowing it. I would have liked to see you wear my gift, if but once,"
His Majesty said to Madame de Maintenon. He did not raise his voice, neither did he make any attempt to keep the conversation confidential. Monsieur suddenly turned to Lorraine and began a spirited discussion. Similarly, Madame displayed the intricate clasp of her new bracelet to Marie-Joseph. Everyone pretended to be unaware of the exchange between the king and his wife. Even His Holiness looked politely away, asking Yves about some nearby bird or leaf or insect. The king has no private moments, Marie-Joseph said to herself. It must make no difference to him whether he speaks in front of a few noblemen serving at his awakening, or in front of his whole court.
"Sire, I'm a plain old woman. I'd look foolish in a young bride's baubles."
"You're always beautiful to me,"
His Majesty said.
"My only beauty is my good work, which I dedicate to you, who rule by the grace of God."
Louis, called in his youth Dieudonné, God-given, shook his head.
"That's true, yet I'm still a man who desired to give his wife a gift."
An uncomfortable silence fell between the king and Madame de Maintenon. Monsieur's sudden giggle interrupted it.
"The sea-monster?" he cried. "The sea-monster told bawdy tales?"
"Indeed it did, and Mademoiselle de la Croix translated them for us."
Lorraine looked past Monsieur, past Yves and His Majesty, past Madame. He smiled his devastating smile at Marie-Joseph, but he had robbed himself of its power over her.
"Do you tell your story again, Mademoiselle de la Croix?"
Lorraine said easily.
"For Monsieur and for His Majesty."
"It isn't my story, sir." She did not plan the rude chill in her voice, but she could not regret it. "It belongs to—"
"I forbid you to repeat it,"
Yves said. "The sea-woman."
"It's entirely improper, Monsieur,"
Lorraine said.
"About northern raiders and bestiality with sea-monsters. Would that not be rather cold and slimy?"
Monsieur shuddered theatrically.
"I would prefer— Oh, but, my dear, you know what I prefer." "It was not about bestiality,"
Count Lucien said.
"It was about murder, rape, and betrayal." "To be sure, Monsieur de Chrétien, it was."
To Marie-Joseph, Lorraine said,
"Your story gains in excitement, coming from your lips. Barbarians, ravaging gargoyles."
"Sir!" Madame de Maintenon's flushed cheeks were the only colour about her.
"Consider in whose presence you are speaking."
Curiosity vanished from His Holiness's expression, replaced by offended virtue.
"Mademoiselle de la Croix,"
His Majesty said,
"teach the sea-monster tricks if it amuses you, but govern this delusion about her nature. Your mother would never have invented such appalling stories."
Silence fell. Monsieur stopped chuckling.
"Your Majesty,"
Lorraine interrupted her.
"She thinks your Royal Highness is a cannibal."
"And govern your tongue as well."
"I never believed any such thing, sire,"
Marie-Joseph exclaimed, horrified. She had only wished to protect him from such an accusation. "Never!"
"Forgive my sister,"
Yves said.
"She has not yet recovered from her illness."
With a persistence driven by fever, Marie-Joseph continued.
"Your Majesty, please spare her life. She's a woman with a soul like yours or mine. If you kill her, you'll commit a mortal sin."
"I would entertain His Holiness's views on mortal sin,"
the king said.
"I might entertain even your brother's, but I hardly think I need listen to yours."
"Do you call His Majesty a murderer?"
Lorraine said, his voice as soft as oiled silk.
"It is neither murder," His Holiness said, "nor against any commandment to kill a beast. God put beasts on earth for the use of man. You must not task yourself with moral philosophy, Mademoiselle de la Croix. It's too demanding for the minds of women."
He made a gesture of dismissal.
"Dabble in your natural philosophy, or better yet take up cooking."
"Natural philosophy proves the sea-woman is human,"
Marie-Joseph cried. Louis shook his head.
Dr. Fagon assured me you were cured of your hysteria.
Count Lucien placed his hand on Marie-Joseph's wrist, startling her, stopping her protest.
Your Majesty, Count Lucien said.
Both Madame de Maintenon and Innocent pointedly ignored him, but his Majesty responded with open curiosity.
Your advice, Monsieur de Chrétien?
Consider, sire, if Mademoiselle de la Croix is correct.
Ridiculous,
said Innocent.
She's proved the sea monster understands her.
That is true,
His Majesty admitted.
However, I am led to believe her cat understands her. Am I to give Monsieur Hercule a place at court?
His courtiers dared to titter at his joke.
You are fortunate to live in the modern age.
Innocent gazed on Marie-Joseph with concern and suspicion.
In times past, a woman who spoke to animals and to demons risked the stake.
The courtiers stopped laughing. Yves paled.
Your Holiness, my sister has made a pet of the monster. She doesn't realize—
Be easy in your mind, my son,
Innocent said to Yves.
I don't accuse your sister of being possessed. I do suspect she may be mad, mistaking beasts for people, as the Church mistook beasts for demons,
Count Lucien said. Innocent glared.
There was no mistake about it. They were products of demonic possession. The Inquisition drove out the satanic influence. Their status changed once, why not again? What remains to be proven,
Count Lucien said to his Majesty,
is whether the creature speaks a human language, and therefore is not a creature. This is a scientific age. If I understand what Father Delacroix has said of science, he will correct my errors, I trust. Science demands proof. Allow Mademoiselle Delacroix to prove her contention.
His Majesty's gaze searched Count Lucien's face. Finally, impassively, he said,
I will see.
Chapter 20. Marie-Joseph entered the sea-woman's prison. She hesitated, swaying dizzily. Murk clouded the pool. Marie-Joseph sat down before her equilibrium deserted her. Her arm throbbed. She whispered the sea-woman's name.
His Majesty will hear me on your behalf. You must tell him a story I could never make up. A story to move him. A story to charm him to our cause.
The sea-woman growled her contempt for the king. She would fight the toothless one for her freedom. The land-woman must throw him into the fountain where the sea-woman could sing at him until his heart stopped, and his bowels turned to water.
Oh, don't say such things. What if someone else learned to understand you?
The sea-woman swam to her. Her whispered song created loneliness and despair. Slow ripples spread outward along her path. Marie-Joseph plunged her hand beneath the surface, hoping the cool water might soothe the ache. The ripples she created met the sea-woman's wake. Their interaction entranced her for a moment. The sea-woman grasped Marie-Joseph's swollen hand. Her nostrils flared. Marie-Joseph gasped. The pain of the touch broke through her feverish distraction.
Oh, let me go, please. You're hurting me.
The sea-woman refused to release her. Her eyes gleamed dark gold. She sniffed and licked Marie-Joseph's swollen palm. Following the angry purple streaks, she pushed at the sleeve of Marie-Joseph's hunting habit and exposed the bandage. She hummed with worry, then changed the key to reassurance. She nibbled at the bandage. With her long pointed webbed fingers she untied the bloody linen. The water had soaked it loose. She exposed the angry wound. Outside the tent horses galloped near and pulled up. Men spoke. Count Lucien entered, his distinctive footsteps uneven, punctuated with the tap of his sword-cane. The sea-woman kissed Marie-Joseph's arm, tonguing the incision, drooling profusely on the wound. The scab cracked and bled. Marie-Joseph felt sick.
"What is she doing?"
Count Lucien spoke quietly, but the tension in his voice startled Marie-Joseph. The sea-woman released her and submerged in the pool.
I don't know,
Marie-Joseph said.
She didn't tell me.
The sea-woman fled. The small man of land in his complicated outer skin did not behave cruelly like the one who covered himself with black. The small man intrigued her more than he frightened her, yet she still feared him. If he were the landwoman's particular friend, she might trust him more, but the landwoman had not yet chosen him. Alone beneath the surface, she cried. She hoped she had helped the landwoman. Had she kissed her sick arm sufficiently? She hoped so. She was afraid to tell her ally what she was doing, and afraid to say she could help, for if the men of land discovered what she had done, what she could do, they would cut out her tongue and take it away with them. One of them would wear it around his neck on a string of seaweed like the sailors did. They were such fools. They terrified her. "I'm always afraid," she thought. "Ever since the net, ever since the galleon, I've been afraid, though I was never afraid in my life before." The fear made her angry. If the landwoman died of her wounds, the sea-woman would be all alone with no ally at all to help her escape. She must escape. Lucien let Marie-Joseph's arm bleed. "Make it stop," she said, near panic. "I will in a moment. The blood will—" He stopped, unwilling to frighten her further with talk of bleeding out the poison. "I will. 1 moment." He took off his gloves and dug in his saddlebag for lint, bandage, spirits of wine. "This will hurt." He poured the spirits over the wound. It diluted the thick blood and flowed in pink streams down Marie-Joseph's arm. Marie-Joseph neither cried out nor flinched. Lucien pressed a wad of lint onto the open incision. He brought out the small silver casket containing what remained of Monsieur de Batze's salve. He had used most of it on Chartres' wound and his own. He had not yet been home to Brittany to replenish his supply. If only Papa would give me the recipe, Lucien thought. If only he'll bequeath it to me, or even to Guy, instead of letting the secret be lost. "This will soothe you," he said. As soon as the bleeding ceased, he spread the thick black salve across the wound. He used it all. A wound as corrupt as this could kill a powerful young soldier. Even with the salve, Lucien feared gangrene. He dressed the wound and bandaged it. "There, you see, the swelling's less already." Lucien hoped he was not deceiving himself. He smiled, grasping for certainty. "That will see you well in a day or two." "Thank you, Count Lucien." She laid her unwounded hand over his. "How many times have you rescued me, today alone? Do you know you are the only one ever to rescue me?" Lucien bowed over her hand. He withdrew and put his gloves back on. Tempting as it was to leave his hand within her tantalizing touch, to let her warmth soothe his joints, which always ached. "Many people find Versailles to be full of quicksand and fevers," he said. "You rescued me from Saint-Cyr as well," she said. "Am I wrong in believing that?" "I did direct the change," he said, "as well as my release from the convent on Martinique and my sister Halide's?" "Yes, at His Majesty's desire." "Allow me to thank you," she said, "even if your only thought was to oblige the king." "It was entirely my pleasure," Lucien said. "Count Lucien," she said hesitantly, "might I beg you for your assistance in a matter that obliges only me?" "It would be entirely my pleasure to offer my assistance." She explained her wish to free her slave, whom she called sister. Lucien agreed to arrange for the papers, though he warned her that only her brother's signature would put them into force. He wondered if she would persuade him to follow her will in the matter, for Yves de la Croix's courtly manner hid a powerful streak of obstinacy. "Thank you, sir." Marie-Joseph laid her hand on his in a gentle touch of gratitude. Yves hurried into the tent, flung open the cage door, and plunged down the fountain stairs in a single stride. Marie-Joseph drew her hand from Lucien's and jerked her sleeve over the bandage. "For the love of God, sister, why are you doing this?" "To save the sea-woman, to save His Majesty's soul." He flung up his arms in exasperation. "You risk my work and the king's favor to save a pet? If Innocent believes the beast is your familiar, you risk your life." The guards pulled aside the tent curtains. His Majesty arrived. Marie-Joseph rose, composing herself. "Sea-woman," she whispered, begging her to approach. The court of Versailles arranged itself in order of rank and precedence. Madame caught Marie-Joseph's gaze, and gave her a smile part encouragement, part dread. Lotte, her hair perfectly, elaborately dressed, blew her a kiss. Even Monsieur, arm in arm with Lorraine, offered her a friendly nod. Lorraine gazed at her with hooded, satisfied eyes. Once the courtiers had taken their places, the sentries allowed visitors into the tent. Outside, a broadsheet seller hawked copies of the Sea Woman's first story, The Visit to Atlantis, illustrated with drawings of sea monsters writhing together in the waves. His Majesty and Pope Innocent, the two most powerful men in the world, entered the cage to observe His Majesty's captive. Marie-Joseph curtsied, hoping respect would make amends for her hunting clothes, her torn lace, her disheveled hair. The other courtiers had changed into court habit. Innocent wore a robe of incandescent white. His Majesty had donned a magnificent coat of gold velvet, with gold lace and diamonds, and a brown peruke adorned with gold powder. The sea-woman floated beside the statue of Apollo. She snorted, engorging the whorls on her face with air. She dove, disappeared, and resurfaced like an explosion, leaping from the water, spinning, landing flat with an enormous splash. Pope Innocent stepped back so quickly that he would have lost his balance if Yves had not caught his elbow. His Majesty never moved, though droplets beaded on his coat like tiny pearls. The sea-woman trilled and snarled, spat water, and vanished.
"Ill-trained beast," Innocent said.
She said, "Hush," Yves said.
"Let your sister speak, Father Delacroix. What did the creature say?"
The sea-woman said, "The white one is as ugly as an eel. I beg your forgiveness, your holiness, but the sea people think we're all ugly, because of our smooth faces."
"Only your innocence saves you from insolence," Louis said.
"Innocence is no excuse for such presumption," said the Pope.
"I mean no insult, your Majesty, your holiness, nor does the sea-woman."
"Do you not?"
"I speak for her. Her name is—" She sang the sea-woman's name. His Majesty listened, his eyes half closed. Marie-Joseph wished for him to open his mind to see what she could hear. "She doesn't know our customs."
"Do you, Mademoiselle Delacroix?" the king said.
"Our custom," Innocent said, "is to eat the flesh of sea monsters. God put sea monsters and all beasts on earth for the use of man, as he put women on earth to submit to men. I look forward to savoring sea monster flesh."
"I shall hear what Mademoiselle Delacroix has to say."
Faint with relief, Marie-Joseph fell to her knees before the king. She grasped his hand and kissed it. "Thank you, your Majesty." He extricated his hand from her grasp. He brushed his fingertips across her hair. He left the cage and settled in his armchair, Pope Innocent at his right hand. Could I make the sea-woman sound more diplomatic? Marie-Joseph wondered. No, I'd tangle myself in lies. Besides, she'd correct me herself. The sea-woman waited. Floating at the platform in the scummy water, she kicked the surface to tan foam with her double tail. She slithered up the stairs and lay exposed and vulnerable on the rim of the fountain. She snarled. Marie-Joseph bent to kiss her gnarled forehead. The sea-monster grabbed her left hand and buried her face in her palm, sniffing her skin, touching it with her tongue, in a crude and flagrant parody of the kiss Marie-Joseph offered the king. Like Louis, Marie-Joseph twisted her hand away. She settled her drawing-box. The sea-woman cried out a surge of anger like a tidal wave. "No, sea-woman, please," Marie-Joseph whispered. "This might be your last chance. It's a story they want. Tell a tale of sea creatures, of great storms, of Atlantis." The sea-woman murmured, promising a story, an extraordinary, glorious story, if only Marie-Joseph would interpret. Marie-Joseph faced His Majesty and sought to turn the sea-woman's images into words. "Why did you murder my friend and slash him to pieces?" Yves' face paled to gray beneath his tan. "If you want to see inside him, you should touch him with your voice." The sketch formed as if the sea-woman had burned it into the paper. The seaman, alive, joyful, dove through the waves, his bones and organs a clean, clear shadow within him. "Why did you kill my best sweet friend, who shared the touch of—" Paralyzed with embarrassment, Marie-Joseph struggled for a description she could say in front of the king. "Who shared the touch of our secret places." Marie-Joseph saw before her the broken body of the seaman, drifting into dark depths. The sea-woman swam beside him, weeping, her tears mingling with the water. "You did not respect his life," Marie-Joseph said. "You did not respect his death." The sea-woman swam beside the body of her friend, braiding her hair with his, dark green with light.
After you killed him, you should have taken him properly into the sea."
She sank deeper into the darkness with her dead friend. Marie-Joseph's tears blurred her vision, blurred her sketch. The song's images remained clear. She feared the sea-woman planned to die. The sea-woman's friend sank into a darkness swirled with light. Luminescent sea creatures shone like stars in the night sky. The sea-woman cut the lock of her friend's hair with a shell blade. In the fountain the sea-woman fingered the tangled light green hair knotted to her darker hair.
"He gave me a token, a pretty thing, a shiny stone to tie into my hair. I would return it to him."
The sea-woman's song faded. The image of her friend's body disappeared, falling through darkness and beyond the pinpoint lights and glowing ribbons. The images disappeared entirely. Marie-Joseph bent her head and wiped her tears on her sleeve. The true world returned to her sight. Her heart sank, for His Majesty frowned and His Holiness glared, and Yves looked ready to faint, while the nobles whispered to each other, appalled. But the audience of commoners sighed and wept with pity. Count Lucien behind His Majesty stared at the floor. The curls of his peruke hid his face. "That is all," Marie-Joseph whispered.
"Pagan ritual," His Holiness said. "Did you learn these things from wild men, Mademoiselle de la Croix?"
His Majesty rose.
"Doesn't the sea monster wish to keep this love token?"
Lorraine laughed at His Majesty's witticism, enjoying Marie-Joseph's anguish. Monsieur chuckled briefly, but with more distress than amusement. The sea-woman sang a melody of heartbreaking beauty, a distillation of love and grief. "I would send it with him," Marie-Joseph sang, following the melody. "Send it into the depths with him, to acknowledge that I too will die."
"Does she not,"
His Majesty said carefully,
"claim to be immortal?"
"No, Your Majesty."
"We are all immortal in the love of God," His Holiness said. "Does your sea monster believe in the resurrection, in God's everlasting life?"
"Life itself is everlasting," Marie-Joseph sang in harmony. "People live, people create new life, people die. People never come back."
His Holiness made a sound of utter disgust.
"Your games have passed beyond amusement, Mademoiselle de la Croix, even beyond pagan belief. You tread the edge of heresy."
"I didn't invent the story, Your Holiness," Marie-Joseph said. "Please, please believe me, the sea-woman told it. She doesn't understand heresy."
"You should,"
Innocent said.
"But she could understand God," Marie-Joseph exclaimed. "She could if Your Holiness taught her. You could give our Savior to the people of the sea."
"Be silent," His Holiness said. "Convert beasts."
"She thinks Jesus on the Mount should have preached to loaves and fishes instead of to people." No one laughed at Lorraine's observation. Count Lucien gave him a glare of perfect animosity.
"Where's the token?"
Louis ignored both Lorraine and Count Lucien.
"The token she wishes to give to her mate."
The sea-woman snarled. Marie-Joseph winced, shocked by the reply. Shocked but not surprised. She hesitated, hoping in vain that she would not have to lie.
"Your Majesty, someone took it."
"Who?"
One of the sailors."
The sea-monster protested, thrashing her tails, splashing Marie-Joseph's back with cold, fetid water.
"Your Majesty, isn't this proof that she talks to me? I have no other way of knowing about her token."
"Dear, foolish child,"
Louis said.
"I have no way of knowing the token ever existed."
He gazed at her sadly. His next words, she knew, would be a death sentence.
"Don't kill it,"
a visitor whispered from the back of the tent. Other commoners took up the refrain. "Don't kill it, don't kill it." His Majesty's brow clouded. Marie-Joseph wanted to cry to the visitors, "Don't you know His Majesty cannot be cajoled or threatened?" With all good will, the spectators only made things worse. A musketeer strode toward the disturbance. The whispers stopped.
"You're most clever,"
His Majesty said to Marie-Joseph.
"Trying to save your pet by making it into Scheherazade."
His Majesty's courtiers laughed, all but Count Lucien. 1001 Ocean Nights by Scheherazade the Sea-Monster, Chartres cried. The sea-woman clambered past Marie-Joseph, dragging herself to the top of the stairs. She glared at the king. "Scheherazade," she snarled.
"The clever Mademoiselle de la Croix has taught it to talk," Lorraine exclaimed, "though not as well as a parrot." Monsieur laughed. "Scheherazade the parrot." "The myth requires," His Majesty said. The laughter ended. "that I allow it to live for another day." In amazement, in desperate gratitude, Marie-Joseph flung herself at the king's feet and kissed the cold hard diamonds at the hem of his coat. He brushed his fingertips over her hair. His Majesty left the tent, walking as strongly as if he had never been afflicted with gout. Innocent and his attendants accompanied him. The courtiers followed. The visitors cheered His Majesty as if their protests had had something to do with his decision. "Let us have another sea-monster story, ma'amselle," shouted one of the spectators when His Majesty had left. Cries of approval and agreement surrounded her in an opaque cloud of noise. They threatened to overwhelm her. Count Lucien grasped Marie-Joseph's elbow. "Are you quite well?" She was too faint with exhaustion and relief to get to her feet. Count Lucien pushed her sleeve above her wrist. The swelling had vanished and the streaks had receded. Marie-Joseph drew back, for his touch made her tremble. "Will he spare her?" she whispered. "I cannot say. This is a reprieve. A day. Anything can happen in a day." Yves slipped away from the other courtiers. Agitation gripped him. If anyone saw him, they would surely send him to the madhouse. His eyes must be staring, white-rimmed, his hair must be wild as a hermit's. He gripped the ring in his pocket. The gold burned patterns into his flesh. He left the green carpet, where the courtiers attending the king were likely to see him. He strode past the obelisk, up the hill into the Star Garden. He ran, his heart pounding, through the circle. He stumbled, panting, into the chapel. It was of course deserted. At the altar before the image of the crucifixion he fell. He shuddered, holding back sobs till his chest and his throat ached with unshed tears. The world spun around him as if he were drunk. He lost all track of time. Lying prone, his burning hand pressed to the cool marble floor, Yves de la Croix prayed. Chapter 21. Scheherazade sang. The sea-woman's images spun around Marie-Joseph, a waterspout of mirages. Sea-people sunbathed on a small sandy island. The sea stretched around it without interruption. The sea-people, safe and happy, played with their family's new child. The baby's hand had begun to grow its webs, her toenails to thicken and withdraw into claws. Her hair was as soft as spume. She hummed and babbled, creating large amorphous pictures. Her mamma, her sisters and brothers and cousins, her aunts and uncles exclaimed with wonder and approval. On our birth islands we are vulnerable, but we believed ourselves safe. Marie-Joseph interpreted as well she could, from a language with no words. She sketched rapidly as she spoke. The charcoal scribbles did no justice to the beauty of Sheherade's songs, but they documented the story. Servants took the finished sketches, displayed them, pinned them up. We were not safe. A galleon appeared on the horizon. A cross blazed from its flag. Sheherade's song broke into discord. The galleon's cannons thrust through its gun ports. The ships of the men of land sought us. The galleon came about, presenting its broadside to the tiny birth island. The cannons fired in a horrible rolling roar. Scheherazade screamed in grief and pain. Men stormed the island with pikes and nets. They called us devils. They killed and captured us for the glory of your God. Lucien heard again the sound of battle in the sea-woman's songs. He heard the screams of dying men and horses. Exhilaration took him like strong wine. Despair overcame it. Sheherade's song brought back Steinkirk and Neerwinden. They took us to the mainland, to cities. They imprisoned us and tortured us. They killed us slowly. In Marie-Joseph's sketch, an inquisitor shattered a man of the sea on the rack. In the background, a human figure burned at the stake. Lucien heard again the catcalls of his youth, the other pages at court tormenting him. Dwarf, dwarf, your papa is a devil and your mamma is a witch. They never stopped until he earned the king's esteem. The men of land went truly mad. They killed us. They killed their own people. The church sought evidence of fornication between women and the sea-demons. What it sought, it found. It condemned any woman with a dwarf child, for the child was pure proof of congress with the devil.
The sea people knew the men of land as enemies.
Marie-Joseph stared in horror at her sketch. A woman broken on the wheel and thrown into the sea, her dwarf child holding tight, sinking with her, drowning. The servant took the drawing away before she could stop him. The servant displayed the illustration. While the rest of the audience was still applauding the pathos of Marie-Joseph's story, the servant reached Lucien. He tried to hurry past, but Lucien caught his wrist, made him stop, and took the sketch from him. Lucien thought, "Not long since, that woman could have been my mother. That child would have been me." The sea monster left off its singing. "That is all." Marie-Joseph's voice shook. She turned to the sea-woman. "How could you?" The sea monster shrieked, splashed backwards, and flung water everywhere. She laughed maniacally, laughed as no beast could laugh. If Lucien had doubted Marie-Joseph de la Croix before, now he believed everything she had ever claimed about the being, and more. At the edge of anger, Lucien rose and left the tent. He did not care to lose his temper in public. Lucien sat by the reflecting pool. If he plunged into the water, he might cool his fury. "If I plunge into the water," he said to himself, "I might also drown. I prefer to remain angry." "Count Lucien!" Mademoiselle de la Croix ran toward him, pale with dismay. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean— How could Shahzad be so cruel?"
Have the courage to claim your own revenge.
"My revenge? For what?"
You offered and I declined.
"And I'm acting the rejected flirt? Sir, you wrong me."
Lucien's anger erupted.
What do you expect from a dwarf? Ugly, misshapen.
"Count Lucien, I love you."
That is your misfortune.
"Your spirit is beautiful. You allowed me to see your kindness, and—" She hesitated. "Do you understand what I said? I love you."
Many women love me. I'm a generous man and a knowledgeable lover.
"You're arrogant, sir."
I've told you that I am. I have reason to be. I possess a title of the sword, the title of the companions of Charlemagne, a title already ancient when these upstart dukes and marquises were created. I enjoy the trust of the king. I'm heir to vast lands and great wealth."
"I don't care about that," Marie-Joseph said. "If you weren't Lucien de Barenton, Count de Chrétien, I'd feel the same way."
"Ah! If I were a starving peasant, beaten because I couldn't pay my taxes, my hovel pillaged by the soldiers of my own king, you'd love me."
"You're an atheist, and I love you."
Lucien's sense of the ridiculous evaporated his anger. He laughed. When he regained control of himself, he said,
"Mademoiselle de la Croix, if I were a peasant, I'd have been sold to gypsies in my cradle, or drowned, like the child in Shahzad's story."
"Surely no, not now. Not you."
"Mademoiselle de la Croix, you want a husband."
"Yes, Count Lucien,"
she said softly.
"I'll never marry. I'll never bring a child into this life."
"But your life is wonderful. The king loves you. Everyone respects you."
"Pain torments me,"
he said, telling her what he never admitted to anyone except a lover.
"Every life bears pain."
"You have no idea what you're saying,"
he said, irritated by her ignorant assurance.
"I'm in pain every moment of my existence, except when I love a woman."
He hesitated, then began again.
"When I love a woman, especially if I loved a woman, how could I pass my affliction to her children? You want a husband, you want children. I will never marry, and I will never father a child."
"God gives us little choice in that matter," she said, "if we choose love."
He laughed at her.
"No God has anything to do with it. Even the most unimaginative lover can trouble to wrap his member in a baudruche. We have one way to make a child, 1,000 ways to love."
He said again,
"I will never marry."
"Why are you saying this to me?" she cried. "Why not say, 'I have no affection for you. I cannot return your love'?"
"Because I promised to tell you the truth if I knew it."
She fell silent with hope and confusion.
"Do you still want me?"
Lucien asked.
as your lover.
It isn't right, Count Lucien. I can't...
She blushed and stammered. She spread her hands in supplication.
The church says my brother wouldn't...
I'm perfectly indifferent to the wishes of the church or to the demands of your brother. What do you want?
She answered his question, if obscurely.
If you marry, your children might be... They might not...
My father is a dwarf. He retired, crippled.
His father had ridden beside Louis XIII. Valiant, renowned, he had ridden in the service of the child King Louis XIV during the Civil War. Lucien's father no longer rode.
I am my father's image,
Lucien said.
Rumor says...
Rumor lies.
Many people believe it.
Louis has enough misshapen children without counting me among his brood. Besides, he acknowledges his bastards.
She sank down before him and grasped his hands.
I didn't make up Shehzad's story. I didn't conspire with her to hurt you. I heard the story as you did, as she sang it. If I'd known what she planned, I would have made up a story. I'd never willingly cause you pain. I beg you. Please believe me.
I believe you, he said gently, but I can't give you what you wish for. If you love me, I'll break your heart. If you defy his majesty for the sea-woman's sake, the king will break your heart, or worse.
But Shehzad is human as you or I.
Yes, Lucien said. Yes, I believe it. Only a human could be so cruel.
I'm so sorry.
Not cruel to me, he said. Cruel to you.
Footsteps drew Yves from his fugue. The footsteps and the fear they struck in him. Few members of the court of Versailles visited the chapel unless His Majesty was in attendance. Yves could not face His Majesty. He raised himself on his elbow, stiff from the chill of the marble.
There you are.
Marie-Joseph's voice chilled him. Yves noticed what he should have seen long before. Her exhaustion, her despair, her love for him, her disappointment.
I was worried.
She sat on the confessional bench.
Forgive me.
He opened his mouth to reply, to chastise her.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yves climbed to his feet. It isn't proper for me.
You promised to hear confession. You promised His Holiness.
She folded her hands in her lap and sat with preternatural stillness. As a child, she could sit in the woods till she became invisible to the birds and the creatures. She would never move until he overcame his terror and heard her confession. He sat beside her. He stared at his hands. How did you sin, my child?
I lied to my king.
That never bothered you before, he exclaimed.
About the sea-woman.
If she had made up everything about the sea-monster, then how could she also know... But it did not matter. I thank God that you've repented, he said, relieved. Go and sin.
I'm not finished, Marie-Joseph said.
She looked straight at him.
No sailor took Shehzad's token. You know it, but you said nothing. She said the dark man took it. The dark man, the man in black robes.
She drew a deep, shaky breath.
The man who is my brother.
You saw the ring. You guessed.
I've never seen it. You took it while she fainted, after you forced seaweed and dead fish down her throat.
It did speak to you,
Yves whispered. I couldn't say to the king my brother is a common thief, so I lied. I lied, and my lie may kill Shehzad.
Yves pulled the ruby ring, the gold ring with the shiny stone, from his pocket. I'm sorry, he said. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
He fled the chapel. He flew down the hill to the fountain, leaving Marie-Joseph struggling to keep up. He pushed his way through the visitors, flung open the cage door, and ran down the stairs. His breath tore his throat. Oblivious to the spectators, Yves stepped off the platform. The water rose up around him, soaking his cassock. He waded toward Apollo.
Sea woman! Shehzad!
The sea-woman surfaced beneath Triton. She spat at Yves and snarled. "Forgive me! I didn't know! I didn't understand! I didn't believe—" The sea-woman watched him, submerged but for the top of her head and her eyes. Marie-Joseph hurried to the fountain. Yves turned to her. "Tell her! I thought nothing of taking her ring. I thought, how strange to find rubies tangled in an animal's hair." "Tell her yourself," Marie-Joseph said, out of breath. "But you frightened her, so be gentle." "I captured you," Yves said. "I allowed your friend to die, and now I've sentenced you to death as well. I didn't understand. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. For the love of God, please forgive me." He held out the ring, offering it to her. Scheherazade swam slowly closer, keening. Outside the tent, draft horses stamped impatiently, jingling their harness. Their driver waited for his cargo to take it to the sea. Marie-Joseph sat on the rim of the Fountain of Apollo, holding Sheherazade's hand, stroking her coarse dark hair. The sea-woman lay on the steps, bracing herself on the stone rim. She leaned against Marie-Joseph, dripping fetid water, her naked body warming Marie-Joseph's side. She pressed her cheek into Marie-Joseph's palm, wetting it with her tears. Marie-Joseph held her close, wishing she could comfort her. The song of Sheherazade's mourning pierced her skin like tiny knives. Yves spread a silk handkerchief over the man of the sea's ruined face, and wrapped the canvas shroud around him. With his own hands he helped 3 servants lift Sheherazade's friend. They placed him in the coffin. Yves folded the canvas around him. The servants carried the coffin to the cage, so Scheherazade could look on her friend one final time. The sea-woman fell silent. Though she would not touch her friend with her voice, she placed her webbed hand onto his chest. Her fingers trembled. "He received no last rites," Yves said. "I was with him, but I gave him no last rites." "Never mind," Marie-Joseph said. "The sea people aren't Christians. They have no God." "I could have saved him," Yves said, "if I'd known. I will save Scheherazade. I'll save her people." "Give Scheherazade her ring." Scheherazade plucked the ring from Yves' palm with extended claws. "I will bury your friend at sea," Yves said. "I promise it." Scheherazade whispered, "I want to go. I want to acknowledge his death and contemplate my life." Yves shook his head. "Dear Scheherazade," Marie-Joseph said, "I'm so sorry. It isn't possible." Sheherazade's grief made Marie-Joseph want to weep, but how could she indulge her own sorrow in the face of the sea-woman's loss? Scheherazade freed one of her friend's last straggled locks from beneath the kerchief. She knotted the ring into his hair. She bent over the coffin, her long hair shadowing her face. Marie-Joseph put her arm around Sheherazade's shoulders, but the sea-woman shrugged her off, slid down the stairs, and submerged without a sound. "Was he her husband, whom I allowed to die?" "Her friend, her lover, not her husband," Marie-Joseph said. "The sea folk don't marry. They make love for pleasure, and on Midsummer Day they mate." "I know it. I predicted it. I found it. I saw it. I should have known no mere beasts could behave with such depravity. Perhaps they're demons after all." "The Church says they aren't. And isn't the Church infallible?" Yves flinched at the anger and sarcasm in her voice. Yves helped the servants move the coffin back to its supports. They fitted its lid. Yves set the nails himself. He helped them carry the coffin to the freight wagon, gave the driver a gold coin, and sent the wagon off on the road to Le Havre. At the sea-woman's tent, Lucien asked Zélie to bow. He dismounted carefully. Pain edged his spine, creeping up on him like a tiger as the day went on. He regretted Juliet's departure desperately, but he could not ask her to return. "You're a fool," he said to himself, "to be so respectful of Mademoiselle de la Croix's scruples." He was far too proud to entice her into his bed, even if she were of a mind to be enticed, with promises he would not keep. Promises of marriage, assurances of saving the sea-woman's life. If Marie-Joseph did not want him for friendship, for love, for the pleasure they could give each other, he did not want her either. But he would not delude himself. He liked her, he enjoyed talking with her. He sympathized with her dilemma. He entered the tent, glad to have good news to give her. "Hello, Count Lucien." Marie-Joseph turned her gaze away from a faint ripple that marked the course of the sea-woman. She smiled at him, sadly, shyly. She showed him her arm. "Your salve did its work, thank you." He took her hand for no other reason than to touch her. Monsieur's lotions had softened her work-roughened hands, the lotions and her release from scrubbing the stone floors of a convent, but ink stained her fingers.
"I'm happy to see you recovered."
The heat that touched his face had nothing to do with Mademoiselle de la Croix, only with the wine. "Are you well? You seem a little—" Lucien chuckled. Mademoiselle de la Croix blushed as furiously as when they first had met, when she thought she caused him offense with everything she said. "Never mind," she said. "It's none of my business why you're drunk this early in the evening."
"I'm drunk this early in the evening, Mademoiselle de la Croix, because I'm not making love this early in the evening."
Is she more perceptive than the rest of His Majesty's court, he wondered, who never notice when I dull the ache of my back with wine instead of ecstasy? Or is she the only person brave or ignorant enough to comment? She glanced away. She only thought she had embarrassed him, while he had certainly embarrassed her. He regretted it, and his sense of humor failed him. A curl of her hair slipped over her shoulder, caressing her. He almost touched the lock of hair. If she'd been any other woman at court, and he had been moved to touch her hair, he would have done so, and things might have progressed from there. But Marie-Joseph had made her wishes known already. Lucien reined himself in more violently than he would ever check one of his horses. "Do you not think," Marie-Joseph said, still looking across the fountain, "you would serve yourself better if you embraced your suffering? Do you not think your suffering would benefit your spiritual health?"
"I do not," Lucien said. "I avoid suffering whenever possible, and with whatever means come to hand."
"The Church exalts suffering."
"Did scrubbing floors and silent unhappiness do you any good? Does this prison elevate your friend Scheherazade? Suffering only makes one miserable."
"I can't argue with you about my religion, sir. You'll draw me into danger, for you're much cleverer than I."
"I never argue about religion, Mademoiselle de la Croix, but I may on occasion make a statement of common sense."
She made no reply. Her shoulders slumped with weariness and despair. No dry witticism could ease her fear, but his news might give her a moment's respite.
"His Majesty requests," he said.
"Monsieur de Chrétien!" Marie-Joseph's brother strode into the tent. "I have something for you to do." "Yves, don't interrupt, Count Lucien."
"What is it, Father Delacroix?"
Lucien spoke courteously, though he did not much like the form of the request. No one commanded him except the king. Yves explained and made his request. "The coffin is on the way to Le Havre. Can you have it sent to sea and buried there?" Lucien's voice grew chill.
"You have taken it upon yourself to dispose of His Majesty's sea-monster?"
"To give the man of the sea a decent burial. His Majesty wouldn't deny—" "Count Lucien, you believe the sea people are—" Brothers and sisters' protests collided.
"Why will you not understand this?" Lucien said, doubly provoked. "It doesn't matter what I believe. His Majesty has not ruled the sea-monsters to be men."
"I promised Sheherazade's friend a sea burial," Yves said.
"You had no right to make such a promise."
Lucien, furious, never raised his voice.
"You certainly have no right to tell me to carry it out."
Yves shook his head, confused. "But, Monsieur de Chrétien, you told me whatever I needed—"
"To satisfy His Majesty's will," Lucien exclaimed. "Not your own."
"His Majesty cares nothing for the dead creature," Yves said. "Only what I can discover about—" Lucien raised his hand sharply. Yves fell silent.
"Mademoiselle de la Croix," he said, "you yourself begged His Majesty to study the sea-monster's skull. His Majesty has condescended to do so."
Marie-Joseph made a sound of despair and buried her face in her hands. "The wagon's only an hour gone," Yves said. "We can fetch it back."
"His Majesty wishes to inspect the skull now."
"I've put you in a terrible position," Marie-Joseph said. "I beg your pardon. Will you forgive me?"
"My forgiveness cannot solve this dilemma," Lucien said.
"Tell the king," Yves said, "that I must prepare the skull so it will not offend."
Do you suggest that I lie to his Majesty?
Lucien blew out his breath in exasperation.
I regret, Father Delacroix, Mademoiselle Delacroix, that I cannot consider such a thing.
Chapter 22. The gardens of the chateau blazed with light. Visitors filled the paths, seeking the best vantage point from which to observe the fireworks over the Grand Canal. In the state apartments a crowd of His Majesty's courtiers and royal guests devoured a light collation. The Queen's side of the chateau was deserted. Marie-Joseph and Yves followed Count Lucien up the Queen's staircase. Marie-Joseph dreaded what was to come. "I'm estranged from Count Lucien's affections," she thought. "No, not from his affections. I never possessed his affections. But I hoped I had earned his regard. I cannot blame him, but oh, how I regret it." She and Yves had taken advantage of him. Time and again he had taken their part, and they had returned his courtesy by endangering his position with the king. Marie-Joseph felt more alone than she ever had in her life. Count Lucien was angry at her. Shehrazad hardly trusted her, and her brother. Yves strode along beside her, grim and silent, guilty and distressed. By proving to him the humanity of the sea-monster, she put him in danger of losing his vocation and his passion. "When he sent me to the convent," Marie-Joseph thought, "I could believe that if he knew what he had sent me to, he would relent. I had the company of my memory of him. Now I have nothing. Count Lucien is right. Suffering only makes one miserable." And if that is true, Marie-Joseph thought, is he right about pleasure as well? She should feel guilty. She should regret her lack of faith, but she only felt betrayed and unhappy. Marie-Joseph trudged along the corridors, between lavish tapestries, orange trees, a profusion of flowers and candles, on a pilgrimage to beg forgiveness. I could ride Zachi through these halls, Marie-Joseph thought wildly. She could gallop across the parquet, she could clatter down the staircase of the ambassadors, or leap over the balcony like Pegasus. We could flee into the gardens, into the forest, and disappear. Then she thought, I wonder if I'll ever ride Zachi again. The sentry allowed them to pass into the apartment of Madame de Maintenon. His Majesty and His Holiness sat together near the open window. Madame de Maintenon, in her curtained chair, bent over an embroidery of gold thread on scarlet satin. Marie-Joseph glanced toward her, hoping for her sympathy, for the kindness the Marquise had shown her at Saint-Cyr. Madame de Maintenon never looked up. Marie-Joseph shivered. It's only the cold, she thought. Poor Madame de Maintenon with her rheumatism. Count Lucien bowed. Your Majesty.
Monsieur de Chrétien.
Marie-Joseph curtsied to the king. She knelt to kiss Innocent's ring. His hand was cool, the ring cold against her lips. His Holiness extended his hand toward Count Lucien, who regarded him in stony silence. Marie-Joseph curtsied to Madame de Maintenon, but the Marquise neglected to acknowledge her greeting.
Mademoiselle Delacroix,
His Majesty said.
What has possessed you?
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I never meant to offend you.
You asked me to determine the truth,
His Majesty said.
I have condescended to try, and now I find you've disposed of the evidence. How can I know you haven't made everything up?
I'd be a fool to do so, sire. I'm not a fool. I felt such pity for Shehrazad. I never thought—
Pity for a beast!
Innocent exclaimed. He turned his attention to Yves, his expression concerned.
Your association with the creature troubles me. You're being led into serious error.
I'm searching for God's truth, Yves said.
Do you think you know God's truth better than I do?
His Holiness asked, affronted. No, Your Holiness, of course not. I only seek knowledge of His will through His material creations.
You shall study His word,
His Holiness said.
Not the utterance of demons.
Demons lie, Marie-Joseph cried. Shehrazad said nothing but the truth.
The truth isn't for you to determine, Mademoiselle Delacroix,
His Holiness said. What has she said that's false? She's told us ugly truths, but they are truths.
You would have done better to follow my predecessor's order. Women should remain silent and obedient.
Even women have souls. Shehrazad is a woman. Killing her would be a mortal sin.
Do not lecture me on sin."
Silence fell and deepened. The only sound was the faint shush of Madame de Maintenon's silk passing through the tapestry. "I believe my sister is right, Your Majesty, Your Holiness."
"Do you?"
His Holiness said.
"Have you discussed souls with this creature? Have you discussed Christian faith? Have you converted it?"
"No, Your Holiness."
"Then on what evidence do you believe your sister correct and the Church in error?"
"Not in error," Yves exclaimed. "I believe God put me in the position of witnessing a miracle. I believe he has raised the sea monsters toward humanity."
"The creature is grotesque,"
His Holiness said.
"There's nothing of humanity about it."
"Scheherazade is less grotesque than I,"
Count Lucien said, his voice like a rose, perfect, beautiful, hiding thorns.
"And I am human. Of course, I am very rich."
Marie-Joseph wanted to run to Lucien, to embrace him, to deny his description of himself, for he was splendid. Innocent rose from his chair and turned on Lucien in a fury.
"You deny the existence of God. Perhaps the Grand Inquisitor was right after all. Perhaps you and the monsters are the spawn of demonic fornication."
"My father and my mother would be offended to hear it,"
Lucien said calmly.
"Chrétien, enough of your atheistic wit,"
His Majesty said.
"Chrétien!"
His Holiness spat out a word he would ordinarily speak with reverence.
"Even your name is a mockery."
"Then it mocks Charlemagne, who gave it to my family for our service to him."
"Cousin,"
Louis said to Innocent,
"Monsieur de Chrétien enjoys my protection for his beliefs, even for his lack of beliefs."
"Your Majesty," Marie-Joseph said, "you are the most Christian king. Champion the sea folk. Their conversion would add to your glory."
"This is only a tactic to save your pet,"
Louis said. "It's true I can't bear to think of her being killed," Marie-Joseph said. "But I truly believe she's a woman. Sire, if you eat her flesh, you'll endanger your immortal soul." Louis leaned back in his chair, weary and old, beneath his bright chestnut peruke.
"Marie-Joseph, my dear child,"
he said,
"I've ruled for 50 years. Compared to what I've done for the glory of France, cannibalism's a small sin."
Marie-Joseph was too shocked to reply.
"Give me the sea monster, cousin,"
Innocent said.
"You must."
Must I?
"It must be studied. It's dangerous. If Father Delacroix's in error, then the creature is a demon, and it must be exorcised. But perhaps Father Delacroix is correct, and we've witnessed a miracle of creation. If that is true, the creature must be brought to God, converted from its pagan wildness, for the glory of God."
"I'll give you my baboon,"
His Majesty said.
"You have as much chance of converting it."
Affronted, His Holiness rose.
"You will forgive me," he said, "if I take my leave. I'm an old man, and your opposition exhausts me. Father Delacroix, attend me."
He swept out of the apartment.
"Please excuse me, Your Majesty,"
Yves said.
"Please forgive me."
"Go,"
His Majesty said.
"Leave me in peace."
Yves bowed to His Majesty and hurried after Innocent. Marie-Joseph's nails cut into her palms. Tears stung her eyes. The faint melody of Sheherade's song crept through the open window, her grief carried by the cold breeze.
"You shouldn't provoke our holy cousin, Monsieur de Chrétien,"
His Majesty said.
"Pardon my bad manners, Your Majesty. Your holy man surprises me with his revulsion."
"What do you care for holy men?"
"Nothing, sire. Yet I'm always surprised when they turn out to be hypocrites."
"I require him as an ally. France requires his holiness, his armies, and his treasury."
"If you allowed it, you would get more loyalty from the Protestants."
Madame de Maintenon jerked her head up, glaring at Lucien. His Majesty replied with cold fury.
"Don't provoke me, Chrétien. How fortunate that you're only an atheist, and not a Protestant.
Lucien did not reply. Marie-Joseph ached for him. She wondered if the king's basilisk glare might turn them both to stone. "Your Majesty," she asked timidly, "is the treasury in great need?"
"The kingdom faces many challenges,"
His Majesty said.
"It will survive without the help of heretics."
His glare softened with sadness.
"Challenges would be easier to face if the people I favor, the people I love, didn't oppose me, task me, and destroy my peace. You may withdraw. I do not wish to see you again tonight."
Marie-Joseph expected Count Lucien to bid her good night, or farewell, outside Madame de Maintenon's apartment, but instead he walked with her to the narrow attic staircase. "You needn't come any farther, Count Lucien," Marie-Joseph said. "Thank you for your courtesy."
"I'll show you to your room."
He accompanied her up the stairs to the dark, dingy attic. He did not belong in such dim places, but in the sun, magnificent in blue and gold, riding his grey Zélie at the side of his king. "Why won't he listen?" Marie-Joseph cried.
"He does listen,"
Lucien said.
"He listens, but he keeps his own counsel."
"Your love for him blinds you."
"My love for him helps me understand him,"
Lucien said.
"You Christians, your claim to love everyone means you love no one."
"That isn't fair."
"Of course not. As your Holy Father proclaims, I'm far from fair."
"Count Lucien," Marie-Joseph's voice faltered. "You're fair to me." She meant it in all senses of the word, but she could not continue, for she was not strong enough to resist what might come of her declaration. She opened her door. Her room was empty. She wondered, worried, where Halid might be. Dressing Lotta's hair, carrying Mademoiselle's handkerchief, standing with the Queen of England waiting for the fireworks. "Will Lotta wonder where I am?" Marie-Joseph thought. "Will Halid? It doesn't matter. I don't care about the entertainments."
"I lived in this attic when I was a youth,"
Lucien said.
"I hated it. So much I almost welcomed being sent away from court."
He slipped past her, hoisted himself up onto the window-seat. Hercule leaped from curled sleep, hissing, and climbed out the window. "Count Lucien!" Marie-Joseph ran to the window. He stood between a pair of sculpted musicians, gazing down the length of the garden, past the fountains, past Shahzad's prison, to the forest. "Come back in, you'll fall."
"The attic was hot, it was stuffy. When I couldn't bear it any longer, I came out here."
"I wish it were hot."
"The evening is balmy, and the sky is beautiful."
The view was neither spectacular nor severe, but it was beautiful. Crowded garden paths, bordered with candles that flickered behind oiled paper. The Grand Canal leading away from Shahzad's glowing tent. Geometric perfection arrayed against the green expanse of the distant forest. The highest westernmost clouds reflected the last sliver of the setting sun. Count Lucien sought out depressions in the stone side of the chateau, hand-holds, toe-holds.
"Haven't climbed to the roof since I was a youth. Will you come with me?"
"In those clothes? In these clothes?" He shrugged out of his coat and his gold-embroidered waistcoat and tossed them onto the window-seat. He kicked off his shoes and removed his peruke. His fair hair, an astonishing white gold, gleamed in the faint light. Count Lucien and Hercule eyed each other. Hercule kneaded the cushion, careless of his claws. Count Lucien placed his new peruke safely on the head of the musician who graced Marie-Joseph's window. Marie-Joseph laughed. "He could attend His Majesty's entertainment if he wished," she sighed. "I can't climb to the roof."
"Why not?"
"Stays, slippery shoes. What will you think of me if I climb to the roof in my shift?"
"I'll think you want to climb to the roof. Decide quickly, if you please, when everyone gathers on the terrace for the fireworks. I won't be standing here bareheaded for His Majesty to see."
She collected her breath and her nerve. "If you will unlace me." She took off the coat of her riding habit. She took off her shoes and stockings. She turned her back to the window. Count Lucien untied her laces with a touch both gentle and sure. Barefoot and in her shift, she faced the window and the twilight. "Come out," Count Lucien said. "It isn't so dangerous." She took his hand and crept onto the ledge beside him. She clutched the statue of a lutenist, her hand on the musician's bare breast. No one would mistake her for one of the statues, for she had on too many clothes. Count Lucien scrambled up the wall, showing her old and well-used hand and footholds. From the roof he reached down to help her. Voices drifted upward. Guests streamed out of the chateau onto the terrace. Marie-Joseph shrank behind the musician. "Hurry!" She stole after him, partly hidden by the statue as she climbed. In an exhilarating moment she was over the edge and sitting on the low-pitched roof. "You're right, Count Lucien," she said. "The view is much better from here. But if His Majesty found out—" She drew her knees up under her shift and hugged her arms around them. The roof tiles gathered the day's warmth.
"His Majesty spent a good deal of time on these roofs when he was a youth."
"Why?"
"To visit his paramours and the parlour-maids."
Marie-Joseph gave him a startled glance.
"You're in no danger of seduction, Mademoiselle de la Croix. The roof is an adequate seat, but an uncomfortable bed. I've told you."
"That I'm in no danger from you. I trust you, sir."
"I've told you I require all the comfort I can find."
"Do you have any calvados?"
"I left my flask in my coat."
"Too bad," Marie-Joseph said.
"I do recommend sobriety on some occasions."
"Such as?"
"Climbing to the roof of a chateau."
She laughed. In the midst of the laughter she felt like bursting into tears. "And perhaps sobriety's best when you lose your temper. I'm sorry my brother and I caused you such annoyance today," she said. "But you were very severe with Yves."
"He spoke to me like a servant. How did you expect me to reply? Mademoiselle de la Croix, you have no idea how severe I can be. If you're fortunate, you'll never see me lose my temper when I'm sober."
"I'm so sorry we offended you."
"He offended me. You only requested that I accomplish the impossible."
"That doesn't offend you?"
"To be thought a miracle worker?"
Count Lucien smiled, and Marie-Joseph considered herself forgiven. "Will you forgive Shahzad for causing you pain?" As soon as she had spoken, she wished she had not, but she could not call back her words. She tried to soften them. "I know she never meant—" Count Lucien turned to her abruptly, silencing her with a gesture.
"Her story gave me understanding," he said, "as I have no doubt she intended. You must believe that it makes no difference."
"Only the king's belief matters."
"Yes."
"It would cost him nothing to free her."
"Nothing?" Lucien exclaimed. "Immortality?"
"She cannot bestow immortality, Count Lucien, I promise you. Only God can do that." Count Lucien gazed down across the gardens, somber. "I'm sorry," Marie-Joseph said.
"I hoped—"
Count Lucien shook his head.
"What will happen when he dies?"
"We all must die. He'd kill her for nothing."
"No, he has public reasons to dominate the sea monsters. It adds to his glory and his power. It demonstrates the vitality of France."
"What a great deal to ask of one small sea monster. Should she win the war, end the famine, and fill the treasury as well?"
"If she could do that by living instead of by dying," Count Lucien said, "then His Majesty might free her."
The moon, nearly full, blossomed over the roof of the chateau behind them. A ragged cloud passed across its face, fragmenting its silver light like falling petals. The shards of silver fell gleaming across Count Lucien's head and shoulders, across his short hair, so blonde, so fair, the color of white gold. The moonlight traced his profile, the arch of his eyebrow. Lucien turned toward Marie-Joseph, wondering why she had gasped. "You aren't His Majesty's son."
"So I've assured you," Lucien replied.
"You're the son of—"
"I am my father's son."
Lucien spoke sharply, trying to distract her from her dangerous insight.
"The Queen!" she exclaimed. "Queen Marie-Thérèse! You have her fair hair, her grey eyes. She loved you."
Very few people had ever divined the truth of Lucien's parentage, or if they had the sense to remain silent about it.
The greater love I bore was to my father.
Lucien could not lie to Marie-Joseph de la Croix.
And my father loved his queen. He responded to her grave unhappiness. He loves his king. He gave the king his respect and his friendship. The queen is dead and beyond reproach, but my father is alive. If you shout your suspicion to the world, you accuse him of treason, and me of—
"I'll never speak of it again," she said. They sat together in silence. Below them the gardens filled with people. His Majesty's royal guests, the court, His Majesty's subjects. Clouds gathered above the park, blocking out the moonlight.
"How was it possible?"
Marie-Joseph whispered. Lucien smiled. Despite the risks of knowledge, he appreciated the recomplications.
My birth was worthy of a Molière farce, and indeed Monsieur Molière considered a play on the subject. A noble woman, he did not quite dare to make her the queen, bears the child of her noble dwarf lover, who, in the midst of a dozen court observers, exchanges his infant son for the newborn daughter of the queen's jester's mistress, and spirits the boy away to his gracious wife, so they may claim him as their own, while a convent fosters the changeling, and the true child returns to his true mother as her page, like any noble youth.
"What a remarkable tangle," Marie-Joseph said.
"Yes."
"Molière never wrote his play."
"Too dangerous."
"That never stopped Monsieur Molière."
"He was fearless when confronted by censors and prisons, it's true,"
Lucien said.
"But it isn't so easy to be fearless when confronted by my father."
"Your father challenged him?"
"Challenge a commoner? Certainly not. He offered to have lackeys beat him senseless for insulting the queen. Monsieur Molière rather lost his sense of humour about the situation."
"Poor Monsieur Molière."
"Poor Monsieur Molière, indeed. He could have been the downfall of my family, and of His Majesty's family, if Monseigneur's birth were also called into question."
"It's true that Monseigneur doesn't quite resemble—"
"Please do not insult the late queen in my presence."
"I beg your pardon. But why such complexity? Why not simply spirit you away?" Amazed that she could be so intelligent and yet so naive, Lucien said,
"Because the daughter of a queen and a commoner is not much threat. The daughter of a queen and a companion of Charlemagne might challenge the throne of France as well as Spain."
She nodded her understanding. "What of your sister?"
"I have no sister." "Oh, do you mean the changeling?"
"Yes."
"She's content, she says, in her convent. She possesses all the piety my family lacks. Her true parents were Spanish, of course, members of Her Majesty's retinue."
"Doesn't she want to live in the world?"
"Perhaps not,"
Lucien said.
"For she, too, is a dwarf, and a Moor, with a Christian vocation. She's respected where she is. France is her home. Where would she go? To the Spanish court as her true father's successor? She could speak truths to their pathetic king, but he'd never hear her."
"Is this why you've decided not to have children?"
"Because they might be snatched away and put on the throne of Spain?" Lucien laughed. "A horrible fate. No. I told you why I'll never father a child. Why do you think there's any other reason?"
"What of the future of your house and your ancient title?"
"My younger brother will carry it on."
"Your brother, does he—"
"Resemble me? Not in any way."
"Come to court?"
"Not if I can keep him from it."
"Why not?" Lucien sighed.
"My brother's a fool."
"I cannot believe it."
"Oh, don't misunderstand me. Guy is perfectly amiable. He's good-hearted. But as for wit or intelligence, he has neither. He allows himself to be drawn into mischief, thinking only that it will be good fun."
"And yet you give him the future of your family."
"I found him a good wife," Lucien said. "She's of excellent origin and no little fortune. She isn't her own first cousin. Even better, she isn't Guy's first cousin. She's fond of Guy, and she manages the family well. Her children are a joy. When my nephew comes of age, I'll grant him the title Comte Chrétien, and he won't disgrace it."
"Will your nephew have your spirit?"
"He'll have my mother's spirit and my brother's strong back."
"What of—" Marie-Joseph said hesitantly. What of the woman you call mother, your father's wife? Did she hate you terribly?
I honor and love her. She's my mother, as her husband is my brother's father.
In the eyes of the law, but
in the line of inheritance, which is the most important thing. We're both acknowledged and legitimate and cherished. She treats me graciously as my father treats her son. She and my father are dearest lovers. Unlike most husbands and wives, they aren't unfaithful to each other for their pleasure or their love, only for their children.
Who is your brother's father?
That isn't my secret to tell, Lucien replied. You must ask me some other question.
She thought for a moment. How did you come to leave court? I can hardly imagine you anywhere else.
I didn't leave willingly. I left in disgrace.
I cannot believe it.
Do you see in me no potential for disobedience?
Marie-Joseph laughed. You'd disobey any order. You'd ignore all convention. But displease the king? Never.
Youthful foolishness. I was barely 15.
He'd never told anyone the truth, that he took the blame for his brother's foolishness. He was the eldest, after all. It was his responsibility to help Guy find his place in His Majesty's court. At that he had failed. Guy bore the worst punishment. His Majesty never exiled him, but Lucien sent him home to Brittany, and refused all his entreaties for a second invitation to Versailles.
His Majesty's punishment worked to my great advantage, he said. He sent me with his embassy to Morocco to learn diplomacy, he said. We traveled through Arabia, Egypt, the Levant.
The greatest mathematicians in the world lived in Arabia, Marie-Joseph said, until Monsieur Newton.
I didn't have the honor of meeting Arabic mathematicians, Lucien said, but I met sheikhs and warriors and holy men. I rode with the Bedouins. My sword was forged in Damascus. I lived in a harem.
A harem? But how?
On our journey we all fell ill with a dreadful flux. I'll spare you the details.
I know the details.
I'm sorry to hear it. The Sultan took us into his household. A less brave and ethical man would have put us out to die. Some of us did die, but his altruism saved most of us. His physicians watched over the grown men. The women of the household cared for the boys, the pages. For in the house of a devout Mohammedan, the men live in one part of the house and the women and girls in another. Young boys lived in the women's quarters until they reach a certain age and develop a certain attention. As a youth, Lucien said with dry directness, I was rather small. In the chaos of illness and darkness and death, I was mistaken for a page of 10 rather than for a young man of 15. And no one in the embassy could say it was a mistake and call me back. We were too sick. I came to my senses all unaware, wondering if a God really did exist.
Of course he does.
Then he is Allah, and he brought me into his garden to mock my disbelief. I awoke in the women's quarters.
They made short work of putting you out, I'm certain.
No, how could they? I'd be killed, or worse. The women, the Sultan's wives, his daughters, his brother's wives, his sons' wives, would be disgraced. They could be divorced or stoned to death.
How did you escape?
I did not. I stayed until the last day of the embassy, when I crept out over the rooftops and joined the caravan home. The women kept my secret. I became their secret. There were women of intelligence and kindness and passion, locked away from the world, kept at the mercy of men's whims.
And you were a youth of a certain age and attention.
Indeed I was.
Tempted into sin at the mercy of their whims. Lucien laughed.
I hadn't thought of it that way. I honor their mercy and their whims. They awakened me. Before that time I had never lived for a moment when my body didn't pain me.
You're no better than their husbands who imprisoned them, Marie-Joseph cried. You took your pleasure from them and placed them in danger.
I took nothing. Ours was an exchange of gifts. My gifts were clumsy and ill-made to begin with, I admit. But they were sincere, and my beloved friends were patient. I learned nothing of diplomacy during those months. Instead, I learned the art of rapture. I learned how to give it and how to receive it. I learned how much more it's worth when it's both given and received.
Lucien fell silent. Marie-Joseph tried to make herself feel disgusted and offended, as she knew she should, but his story moved her. How much I would have cherished a secret friend in the convent, she thought. Not a man, not for rapture, for affection, for conversation, for friendship, for all the things forbidden me because they would distract from the love of God. If a pagan, a heretic, had appeared in my cell and begged for asylum, I would have hidden her and protected her. "If you lived in rapture, why are you sad?" she demanded, for Lucien stared across the water with a faraway and melancholy expression. Lucien remained silent for so long she thought he would not reply.
"The amiable Sultan's eldest son, the Crown Prince. He took a young wife, that is, a new concubine. She was 14, homesick, but she could never go home. She'd been enslaved and sold. She'd been used to liberty. Her gaze was like a trapped bird. We became friends."
He stopped to govern his voice.
"She had as little experience as I. Her sister wives could tell her what to do to please her husband. When he demanded her presence and compelled her first submission, they could have told him how to please her, even when he claimed her virginity. But he never listened to their wisdom. He took her, he forced her. He raped her."
Lucien rubbed his hand across his forehead, hiding his eyes from the memory. "But he was her husband," Marie-Joseph said as gently as she could. "He couldn't rape."
"Don't preach your ignorance to me."
"I beg your pardon?"
"By their law, by your law, he couldn't rape her. What she surrendered to was rape. All the worse because she couldn't resist, she couldn't object, she couldn't refuse. Should we have comforted her by saying your husband acted within the law?"
"It's God's will, Monsieur de Chrétien, for women to suffer." Marie-Joseph hoped that explaining properly might bring Count Lucien to belief. If she were a Christian, she would have understood and submitted willingly.
"I cannot fathom why you accept such arrant lunacy."
He spoke quietly.
"If she were a Christian, you'd consign her to hell, for she killed herself."
Recovering from her dismay, Marie-Joseph whispered, "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for your friend's pain, for your grief, and for my inexcusable condescension." She took his hand. He turned away, hiding his bright tears, but he permitted her touch. A rocket blazed across the sky. Fireworks burst in a great floating carpet from the Grand Canal to the Chateau. 100 colors painted patterns in the sky. The roof tiles trembled with the noise. In the midst of the roar of rockets, the spectators cheered. A burst of blue and gold formed a great expanding sphere. Small red rockets streaked over it. The low clouds reflected the light of the fireworks, an eerie, distorted mirror. The explosions formed a solid presence. Gunpowder smoke hovered, pungent and gritty. Lucien lay back on the warm tiles and gazed into the sky. "Is that what war is like?" Marie-Joseph asked.
"Not in the least. It lacks the mud, the discomfort, the fear. It lacks the screams of dying men and disemboweled horses. It lacks severed limbs and death. It lacks the exhilaration and the glory."
The fireworks continued, embroidering the sky with needles of color and light. A golden letter L and its mirror image, surrounded by flowers and starbursts, brightened the gardens to day. Marie-Joseph leaped up, climbed over the edge of the roof, and disappeared. Startled, Lucien followed her. In her room she struggled into her clothes. Standing on the window-seat, the cat glaring at him, slit-eyed from the shadows, Lucien said,
"May I help you?"
"I heard Scheherazade," Marie-Joseph said. Lucien buttoned her dress, distracted from her words by the touch of her hair falling over her shoulders. "I didn't think... She must be so frightened." She pulled on her shoes and ran away before Lucien had retrieved his peruke from the lutenist. He put it on, thinking, "You never should have revealed yourself to her without it." Shahrazad swam in the center of the fountain. She screamed a challenge. The explosions assaulted her. The roof of the tent lit up with the light of bombs and guns. Greek fire and mortars, all the weapons that had been arrayed against the people of the sea for so many generations. She screamed again, shrieking with fury and grief. Marie-Joseph ran into the tent. The fountain gleamed with unearthly light. Apollo's horses struck sparks from their hooves. Shahrazad thrashed, sending up a fountain of luminescent water. With each blast of rockets the shining intensified in waves. In a moment Marie-Joseph was on the platform, covering her ears against the explosions, against Shahrazad's screams. She called out softly, reaching to Shahrazad through the sea-woman's fear and anger, through the dense fabric of sound. Shahrazad moaned and swam to her. Glowing ripples marked her path. Marie-Joseph held her hands and gazed into her eyes. Shahrazad touched her with her voice. "I'm so sorry, dear Shahrazad," Marie-Joseph said. "I've never seen fireworks. Not like this. I had no idea. It's all right. It isn't war. It isn't the guns and the mortars. You needn't fight. You needn't be afraid. The men of land do this for play." Laboring up onto the platform, Shahrazad lay in Marie-Joseph's arms, reassured and comforted. Her body shone as if lit from within. Marie-Joseph stroked her long, coarse, glowing hair, combing out all the tangles, except the knotted lock of her dead friend's hair. She did not untangle the remembrance knot, but she stroked it thoughtfully. Light covered her hands. "Shahrazad," Marie-Joseph said, "where did your friend get the ruby ring?" Chapter 23. Sunday morning, when the king walked to Mass with his family, Marie-Joseph plunged through the crowd of petitioners and flung herself at his feet. She said nothing, but held a letter out to him in both hands. She feared he would not take it. She dared to look at him. He gazed at her, impassive, showing neither annoyance at her presence nor satisfaction at her submission. He took the letter. Lucien felt ridiculous, standing in the marble courtyard with red and white ribbons sewn to his hunting coat and breeches, and falling around his feet. If it were spring, he thought, I could play the maypole.
"More ribbons, Monsieur de Chrétien,"
His Majesty said.
"Your horse must be accustomed to the motion."
Louis wore a coat similarly decorated. "My horse is accustomed to the chaos of war, Your Majesty," Lucien said. "Zélie won't jibe at a few fancy banners." Zélie stood by the courtyard stairs, tied by nothing more than her reins dropped to the ground, as the king's carousel team galloped their mounts across the Place d'Armes, ribbons flapping from their wrists and shoulders and knees. The spotted Chinese horses bucked and squealed when the ribbons blew around their flanks. Their eyes showed white with fear or excitement. Nearby, the king's master of horse tried to calm His Majesty's snorting mount. It wanted to join its stablemates in playing at fear.
"More ribbons,"
His Majesty said. The royal tailor tacked more ribbons to Lucien's good velvet hunting coat. His Majesty handed Lucien a folded piece of paper. Lucien opened Marie-Joseph's letter. He knew what it said. He had recommended its simplicity. Your Majesty, Shahrazad offers you her ransom, a great treasure ship.
"Explain this, if you please, Monsieur de Chrétien,"
said the king.
"The sea people play among the wrecks, Your Majesty,"
Lucien replied.
"They use gold pieces and jewels as decoration, as toys for their children who dandle pearl necklaces and drop them as they swim, for they can always find more."
"Mademoiselle de Croix says this to save the life of the sea monster. Enough ribbons."
The tailor backed away, bowing.
"Yes, but I believe it's true."
"And do you believe the sea monster's stories as well?"
"I believe Mademoiselle de Croix accurately describes what the sea-woman sings to her."
"There's no proof."
Lucien drew Shahrazad's ruby ring from his pocket and offered it to His Majesty. He had taken the ring from the retrieved coffin of the dead sea monster.
"Shahrazad carried this when she was captured."
"How do I know this?"
"Because I say it's true,"
Lucien said, in a tone he had never before used to the king. He bowed stiffly.
"May I withdraw, Your Majesty?"
"Certainly not. The team misses you in the pattens."
Lucien left the marble courtyard and spoke to Zélie. She bowed for him to mount. The Arabian strode across the cobblestones of the minister's courtyard, trotted onto the hard-packed dirt of the Place d'Armes, and cantered into position in His Majesty's carousel team. The ribbons waved wildly behind Lucien, their ends chattering in the wind of his speed. His Majesty rode out, his horse prancing nervously, his ribbons flowing and bouncing in time with the curls of his copper-colored peruke. He took his place in the center. Shoulder to shoulder, His Majesty's team crossed the Place d'Armes at a dignified walk. The line split, the horses wheeling past each other, 16 to one side, 16 to the other, at the trot. His Majesty led the first line, the Duc de Bourgogne led the second, mirroring the pattern of the first. The two lines split into four, the new lines led by Anjou and Berry on their spotted ponies, in a double mirror image. At the canter, the four lines formed an intricate drill. From the four quarters of the Place d'Armes, the four lines of horses turned inward, leapt to the gallop, and ran headlong toward each other. In the center of the place, the horses passed head to tail, close enough to touch, racing through a dangerous crosshatch at top speed. The four lines interlaced into two, the two lines faced each other. The riders bowed, Bourgogne to His Majesty, Berry to Anjou. Lucien's counterpart was Berwick. They saluted stiffly. The two lines wheeled again, melded again, and came to a halt shoulder to shoulder facing the king.
"Excellently done."
His Majesty accepted their salutes. Provoked as he was by the king's questioning his candor, Lucien still found His Majesty's presence moving. His Majesty wheeled his tall spotted horse and led his team from the field. The other riders jogged toward the stables, but His Majesty turned aside.
"Attend me, Monsieur de Chrétien,"
he said. Lucien followed the king through the gardens and down the slope toward the fountain of Apollo. He drew his dirk from his belt and used its point to sever the threads holding the ribbons to his coat, wherever he could reach. Beneath the tent, the sea-woman's mournful singing filled the hot, humid air. Father Delacroix waited in his laboratory, paler and more ascetic than ever. Mademoiselle Delacroix conversed in whispers of melody with the sea-woman. Servants set down a carved wooden frame and settled the painted globe of the world within it.
"Dismiss them, Monsieur de Chrétien,"
His Majesty said,
"and fetch Mademoiselle Delacroix."
Shahrazad growled and muttered and submerged herself in the murk. Marie-Joseph recognized Lucien's footsteps on the planks behind her. "He can no longer appear as if by magic," she said to herself. "I always know when he's near."
"His Majesty will see you."
"Thank you," Marie-Joseph said. "I'm so grateful."
"No more gratitude," Lucien said. "This concerns us both."
Marie-Joseph gave Shahrazad one last encouraging caress, rolled up the damp, crumpled sea chart, and followed Lucien to the laboratory. The wet hems of her gown and petticoats slapped her ankles. She'd dressed carefully in the grand habit that bared her shoulders and revealed a décolletage she thought dangerously daring, though her gown was modest compared to what the princesses wore. The king raised her from her curtsy. He was alone with brother, sister, and Lucien. Marie-Joseph faced him, looking him almost straight in the eye. She thought with a shock, "He isn't so much taller than I. I thought him as tall as Lorraine, taller, but it was an illusion of his high shoes and his wig, an effect of his power."
"My relentless Mademoiselle Delacroix,"
His Majesty said.
"Explain yourself."
Red and white ribbons, like those on the back of Lucien's coat, covered his coat and breeches. Marie-Joseph spread the chart on the laboratory table. Shahrazad had puzzled over it, unable to comprehend the purpose of a drawing that was, in her view, horribly and dangerously inaccurate. "What is the point?" she had asked, when Marie-Joseph finally succeeded in explaining it to her. "Of showing only the edge of the sea." The sea-woman sang. The long underwater slopes and sea cliffs and treacherous rocks formed in Marie-Joseph's vision a ghostly presence around her brother and Count Lucien and the king. "Here," Marie-Joseph traced a spot on the chart, pointing out a group of jagged rocks in a cove near Le Havre. "A galleon sank here. The rocks hold it, and its treasure spills out."
"Your Majesty's flagship could reach the wreck in a few hours,"
Lucien said.
"Monsieur de Chrétien,"
His Majesty said, his impassive voice warming with a hint of humor and fondness.
"you will not even sail on the Grand Canal. Who are you to give anyone advice about navigation?"
"I beg your pardon, Your Majesty."
"However, you're right. If the treasure exists, has the creature played here, so close to shore?"
She knows it from a story her family tells. Marie-Joseph hesitated, then plunged ahead. The sea folk like to tell stories of ships that almost reached land.
How long ago?
I don't know, your majesty. Shahzad's grandaunts visited it.
2 generations! The wreck will be dispersed, the treasure lost.
It's a small risk, a small investment, your majesty,
Lucien said.
The sea woman's life gives you treasure. Her death gives you a morsel of meat.
That morsel represents a feast as great as any of Charlemagne's,
His Majesty said.
And the chance of immortality.
Your Majesty, I beg you to believe me. It's a myth, Marie-Joseph said. Shahzad cannot give you immortality. His Majesty turned to Yves.
You are silent, Father Delacroix.
Yes, your Majesty. Marie-Joseph willed her brother to say what he must know, that Shahzad could not convey immortality upon anyone, even Louis le Grand or Pope Innocent.
I wish you to speak, Father Delacroix.
Yves' silence stretched on. He did not meet Marie-Joseph's gaze. He took a long, weary breath. Your Majesty, I have no proof one way or the other. I cannot gather evidence without killing the sea monster, or capturing more of the creatures, if any still live. Dear brother, Marie-Joseph said in despair, no matter what you do not know, you do know Shahzad is human.
Sire,
Lucien said,
you may always take the sea woman's life.
Are you asking me to spare it?
I'm offering my counsel, which in the past your Majesty has condescended to request.
Monsieur Boursin begs for time to prepare the monster's flesh. I shall give him 1 day, though he will spoil my peace with complaints. You may have until midnight of Carousel, midnight tomorrow, to find the treasure.
And if Shahzad finds it, you'll spare her life? His Majesty offered no conciliation.
I will see.
Marie-Joseph hurried to the fountain of Apollo and Shahzad. The sea-woman swam slowly to her, drifting without energy. Needing comfort herself, Marie-Joseph comforted Shahzad. Count Lucien has sent his fastest racehorse with His Majesty's orders, she said. The ship will sail, it will find your treasure, and you'll be free. Shahzad leaned against Marie-Joseph's knee. At home, she sang to Marie-Joseph, we could shout our wishes into the sea, everyone would hear. But if you shout into the wind, your voice disappears. Marie-Joseph laughed sadly. Oh, you have the truth of it, sister. Swim with me, Shahzad sang. I'm dying, friend. I need the touch of other people to sustain me. I cannot, Marie-Joseph whispered. I'm so sorry, dear Shahzad, it's impossible. The musketeers opened the tent and allowed the visitors to enter. They clustered around the cage, calling to Shahzad, whistling, stretching their hands through the bars to attract her attention. A footman brought His Majesty's portrait and settled it in his armchair. We must tell another story, Marie-Joseph said to Shahzad. A cheerful story, please, Shahzad. Lorraine, Chartres, and the Duke of Berwick strolled in. They sat in the front row, bowing with exaggerated courtesy to His Majesty's picture. Marie-Joseph pretended they were not there, even when they whispered together, laughed, and insulted her with significant glances. If they come 1 step toward me, she thought, I'll slam the cage door in their faces. We've come for a story, Mademoiselle Delacroix, Chartres exclaimed. Marie-Joseph ignored him, a dangerous discourtesy. She stretched her hand to Shahzad, who enclosed her fingers with the silk-soft swimming webs, then broke away and swam across the pool at a hazardous speed. She leaped, soaring out of the water, arcing over Triton's trumpet. Shahzad, stop! Be careful! Lorraine laughed. Make her do it again. No! Marie-Joseph cried, too distressed, too furious to pretend Lorraine did not exist. She hasn't enough room in this tiny cage. His Majesty gives the sea monster more space than he gives his courtiers. Shahzad swam back to her, leaping again, coming down perilously close to the platform. Her gold eyes shone with wild rage and desperation. Brava! Cried Lorraine. If you please, Mademoiselle Delacroix, Chartres said, give us our story. Shahzad swam across the pool, turned at the last instant, and swam across again.
The prison tormented her. She dove to the inlet and struggled with the grating. It never moved. The fountain contained nothing she could use as a tool or a pry, for the bits of metal littering its bottom were all soft and useless, the gray metal and the sun-colored metal alike, bent in her hands. Marie-Joseph called to her. Shahrazad ignored her. She swam back and forth as fast and as hard as she could in the small space, not nearly as fast as she could swim in the open ocean. She keened and cried into the murky water. A fish swam past. She snatched it and ripped it to bits. Scales flickered and floated away. She leaped. With her powerful legs she propelled her body entirely out of the water. She let herself fall with a great splash. Waves washed over the steps and gushed above the stone rim, soaking Marie-Joseph's feet. Marie-Joseph drew back with a cry of dismay. Shahrazad could not understand why she never wanted to keep her feet wet. Beyond the bars of the cage, the land people in their strange, chaotic coverings gathered to listen to her. Most stood. Shahrazad wondered how they could bear the pain of standing, but a few sat. Marie-Joseph had tried to explain why this was. She had begged Shahrazad to lower her eyes when the toothless man looked at her. Shahrazad found no reason to do so. The toothless man's picture sat in his place today. The people of land made pictures with colors on surfaces, poor flat representations of their subjects. They should get someone to sing the image of absent guests. Shahrazad leaped again. The land people exclaimed and slapped their hands together. She leaped again, and again they covered her with a wave of meaningless noise. Meaningless to her, but significant to them, their way of showing interest or approval. The small man came into the tent. Shahrazad snarled and dived. She no longer hoped to trust him. He had smeared that nasty black stuff on Marie-Joseph's arm. Did he want to kill her? She would claw him if she got the chance for trying to hurt Marie-Joseph. She wished she could warn her friend, but she would have to explain how Marie-Joseph came to be healed. She did not dare. All the land people suddenly stood up. The man in white with the gold cross came into the tent. All the land people bowed until he sat beside the picture of the toothless one. Marie-Joseph ran out and knelt and kissed his hand. The action puzzled Shahrazad, for the man in white responded to the kiss without pleasure, and Marie-Joseph gained no pleasure from kissing him. Marie-Joseph returned to the fountain and sang, begging Shahrazad to tell a story. Shahrazad leaped again, testing the reaction of the land people. She landed dangerously near the rim of the fountain, splashing hard. The land people made a considerable noise. Shahrazad swam to the steps and clambered over the sharp corners to lie on the rim beside Marie-Joseph. "Dear Shahrazad, you frighten me so when you leap like that." Shahrazad turned her attention to the man in white. Now and again she found some kindness in his face, though he wore the gold cross that terrified Shahrazad's heart. Can I draw him to my cause, Shahrazad wondered, or is his attachment to murdering us too strong? Marie-Joseph spoke like a child, for her untrained voice produced single notes. Shahrazad replied with a trill of harmonies, fixed her gaze upon the Pope, and began. She sang of her kind's first encounter with the Golden Cross. The people of the sea gained some respite by fleeing, by choosing birth islands far out in the middle of the ocean, by removing themselves to great mats of seaweed too dense for ships to traverse. They did not move their mating place. Its indigo depths lay between treacherous shallows. All the families gathered there on a single day each year, then dispersed again. Surely the men of land could not find them. One year, a great storm preceded Midsummer's Day. The sea people gloried in it, riding the immense waves, diving through the spume, submerging, when the weather became too violent, to drift into lethargy and sleep. When the storm broke, the sea people rose to the surface and swam in the bright hot sun. Leaving the adolescents in charge of the children, the adults gathered for their mating. Marie-Joseph stopped singing, stopped speaking. Shahrazad gripped her wrist, pricking her with her sharp claws, snarling in disgust at her cowardice. "Tell them," she said. "You must tell them. How will they know we are people if they don't believe we feel joy?" The mating haze crept over them. They crowded together, swimming in a contracting circle. They created a great whirlpool with their delight. They swam against each other, sliding and touching, arousing themselves, arousing each other, losing themselves in their fantasy. Marie-Joseph faced the Pope squarely and spoke as Shahrazad sang.
In the midst of the haze, a lost ship staggered toward the mating orgy, its sails tattered from the storm. Among the rips and tears of the galleon's mainsail, painted in sunlight, a cross burned. The men of land spied the people of the sea in their mating haze. The ship pitched toward the gathering. The men of land were jealous of the sea people's pleasure, rapturous and terrified at their discovery of such a mass of demons. Their ship plunged into the orgy through clusters of joyous sea people unaware of the ship's presence. The ship crushed sea people who did not even try to escape. The sailors flung casks over the side, screaming, "Demons! Demons!" The casks exploded, blowing splinters, nails, fragments of chain across the waves. The sea folk came to themselves as their pleasure turned to agony, and their blood swirled in the water. The whirlpool cut by the ship vanished into the depths. Panicked youths saw their families die before them as they held the terrified, crying babies. The Pope stared stonily at Scheherazade. No kindness came into his face. He showed no more pity than the priest who stood in the lost ship's stern, holding up a cross of the sunlight metal, proclaiming his responsibility for the devastation of wounded and dying sea folk. "I am the hammer of demons, the scourge of Lucifer," Marie-Joseph sang. The Pope rose. Scheherazade loosed Marie-Joseph's wrist. Marie-Joseph clutched the bars of the cage to steady herself. The spectators burst into applause at the pathos and tragedy of the story. "I didn't make it up," Marie-Joseph whispered. "How could I make it up?" "I must have the creature in my keeping," the Pope said. Chapter 24. The gold sunbursts, the gilded candle-stands covered with fresh flowers, the scent of orange blossoms and heavy perfume, the elaborate hangings and the exquisite paintings oppressed Marie-Joseph. Following Madame and Lotta, she hesitated at the entryway of Apollo's salon. The press of courtiers forced her into the room, and the crowd held her immobile. The usher knocked his staff against the floor. "His Majesty the King!" All the men removed their flamboyant hats. The courtiers made way for their monarch. Marie-Joseph remained with Madame and Lotta, too close to the front of the crowd and too much in public view to have any chance of creeping out, of fleeing to Scheherazade. Sheherazade's voice whispered to her, but she could not tell if she heard it truly or only imagined it in the crush and noise and smell and heat. "This must be the first time I've been too warm at Versailles," she thought. She peeked over Lotta's shoulder. In all other directions the fanciful headdresses of the women and the high leonine periwigs of the men blocked her view. Everyone bowed. Before she dropped into a curtsy, Marie-Joseph caught a glimpse of the king. He had replaced his copper peruke with one of bright blonde. The shining curls contrasted elegantly with his Majesty's dark blue eyes. White plumes cascaded from his hat. Gold embroidery and rubies covered the flame-colored velvet of his coat. He wore old-fashioned red satin petticoat breeches and shoes with diamond buckles and high scarlet heels. "He's a young man again," Madame whispered into Lotta's ear, "exactly as he was when he was young." Her voice quavered. "So brilliant, so fair." Her eyes filled with tears. Emotion nearly overcame Madame, who made unremitting fun of court ladies because they acted younger than their age, who made unremitting fun of herself for never bothering to fight the changes of growing older. The portly Duchess wrapped her hand around Lotta's arm. At Lotta's glance, Marie-Joseph moved up beside Madame. She slipped her hand beneath Madame's elbow to support her. "Let us take you to your room, Mamma," Lotta said. "No," Madame whispered. "The king would not like us to leave." She straightened up, trembling, maintaining the illusion of her usual stolid self. His Majesty mounted his throne. His sons and grandsons took their proper positions. "His Holiness Pope Innocent of Rome!" Innocent entered the room, in shining white, surrounded by his cardinals. Yves followed, bearing an elaborate monstrance of silver and crystal. The monstrance carried within its sculpted starburst its holy burden of the body of Christ. Yves placed the monstrance before Louis's throne. The crystal windows magnified the host. "We welcome the consummation of our treaty," Innocent said.
"As do I, cousin,"
Louis said. The usher thumped the floor again.
His Majesty James of England and Her Majesty Queen Mary." James entered, Mary of Modena on his arm. They wore white velvet covered all over with pearls, gifts of His Majesty. Marie-Joseph clapped her hand over her mouth to keep from laughing aloud at the Queen's fantastical headdress. She detected the hand of Halid, and she thought, "I must find a way to return my sister to her home, or Queen Mary will surely kidnap her off to the cold island of England."
"Cousin," James said, hardly lisping at all, "I've caused a gift to be made for you."
The Queen's half-starved little Irish slaves hurried in, struggling under the weight of an enormous picture frame of carven gilded wood. White silk covered the painting. Louis leaned forward eagerly, caught himself, and sat back at his ease, making it appear that he had only shifted his position on his throne. He loved the paintings of the great masters. Among his most prized possessions were paintings by Titian, gifts from Italy. If James had brought him another, it was purchased with Louis's own money, but no matter. James whipped the white silk away and revealed a larger-than-life image, a flattering image, of James himself, in ermine robe and the crown jewels of England.
"So we shall always be near,"
James said. "Allied in the campaign against the heretics," Mary said. His Majesty nodded his appreciation to James, to Mary. The young slaves lugged the painting aside and held it upright where it could watch the proceedings. James placed himself where he could see the portrait.
"His Majesty the Shah of Persia."
What a conundrum this must be for the introducer of ambassadors, Marie-Joseph thought. How can he know what rules to follow, what precedents to set? Perhaps His Majesty made up new rules for this concentration of royalty. Resplendent in gold robes of Eastern design and a tiered golden crown, the Shah strode into the throne-room. He touched his forehead, his heart. Louis nodded courteously. The Shah's viziers and attendants followed in silk robes and white turbans, the servants carrying rolled-up carpets. They laid magnificent Persian rugs out before His Majesty. One after another, one on top of another, 50 of them, each more intricate, more magnificent, larger than the rest, till the pile stood waist-high. The topmost carpet covered the others, its corners and sides draping to the floor as if it were risen from the ground, a magic carpet from the stories of Scheherazade. The Shah spoke, his vizier translated.
"A token of our esteem and love for our ally, Louis the Great, King of Christendom."
The usher rapped his staff. "The Prince of Nippon!" The prince was a small and elegant man with straight black hair, intricately arranged and lacquered. A dozen men in lacquered red armor accompanied him. He wore layers of silken kimono in autumn colors and patterns, very full white trousers, and a pair of curved swords. While the clothing of the French courtiers emphasized and increased their height, the robes of the prince widened his shoulders and his body.
"I bring greetings from Shogun Tsunayoshi in the name of Higashiyama Tennu, the Emperor, the greatest monarch of the East, as you are the greatest monarch of the West."
His attendants carried chests of black and red lacquer, painted with golden dragons. The chests contained 50 bolts of patterned silk, 50 kimono of exquisite color and pattern, and 50 jade figurines on silken cords, each jade creature so lifelike that the puppy might leap from the prince's hand and scamper around the floor. The frog might croak and leap into the reflecting pond. Jade curves interconnected and intertwined. It was impossible to imagine how anyone had carved them. Finally, the prince took from beneath his outer robe a long, narrow box of red lacquer, utterly plain.
"The greatest treasure, from our finest artist."
He knelt and placed the box on a small lacquer table carried in by 2 of his attendants. Reverently he drew out a scroll and unrolled it. The backing and border were of fine silk with a subtle pattern, but the scroll was nothing more than white paper, marked with 3 scribbles of black ink. The prince held the scroll as if it were a relic or the original parchment of Scripture. The courtiers whispered. Madame said to Lotte,
"Why, when the Siamese came, even their gifts were better than that one."
His Majesty nodded to the prince without giving any hint that he might be disappointed or insulted.
"Our allies, the war chiefs of the Huron."
2 wild Americans walked in, an elder and a younger man, side by side, wearing beaded deerskin, massive steel knives, and hats from Paris. They did not remove their hats, and no one corrected them. They never bowed, they never smiled, though Marie-Joseph fancied she saw the younger man's lips twitch with laughter. Lines of pain and age marked the older man's face, for he had lived through the destruction of his village, his family, his people. The remnants of his band were the allies of the French in the same way as James and his court in exile. 2 servants carried a birch-bark canoe to the king and placed it at his feet. The younger Huron unrolled a shirt of fringed white deerskin sewn with porcupine quills in striking geometric patterns. His Majesty smiled.
"You sent me beaded swaddling clothes when I was a child. It's fitting that you give me a beaded shirt now that I'm an old man."
The older chief unwrapped a smaller leather parcel and brought out a pipe decorated with long golden-brown white-tipped feathers.
"We bring the peace pipe," the younger chief said in perfect French, "to celebrate our alliance."
They laid the gifts at his Majesty's feet.
"Her Highness the Queen of Nubia."
The Queen of Nubia, her skin and hair and eyes the color of ebony, was the most beautiful woman Marie-Joseph had ever seen. 1,000,000 tiny beads of gold and lapis lazuli formed her headdress, clinking together in soft music. Her pleated linen robe was fine and sheer as silk, translucent, outlining and revealing her body. Only her wide gold necklace and girdle preserved her modesty, covering her breasts and her sex. She entered the throne room reclining on a litter carried by 8 large dark men, followed by 4 young women, almost as beautiful as she, waving fans. 4 more of her attendants led her gift into the throne room. The courtiers murmured in surprise, for they had never known horses to climb the stairs of the chateau, nor ever seen such strange striped horses as these, harnessed 4 abreast to a hunting chariot. Scenes of oryx and cheetah glowed in the colors of precious stones on its golden sides. Hands full of carnelian, turquoise, and lapis had been crushed to give the colors their unearthly intensities. Snarls reverberated through the room. Marie-Joseph caught her breath, certain that Scheherazade had shrieked so loudly everyone could hear her. Then the courtiers near the door gasped and shouted and surged backwards. 6 cheetahs stalked across the floor, their claws clicking and scratching on the parquet, their spotted gold coats more striking than any metal. Each wore a collar paved with a different precious stone, fastened to 2 leashes, for 2 huntsmen held each beast. Everyone drew back except Madame, and by necessity Marie-Joseph and Lotte, for Madame was fascinated by the creatures.
"Your prowess at the hunt is renowned," the Queen said. "I bring you a hunting chariot, and the greatest chasers in the world, cheetahs from the plains of my homeland."
"Your gift is as extraordinary as your beauty, great Queen,"
His Majesty said. The treaty ceremony began. Marie-Joseph glanced down. Count Lucien slipped into place beside her.
"The ship has sailed," he said softly. "Do not hope too much."
"I have no other choice but hope," Marie-Joseph said. Under cover of the reading of the treaty between Louis and Innocent, a long drone of Latin, she whispered, "Count Lucien, why did you come to my defense, to Sheherazade's defense?"
"You have the truth of the matter. Butchering a sea-monster cannot benefit His Majesty. Ransoming a sea-woman can."
"Is that your only reason?" Without replying, Lucien turned away to watch his sovereign resign some of his authority to the Church of Rome. Marie-Joseph rode Zachi along the path beside the green carpet. Visitors picnicked on the grass. His Majesty's courtiers had deserted the gardens to prepare themselves for carousel. Hidden quartets filled the air with music. The pumps shrieked and groaned, a background to the cheerful tunes, to the rain of the fountains. A heavy wagon rumbled into the music and the beauty, and stopped beside the fountain of Apollo. A half-dozen men jumped out carrying staffs. The Chevalier de Lorraine dismounted from his tall horse and led the way into the tent. Marie-Joseph urged Zachi into a run. At the tent she dropped her drawing-box, scrambled down, and left Zachi standing. "Sir, stop! In His Majesty's name!" Lorraine turned back from Yves' laboratory.
"Where's the key to the cage, if you please, Mademoiselle Delacroix?"
It isn't time, it's only noon. His Majesty promised—
Calm yourself. His Majesty orders the sea monster to perform for his guests.
He rattled the bars of the cage.
Leap, sea monster.
No! Shahrazad leaped high, splashing down dangerously close to the edge of the fountain. She can't leap properly. There isn't room. As you see, you needn't prod her. She stood between the men and the cage, trying to think of a protest that would stop them.
His Majesty commands her to perform her acrobatics in the Grand Canal.
Though Shahrazad would welcome the change, Marie-Joseph could not quiet her suspicions. Why do you supervise the change instead of Count Lucien?
Perhaps Monsieur de Chrétien has more important duties, or perhaps he's lost His Majesty's favor.
Why didn't you call for me to explain to Shahrazad? She gestured toward the armed men. You didn't need to—
I suggested it, of course, Lorraine said, as a gift for you. I never called for you because you flee on the fastest horse in the kingdom when I try to speak to you.
I have good reason.
Shall I tell His Majesty that his sea monster refuses his commands?
No, Marie-Joseph said. But put away the staves. If you don't frighten her, she might agree to lie quiet in the sling. She unlocked the cage and ran to Shahrazad, who hovered nervously, whistling and humming questions. Marie-Joseph explained what would happen. The men lowered the sling into the water. Shahrazad circled it nervously, fearfully. She still carried on her body the marks of the net that had captured her. Please trust me, dear Shahrazad, Marie-Joseph said. The Grand Canal is so much bigger, so much cleaner. Shahrazad touched the sling. As she hesitantly swam into it, Marie-Joseph thought, She trusts me, but by what measure should I trust Monsieur de Lorraine? This may be a ploy to take her to Monsieur Boursin. But if they wished to kill her, they would spear her or shoot her as she swam. Marie-Joseph had no choice. She urged Shahrazad into the sling. Otherwise the men would beat her and net her. Her heart pounding with trepidation, Marie-Joseph walked beside Shahrazad, holding her hand. Unrestrained, Shahrazad fidgeted and sang in anticipation. If Lorraine betrayed her, nothing would stop her from defending herself. Monsieur Boursin ran, ungainly, down the green carpet.
"Oh, excellent, excellent!" he cried. "May I butcher it now? Follow me quickly."
"No!" Marie-Joseph cried. "She has until midnight." She turned on Lorraine in a fury. Shahrazad screamed. Her claws ripped the sling with a high, harsh tear. "You lied!"
"I didn't. Calm yourself, mademoiselle."
Lorraine stopped Boursin with a gesture.
"Stand back, sir."
"Be easy, Shahrazad. Everything will be all right." The sea-woman calmed to a tremble beneath Marie-Joseph's hands. Marie-Joseph reproached herself for her suspicion. Boursin followed frantically.
"You going to loose it? What possesses you?"
"It's the king's wish," Marie-Joseph said. "He's promised Shahrazad her life. Find something else to cook."
"His Majesty promised me 1,000 louis," Monsieur Boursin said, "if my presentation surpasses Charlemagne's banquet."
Shahrazad promised him more, for her freedom.
"Perhaps His Majesty wants both," Monsieur Boursin said, "treasure and meat."
Frightened by Shahrazad's agitation, the workmen hurried the short distance to the Grand Canal and lowered the ruined sling to its bank. Shahrazad cried out and struggled and splashed gracelessly into the water.
"It will run itself down," Boursin said. "It will be lean and stringy. If the banquet isn't perfect, I'll kill myself."
"Leap, sea monster!"
Lorraine shouted. Shahrazad flicked her tails, splashing water over Lorraine's polished boots. She dove and disappeared.
"It had better not bruise its flesh," Boursin said.
"Go away," Lorraine said to Boursin.
"It may bruise itself all at once, but it had better not climb out."
"She has nowhere to go," Marie-Joseph said. "She cannot walk, she can only swim." Marie-Joseph leaned over the canal, searching for Shahrazad. Monsieur Boursin searched with her, but an angry glare from Lorraine sent him backing away.
"Midnight," he said. "At midnight you must be here to deliver the creature to me."
"Not till after midnight."
"At 1 minute past."
Boursin clambered on board the wagon with the workmen and the slings and nets and staves. He drove away, leaving Marie-Joseph alone with Lorraine.
"Does it comfort you?"
Lorraine asked, smiling his charming smile.
"Are you grateful for this one last taste of freedom for your pet?"
Marie-Joseph snatched her hand furiously from his touch. "You're beneath contempt. My friend is in deadly peril, and you You—" He laughed, nonchalant in the face of her fury.
"You shouldn't provoke me, mademoiselle. Some day you might find me your only ally."
He swung up on his horse and cantered away. The surface of the Grand Canal lay flat and still. Shahrazad luxuriated in the flow of clean cold water, in the space around her. She did not even mind the tastelessness of fresh water, after so many days of living in filth. She hummed and whistled, listening to the shape of her surroundings, all long sharp edges and regular curves, nothing growing but bits of algae and the broken stems of water plants struggling to reach the surface before being slashed away or uprooted. The keels of small boats projected through the surface into Shahrazad's domain. She swam into the faint, confused current, looking for the underwater river. Zaki whickered softly. Zélie galloped toward Marie-Joseph. The mare stopped, hooves scattering gravel. Count Lucien slid from her back. When he hurried, as now, he was awkward. No wonder he preferred to ride. No wonder he did not dance at the court of the Sun King that prized grace so highly. "Mademoiselle de la Croix," he showed her a tiny silver message capsule. "From the carrier pigeons." "They found the treasure ship?" "The location, the ship not yet." "Don't tell Shahrazad," Marie-Joseph said. "Very well." Shahrazad whispered to her. "Why is she out of her cage?" "His Majesty—" Lorraine said His Majesty ordered her to the Grand Canal so she could leap for his guests. Count Lucien said nothing. Marie-Joseph said nothing. Count Lucien walked away, no longer hurrying, leaning, Marie-Joseph thought, more heavily than usual on his sword cane. She wanted to call him back. She wanted to reassure him. His Majesty had conceived a whim, and Lorraine happened to be nearby to carry it out. Whatever she wished, it was not her place to claim such intimacy with Count Lucien. She had already declined his terms. She knelt on the bank and adopted a cheerful demeanor. When Shahrazad surfaced before her, Marie-Joseph bent to kiss her forehead. Shahrazad's skin felt strange, cooler and rougher than normal. One of her claws was broken, and an ugly ulcer disfigured the curve of her shoulder. Her hair was tangled and dull, but her eyes gleamed wild. "Dear Shahrazad, what happened? What's wrong?" In Shahrazad's song the sea-woman fought her way past the iron gratings and out of the canal, swam along an underwater stream, and gained her freedom in the sea. "Oh, my sweet, did you believe the Grand Canal is a river? It isn't. It only connects to the aqueduct. Don't despair. The ship will find the treasure. His Majesty will keep his promise." Marie-Joseph touched the inflamed skin around the ulcer. "How did this happen?" Shahrazad flinched and snarled, complaining of the filth in the fountain. "Count Lucien!" She hoped to stop him before he rode away, but he had not mounted Zélie. The two horses, unbridled, cropped the manicured grass beside the Queen's Boulevard. Count Lucien came away from the horses carrying saddlebags and a rolled-up rug. "May Shahrazad beg the use of your salve?" Marie-Joseph asked. "She's hurt herself." Shahrazad's snarl refused Sieur de Bat's salve. "It saved my life. No, now don't lick the wound. You'll only make it worse." "I have none," Lucien said. "I've sent to Brittany to my father for more." He unrolled the red Persian rug onto the grass. "Sea woman, may I look at your injury?" Shahrazad slipped from Marie-Joseph's grasp and hovered just out of reach. "My charm eludes her," Lucien said. "She's frightened. She's in despair. She tempted them, Count Lucien. She lured them into releasing her here. She planned an escape. How I wish she'd succeeded." "You wouldn't like to witness His Majesty's wrath if she escaped." "I don't care." "You should." Lucien sat on the rug, his legs straight out in front of him. He pulled off his gloves. The tendons and muscles of his hands moved and flexed. His fingernails were perfectly manicured. He opened his saddlebag and drew out a bottle of wine and 2 silver goblets. "Marie-Joseph," he said, intent, "His Majesty's power is absolute. It overcomes any impediment to his will." "What could he do?" she exclaimed. Lucien jammed a bottle screw into the cork and twisted it hard. "He could bleed you again. He could accuse you of witchcraft. A word to Monsieur Bontemps sends you to the Bastille." Lucien jerked out the cork and filled the goblets. "He could give you to the Inquisitors." "He wouldn't."
or he could banish you to a convent.
Please don't.
As he's banished lovers.
He handed her a goblet. Are you trying to frighten me?
Yes.
For my own good, as my brother restricts me, and Dr. Fagon bleeds me, and Laurent persecutes me?
You've said you love truth. The truth is you oppose his majesty at great peril. Would you rather I lied?
Marie-Joseph drank, too unhappy to savor the wine. Everyone she thought she could trust had lied to her, except Count Lucien. I could not bear it if you did, she said.
I swore I'd never put you in danger. Lucien said, lies are dangerous.
He took bread and cheese and meat pastries and fruit from the saddlebag.
But we've had enough difficult truths. Let's play at being carefree peasants. No intrigue, no etiquette, no court.
No money, no food, no shelter, Marie-Joseph said.
Another difficult truth,
Lucien said.
We'll play at being courtiers on a picnic.
He drank a long draught of his wine and refilled their glasses. He reached into his pocket, drew out a heavy folded piece of parchment, and handed it to Marie-Joseph. She unfolded it and read it, and glanced at him with gratitude.
Sir, I'm so grateful.
It was but a moment's effort, he said. The decree of manumission for your sister means nothing if your brother withholds his signature.
He will give it, she said.
When Shehrazad decided she was in no danger of having Monsieur de Batze's salve inflicted upon her, she swam closer, asking curious questions.
Would you like to try our food?
Marie-Joseph offered Shehrazad a piece of bread. Shehrazad tasted it and spat it out, pronouncing it fit for fish food. She liked cheese even less, rejecting it even for fish. Marie-Joseph handed the sea-woman her goblet. Shehrazad sniffed. She thrust her mouth and chin into the goblet and upended it, drinking as the red wine spilled out over her throat and her breasts like blood.
"Do show her how to drink it, Mademoiselle Delacroix," Count Lucien said. "This is excellent wine. I don't mind if she guzzles it, but I wouldn't have it wasted."
Shehrazad did better on her second attempt, draining the goblet and demanding more. "No, it's your first time," Marie-Joseph said. "It'll make you silly if you aren't careful." "All right, just a little." She and Shehrazad shared a goblet of wine. Shehrazad sang, comparing the effect of drinking wine to those of eating a certain luminescent creature from the deep, deep sea. Shehrazad leaned on the bank of the canal, humming and whistling softly. She took Marie-Joseph's hand and pressed it against her cheek, against her lips. She pushed the sleeve away from the lancet wound. The cut had nearly healed, and the inflammation had disappeared. "Do you see, Count Lucien cured it." Shehrazad snorted, slid into the water, and swam away. Sunlight gilded her. A little drunk herself, Marie-Joseph lay back on the rug, supported on her elbows. The tent stood over the fountain of Apollo, its sides open to the breeze. Within the cage of Shehrazad's late prison, Apollo and his chariot drove widdershins. Marie-Joseph scowled at the statue.
"Why do you frown?" Count Lucien chided her gently. "I planned a moment to ease your worries."
"Apollo is driving the wrong way." She drew a path across the sky from sunrise to sunset. "He should follow the sun, not oppose it."
"He faces the king," Count Lucien said.
"The world follows rules that have nothing to do with kings." Marie-Joseph picked up an apple and let it drop to the carpet, picked it up, dropped it again. "The laws of motion, the laws of optics, the motion of the planets, gravity, Monsieur Newton proved it. His Majesty might command this apple, defy nature's law, do not fall. He might command all he likes, nevertheless it would fall." Count Lucien watched her quizzically. "I'm investigating the nature of gravity," Marie-Joseph said haughtily, "as Monsieur Newton did." She took a bite of the apple. It crunched between her teeth, juicy and tart.
"If he's already done it," Count Lucien said, "can you not leave these dangerous questions to him?"
Marie-Joseph leaned toward him eagerly. "Monsieur Newton discovered what gravity does, but he himself admitted he doesn't know what it is. It would be wonderful, I think, to discover its nature. Is it a force? Is it the hand of God?" She spread her arms as wide as she could reach. "Monsieur Newton made his discoveries by studying the planets, the largest things we know. Perhaps one should look at the smallest things." She brought her hands close together. "Something causes the attraction. If distance attenuates it,
Might proximity concentrate it? Perhaps one could see it. If I had the use of Mynheer van Leeuwenhoek's microscope.
If it's there to be seen, Count Lucien said, why has Mynheer van Leeuwenhoek not seen it?
Because he wasn't looking for it. Suddenly shy, she had never confessed her ambition to anyone else. Marie-Joseph spread her hands, releasing everything she'd said. Pay no attention.
Have you no faith in my philosophical inclinations, Mademoiselle de la Croix?
Count Lucien said mildly.
Am I incapable of understanding your theories?
I don't yet understand them myself, sir. Marie-Joseph glanced away, chastened. They require time and work. I have far too little of the former and too much of the latter. Unwilling to say more about her unlikely dreams, Marie-Joseph rose and fetched her drawing-box from where it had fallen when she confronted the Chevalier. She searched beneath the remnants of her musical score for a fresh sheet of paper. The ripped pages fell onto the Persian rug. Marie-Joseph gathered them up.
"What is that?"
Count Lucien asked. His Majesty's cantata, my wretched composition.
It doesn't satisfy you?
I thought, thanks to Scheherazade, I had achieved something beyond my ability, she said. Now I don't know what to think. She offered him a page of the score. See for yourself. He waved it off.
I haven't the talent to imagine a piece from its written notes.
Monsieur Coupillet says I'm an amateur, a woman, and he says the piece is too long. In that he's quite right.
How does that make it wretched?
The melody soared in Marie-Joseph's mind, melding with the song Scheherazade sang from halfway down the Grand Canal. He hardly looked at it, she exclaimed. He said he wouldn't direct it. He said women cannot. And he demanded, and I refused.
His Majesty admired.
Is His Majesty any different from the others? Marie-Joseph cried. Does he want the music, or does he want my particular gratitude?
You've many reasons to be grateful to him.
Marie-Joseph bit back an angry response, an angry denial.
But has he demanded your particular gratitude?
He's been chivalry itself, Marie-Joseph said, embarrassed. What I said was unworthy of him.
Even his detractors.
Detractors of His Majesty in France? Marie-Joseph exclaimed. Nonplussed, Lucien fell silent. He chuckled.
Everyone agrees His Majesty possesses superlative judgment of music. If your piece is too long, shorten it. Ask the aid of young Master Scarlatti, who's too young yet to be concerned with any woman's particular gratitude.
You underestimate Master Demonico. I did show it to him. He admired it. When he plays it, it sounds... But Master Demonico plays celestial music for his finger practice. Marie-Joseph scribbled a note to Domenico, sent it away with a servant, then squared the pages of the score and returned them to her drawing-box. Thank you for your good advice, Count Lucien. I'm glad you don't reserve it for the king alone.
You may show me your gratitude.
Marie-Joseph looked up sharply.
By playing the composition for me,
Lucien said easily. Master Domenico's skill
is extraordinary. I admit it. I'd rather hear the music from your hands.
It is very long.
So much the better.
He poured more wine and looked out over the Grand Canal. They sat together in companionable silence and finished their picnic. Marie-Joseph sipped her wine and nibbled one last pastry. The servant, out of breath, returned with an answer to her note, a page bearing Domenico's brave attempt at courtly language in his scrawled, childish handwriting. Signorina Maria must not worry another single minute. I fancied she would wish me to play her composition because everything having His Majesty's glory as its end is marvelously exciting, and when the desire to please Signorina Maria is joined to it, what further aim could one have? Marie-Joseph showed the note to Count Lucien, folded it and slipped it into her bodice, amused by Domenico's response, and grateful for it. The sun was halfway through the sky.
I must go, Count Lucien said. I must prepare for carousel.
And I must attend Mademoiselle. Marie-Joseph picked up a stick of charcoal. But please sit still a moment. Let me draw your hands.
They are hardly my best feature, he said. I might at least have had dainty hands and feet.
Oh, your hands are beautiful." She sketched, but his rings distracted from the lines. She took his hand, amazed at her boldness. "I must be drunker than I thought," she said to herself, and removed one of his rings. The warmth of his fingers caressed her palm. He might as well have caressed her face, her breasts, for heat flushed across her cheeks and her throat. He submitted to her whim until she touched the sapphire ring set in gold, the one he always wore. "I never take it off," he said. "His Majesty gave it to me when I returned to court." "Very well," Marie-Joseph said, disappointed, for her will could never compete with the king's. She put his other rings back on his fingers. She closed the drawing-box on the music score and on the unfinished drawing of Count Lucien's hands. Chapter 25. A long line of open carriages drew up around the eastern end of the Grand Canal. His Majesty graciously hosted His Holiness. They rode alone in a carriage magnificently gilded, its sides and wheel spokes studded with diamonds. It occupied the central spot with the best view. The royal family and other visiting monarchs flanked the king's carriage. His Majesty's courtiers arranged themselves in the second row. Servants hurried among the fantastic carriages, offering wine and pastries, fruit and cheese. Marie-Joseph rode in Monsieur's carriage, squeezed between Madame and Mademoiselle, facing Monsieur and the Chevalier de Lorraine. She wished desperately that she were riding Zachi, her Afrit. She would gallop away to the pigeon loft and wait for news from the galleon. In the next coach with his wife, Madame Lucifer, Chartres lounged lazily, exchanging languorous glances with young ladies of the court. He ignored Mademoiselle d'Armagnac and her peacock feathers. Marie-Joseph supposed he had found another mistress. Chartres noticed Marie-Joseph's coldness no more than he responded to Mademoiselle d'Armagnac's wistful sighing. He had not even noticed, or if he had noticed he had not mentioned, that Marie-Joseph no longer visited his observatory. She never looked into his compound microscope. She never borrowed his beautiful slide rule. Marie-Joseph's coldness to Lorraine provoked him. With every jog of the carriage he moved his feet closer to hers until the soles of her shoes pressed back against the riser of the carriage seat. He rubbed his toe against her ankle. At the same time he whispered to Monsieur, and casually slipped his fingers beneath Monsieur's gold-embroidered coat to caress Monsieur's thigh. Madame left off admiring her new diamond bracelet. "Your feet are too big, Monsieur le Chevalier," Madame said. "Kindly give us a bit of room." She rapped his knee sharply with her fan. Marie-Joseph's love for Madame brought the tears she was fighting close to spilling over. She bit her lip to keep from crying. "Madame, you wound me. My feet are renowned for their daintiness." Lorraine drew his feet away from Marie-Joseph's ankles. "Perhaps you have my feet confused with another part of my body." "Yes, indeed," said Madame, affronted. "Your tongue, I have no doubt." Monsieur gave his wife a glance of amused disbelief. Lorraine, for once, was speechless. Lotta trembled with laughter, repressed as forcibly as Marie-Joseph's tears. Blushing, Marie-Joseph suddenly suspected what Lotta was laughing at, and why she could not laugh aloud. Madame, who serenely feigned ignorance of any second meaning to her comment, would not like to know that Mademoiselle understood it. "Look at Queen Mary," Lotta said. She pointed to the carriage of James and Marie next to His Majesty's. "She's a pirate, that woman. Can't you make dear Halide give me a few more minutes of her time?" "If Madame la Reine tries to stand up," Madame said dryly, "she will topple over." Mary of Modena wore a headdress impossible in its height and grandiosity. Ribbons and lace spilled down her back and fluttered from wires an arm's length above her head. If she were riding in a closed coach, it would never fit. "Mademoiselle Halide chooses her own commissions," Marie-Joseph said apologetically to Lotta. Her brother might refuse to sign the papers, but Marie-Joseph considered her sister free in name, if not in fact. "Madame the Queen," Lotta said, "is more generous with her rewards." "Generous with His Majesty's money," Madame said. Halide rode in the Queen's carriage, bearing her handkerchief. Marie-Joseph, astonished, could not choose between delight for her sister's triumph and terror for her risk. I should be delighted and terrified, Marie-Joseph thought,
for triumph carries risk as certainly as failure. The footman placed the steps. Marie-Joseph climbed from Monsieur's carriage and hurried to the bank of the Grand Canal. "Shahzad!" she called. She sang to the sea-woman. For long minutes she feared Shahzad would not come to her, but finally the sea-woman's tails flicked a spray of water at her feet. "Shahzad, will you leap for his Majesty?" Shahzad swam, rolling over and over, her hair streaming around her. 200 paces from the end of the canal she turned and swam toward His Majesty's coach, speeding at a terrific rate. She leaped, surging from the water. She landed with a tremendous splash. Amazed, the guests exclaimed and applauded. Marie-Joseph found Count Lucien, mounted on Zélie and attending His Majesty. She searched for reassurance, for a nod to say the galleon had found Shahzad's treasure. He met her gaze. Grave, he shook his head. Shahzad leaped and spun in the air, her dark skin catching the evening light. She splashed down, spattering His Majesty.
"Again!"
His Majesty exclaimed. Shahzad leaped again, turning end for end, silhouetted against the sinking red sun and the mass of scarlet and yellow and orange clouds. She dove into the water without a ripple. The sunset reflected from the Grand Canal, turning it into a golden road.
"Again!"
His Majesty exclaimed. Instead of leaping, Shahzad swam to the bank and struggled up, leaning her elbows on the stone rim. She sang to the king, spilling the beauty of her story and the desperation of her plea into the air between them. Marie-Joseph listened, watched, with her eyes closed to blot out the canal, the court, the gilded carriages, and her friend Shahzad imprisoned. Should I interpret, she wondered? Should I tell His Majesty of Shahzad's family, the beauty and the freedom of the sea, the adventures, her grief for her dead lover? Shahzad's song compelled sympathy without words. Marie-Joseph opened her eyes. His Majesty tapped his fingers impatiently.
"Make her leap, Mademoiselle de la Croix."
"I cannot, your Majesty. I can only beg it of her."
"Leap, sea monster, I command you."
Shahzad snorted, slid under water, and vanished. Marie-Joseph ran to His Majesty's carriage, flung herself to the ground beside it. On her knees she reached into the open carriage and touched the king's shoe. "She begs you to release her, sire. I beg you, please, please."
"The ransom saves her. She proposed the agreement."
"A few more hours." His Majesty drew his foot from Marie-Joseph's hand. "May I withdraw, your Majesty?"
"Certainly not. I've invited you to carousel. I expect you to attend it."
He rapped on the side of the coach.
"Drive on."
Yves hardened his heart against the sea-woman's pleas and his sister's supplication. Midnight would bring Shahzad's doom. He could not save the creature. He could not save his sister from grief, or from her own stubborn folly. He could only save himself. "I can please the king," he thought, "and the king will order me to continue my work. I can anger the king and lose his aegis and spend the next year, the next 10 years, the rest of my life in a cell in a monastery reading treatises on morality." If he had doubted it before, he now knew that Louis the Great, the most Christian king, possessed more worldly power than any other man, more worldly power than the Prince of Rome. No matter that his influence had declined with war and famine, no matter that neither his carousel nor his sea-monster would restore his youth, Louis in decline remained superior to any other prince's summit. Yves thought, if I could make His Majesty immortal, or if he believed I made him immortal. The carriages drew up in front of the chateau in the minister's courtyard, facing the marble courtyard. The marble courtyard was transformed for a performance. The sea machine rolled waves of blue and gold across the back of the stage, while layers of clouds hung above it. Thousands of candles turned the dusk to daylight. Draperies of sky-blue velvet concealed the doors and windows of the chateau. Monsieur de Lalande conducted a lively tune.
"Where is Monsieur Coupillet?"
Marie-Joseph whispered.
"Didn't you hear?"
Lotta said.
"Such a scandal. His Majesty dismissed him." "But he didn't—"
Marie-Joseph thought guiltily, he offended me, but I didn't mean him to be humiliated. I didn't mean him to be banished. I should never have told Count Lucien.
He persuaded Monsieur Desmarest to write grand motets, then took credit for the music. His Majesty could never forgive such a thing."
Marie-Joseph's guilt subsided, to be replaced by embarrassment. Silly fool, she thought, to think an insult to you might earn retribution. The chamber orchestra's music turned ominous, then gave way to the brilliant notes of young Master Domenico Scarlatti's harpsichord, playing Marie-Joseph's score as the background for the ballet. Marie-Joseph caught her breath. Domenico's technique did justice to Shahzad's music. Demonico is wonderful, she thought. He played from memory. The score remained in her drawing-box. Marie-Joseph closed her eyes. The Inquisition advanced ominously on the sea people. The audience gasped. Beside her, Lotta shivered deliciously. Marie-Joseph opened her eyes. An awful monster leaped from the rolling waves. The demon danced across the stage. It resembled Shahzad made to look horrible, her face all protruding fangs and long ears and twisted goat horns, bloody lips and great red eyes. Painted sea monsters dived among the waves as the dancer cavorted. A golden chariot descended from the clouds. Tritons appeared, sounding a fanfare with their trumpets. The horses of Apollo stepped like clockwork across the stage, pranced in place as the sun god descended, and sank out of sight beneath the waves. The harpsichord sang with a joyous, victorious air, the theme of Shahzad's freedom. His breast shining with a gold sunburst radiating diamonds, Apollo confronted the sea monster. The short sword gave small protection against the sharp talons of the creature. Like knives, the talons scored Apollo's small round shield. Yet as the combatants danced, the sea monster gradually yielded to Apollo's will, cringing before him, embracing his knees, bowing its head in willing submission to collar and chain. "That isn't what Shahzad sang," Marie-Joseph cried to herself. Despite the ballet, Shahzad's song telling Shahzad's story thrilled her. The music existed for anyone who would take the trouble to see it. Apollo led the sea monster across the stage. In the shadows beside the harpsichord, a tenor rose to sing, accompanied by Domenico's sublime technique. "Apollo, god of the sun, your flight creates the dawn, your might conquers the sea, your light gilds the waves, the creatures of the ocean surrender to your glory." The music ended. Tenor, Apollo, and Domenico bowed to his majesty, while the sea monster prostrated itself on the stage. His majesty nodded and smiled, accepting their representation of his triumph. Around him, royalty and aristocracy, cardinals and bishops applauded him. He took their tribute as his due.
"What a wonderful performance!" Madame exclaimed. "What lovely music! Did Signor Scarlatti compose it?"
"Shahzad composed it, Madame," Marie-Joseph said.
"The sea monster!" Madame laughed. "You composed it yourself. How talented you are!"
"Marie-Joseph, dear heart, don't cry,"
Lotta whispered. Count Lucien rode Zélie to Cardinal Ottoboni's carriage. He bade Yves dismount and attend his king. Yves bowed to his majesty and kissed Innocent's ring.
"Your success pleases me, Father Delacroix."
"Your majesty, Yves glanced at Marie-Joseph, but she could not possibly hear what he was about to say. Perhaps she would never forgive him for the choice he had made. "Your majesty, your holiness," he whispered so no one else could hear. "I've proved the effect of the sea monster's strange organ. It is as you hoped." His majesty remained as impassive as the practice of 50 years of rule could make him. Innocent reacted with dismay.
"Cousin,"
he said to Louis,
"consider. If this is true, what does God mean us to do? The Church must examine the creature. I must have it." "I will see,"
his majesty said.
"Monsieur de Chrétien, if you please."
Yves glanced up into the clear grey gaze of Count Lucien. The Count regarded him with utter contempt. He had heard what Yves said, and he knew it for a falsehood. Yves looked away. Count Lucien could do nothing. He was as ignorant of natural philosophy as all the courtiers. He could not prove Yves lied. Count Lucien handed the king a flat square box of exotic wood, inlaid with a coruscation of mother-of-pearl. His majesty opened it. On black velvet a gold disc bore a representation of his majesty in Roman armor, riding bareback on a charger, his hair flying in the wind. His majesty lifted the medal. It twisted on its heavy chain, turning to reveal an incised portrait, Marie-Joseph's drawing of Scheherazade leaping joyously through the waves. Yves realized what he had done. He stumbled, his legs weak. Catching the side of the carriage, Yves kept his feet. He tried to raise his head. Short of breath, he stared at the ground, at the sparkling wheels, thinking, I could fling myself beneath them. How else can I do penance for my deceitful words but by casting myself into hell? I'll never have to face Marie-Joseph when she understands what I've done, never hear the sea-woman's death scream, never see His Majesty's disappointment. When he dies, His Majesty placed the medal around his neck. The audience murmured its approval. Yves raised his head, tears running cold down his face. His Majesty smiled.
You show a charming and modest sensibility, Father Delacroix,
His Majesty said.
Come, ride with me.
Yves climbed into the carriage, as weak as if he had been felled by a tropical fever. He sat beside His Majesty, wiping his tears on his sleeve, forcing himself not to throw himself at the king's feet, confess his dishonesty, and destroy himself as well as the sea-woman. The carriages looped around, clattered through the gateway, and conveyed their passengers to the Place d'Armes. An enormous grandstand surrounded the parade ground. Velvet cushions softened the gold-painted wood. Great sprays of flowers brightened every corner. Lavender, strewn on the steps, perfumed the air. Servants stood by to conduct His Majesty's guests to their seats, to serve them a modest repast, to present each guest with a silver goblet commemorating Carousel. Jugglers and troubadours and trobirits strolled past, playing and singing. Cardinal Ottoboni and the rest of His Holiness's delegation conducted Pope Innocent to his place of honor. A footman opened His Majesty's carriage.
Take your place in the royal box, Father Delacroix,
His Majesty said,
and cheer for my team.
Yes, Your Majesty. Yves stepped down.
I'm proud of you,
Louis said.
Very proud, my son.
Yves turned back, bewildered. Your Majesty?
Your mother would forgive me for telling you now,
His Majesty said.
She would not have me acknowledge you while her husband was alive.
His carriage grumbled away across the hard-packed earth. The princes of the blood and the other favored courtiers galloped after to prepare for the competition. His Majesty's son. How could it be? Yves followed the servant blindly to the grandstand. It explained so much, Yves thought. Our family's exile to Martinique, the king's attention, my rise at court. The servant showed him to the royal box. Yves collapsed on the bench, torn among elation, grief, and guilt. "Father Delacroix," said Madame Lucifer, "how kind of you to keep us company when all the other men desert us and give us no place in their games." She slipped her hand across his knee, casually, as if only to support herself, while she leaned close to inspect his medal. Madame and Mademoiselle sat nearby, with Marie-Joseph in attendance. Yves could not meet his sister's eye. I cannot bear it, he thought, but he must. Madame Lucifer and Mademoiselle d'Armagnac pressed him close between them, crushing him with their touch, their voices, their perfume. "Are you here to make a sinner of me?" whispered Madame Lucifer, his half-sister. While Lucien rushed into his carousel costume and checked Zélie's decorated harness, Jacques ran away to the pigeon loft and returned downcast. "No message, sir." Lucien nodded. He had hoped for news of the treasure, but he had not expected it. He hurried to the stable-yard. In a silken pavilion the king prepared for the games.
"Monsieur de Chrétien, I approve of your costume."
"Thank you, your majesty." The Roman teams of the past always wore red trimmed with white, rubies set off with diamonds. Lucien disliked bright red. It flattered neither his fair complexion nor his light eyes. In general he preferred auburn, blue or gold. He even used blue silk ribbons to tie his baudruches. For carousel he had indulged himself with a tunic of cloth of gold beneath the red leather armor, knowing the king might command him to change it at the last minute. "Your Majesty, you've done me the honor of offering me a favor."
"Right now, Monsieur de Chrétien?"
"Tomorrow I will not want it, sire." His Majesty's voice grew wary.
"If it is in my power—"
"I ask for the life of the sea."
"Do not!"
His Majesty cried.
He spoke again in a normal tone.
"Do not ask the impossible of me."
"You have on occasion asked the impossible of me."
"Don't reproach me, either,"
His Majesty said.
"Don't you value my life, Chrétien?"
"More than my own, sire, as you well know."
"Mademoiselle de la Croix leads you to this folly. Talking monsters, secret treasures. I never thought to see you baffled by a woman. You should have taken her—"
"I do not take women, sire," Lucien said, offended.
"You're too scrupulous by half. One could mistake you for a Christian."
Lucien bit back his reply. Responding to the insult would not benefit him or Marie-Joseph, or the sea-woman. "Your Majesty, Mademoiselle de la Croix's opinion is common sense, and unlike her brother's, it is disinterested."
"You'd have me believe my own blood lies to me?"
"Would this be unique in your experience, your Majesty?" If Louis expected the revelation of Yves' parentage to surprise Lucien, he would be disappointed. But the king must be aware it was not much of a secret, except of course to Yves and Marie-Joseph de la Croix. Louis drew himself up angrily, suddenly burst out laughing, stopped, and regained his dignity.
"I value your candour, Chrétien."
"I don't say Yves de la Croix is a liar," Lucien said. "I do say he has good reason to deceive himself."
"And Marie-Joseph de la Croix has none?"
"What reason? The brother wins your favour, the sister risks your ire."
"I cannot give up the sea-monster,"
Louis said.
"I will not. Don't ask me for the creature's life, so you and I may remain friends."
Lucien bowed. "I've done my best," he thought. "I cannot do more." He had not expected to succeed, and though he hated to fail, he was surprised not to be disappointed. He was angry. Marie-Joseph gulped wine from her silver goblet. As soon as the servant refilled it, she drained it again. "A week ago," she thought, "the gift of a silver goblet from the king would have pleased me beyond all measure. Only a week!" She waved away the servant and put the goblet on the floor. Getting a little drunk might benefit her courage, but getting very drunk would impede her. Trumpets sounded a fanfare. Drums announced the beginning of carousel. The jugglers and singers ran from the parade ground. Torches flared, hundreds, bursting into flame simultaneously, filling the air with smoke and pitch, illuminating the Place d'Armes with harsh light and long shadows. The full moon hung huge and orange in the eastern sky, opposing the sun. Scheherazade had only a few hours to live. The carousel teams galloped onto the practice field. His Majesty, as Augustus Caesar, Emperor of ancient Rome, led the procession, riding the tallest spotted Chinese horse. Its red leather harness sparkled with an incrustation of rubies and diamonds. Its crest exploded in pom-poms of red and white feathers. Every buckle and fastening on saddle and bridle, breast collar and crupper, glinted gold. Red and white ribbons fluttered from the horse's mane and tail. The king wore a tunic paved with diamonds, while rubies nearly covered the lambrequins of the skirt and sleeves of his red leather armor. Silver ribbons studded with diamonds fastened his high-heeled red sandals. Gold dust adorned his bright blonde peruke. A fantastic headdress of white ostrich plumes, fastened with enormous rubies, arched over his head. The plumes cascaded to his horse's rump. He carried a round Roman shield. His device, the sun in beaten gold, dispersed clouds of burnished silver. The grandsons rode at His Majesty's right, each in a variation of His Majesty's costume, each on a spotted Chinese horse. His Majesty on a war horse, Bourgogne on a cavalry charger, Anjou on a palfrey, Berry on a pony. The rest of the Roman team rode dapple greys. Lucien rode immediately behind the king. His shield bore the full moon, shining with the light of the sun. The teams circled the parade ground at a gallop. Riding his black Spanish charger, Monsieur carried a mirrored shield, to reflect the rays of his brother the Sun King. Lorraine rode beside him on his matched black stallion. Together in Japanese robes, lacquered armor, and fanciful helmets, they led their team two abreast. Monsieur de Men's following, in turbans and voluminous desert robes, rode red-gold bays. Silk tassels of all colors trimmed their silver bridles. Monsieur de Men carried a branch of the laurel tree, sacred to the sun. Chartres led his band of ancient warriors in their translucent Egyptian linen. He carried a tall sheaf of sunflowers that whipped in the wind, shedding yellow petals. His band of chestnuts challenged men's bays, until the two troops raced head-to-head, running up on the heels of Monsieur's team. Emeralds studded Monseigneur's leather leggings and gleamed in the fur of his breech-clout. The cloak of iridescent feathers fluttered from his shoulders. The Grand Dauphin carried a leather shield, edged with egret plumes and painted with a silver eagle, its eyes turned to the golden sun. Monseigneur's war party crossed the parade ground in a wild, bright chaos of feathers and jewels, leather fringe and beads, fur and ribbons. Each rider vied with all the others in extravagance and color. No rider had matched his horse to any other. Piebald galloped next to Skewbald, Paint next to Claybank. The Huron war chiefs rode with his group, as exotic as all the others in borrowed body armor, lace, and their plumed Parisian hats. In the grandstand, the Prince of Japan looked as if he wished he were part of Carousel, while the Shah of Persia looked as if he were glad he was not. The Queen of Nubia lounged upon cushions protected from the moonlight by an awning of black silk held by her handmaidens. Each team rode its pattern. Monsieur, Chartres, and men strove for speed and precision, while Monseigneur's band, to the astonishment and delight of the audience, excelled at feats of daring and bravado, standing upright on their saddles at the gallop, swooping down to snatch golden hoops from the ground. The moon rose halfway to its zenith. The galleon had sent no further news. In His Majesty's Roman cavalry, Lucien rode Zélie into the Place d'Armes. As in their practice, the Roman troops split into two lines, into four, double-mirroring the design. The riders turned inward from the corners of the parade ground and urged their horses to a dead run. All four lines of horses galloped straight for the center of the field, straight toward each other. The audience cried out in anticipation and fell silent in apprehension. Lucien raced after the king, holding Zélie in her place. A moment's hesitation, a moment's change of speed would explode the maneuver, crashing it into a pandemonium of screaming horses and fallen riders, a disaster as brutal as war. After such a collision involving the king and 3 of his 4 legitimate heirs, no one would think of the sea-woman. She might disappear. Lucien could not bring himself to sabotage the drill. Zélie raced through the pattern, performing it cleanly. The 4 lines melded to 2, to 1. The horses pranced toward the aristocracy side of the grandstand. The audience screamed and cheered and threw their flowers to the ground before their king. The king rode to the foot of the grandstand. His subjects bowed. Even the visiting monarchs rose in salute. At his signal, a line of baggage wagons rolled onto the parade ground. Ribbons festooned wagons and draft horses.
"Cousins, I bring you tokens of my esteem."
He spoke to James and Mary of England. The footman on the first wagon pulled a white silk cover from a painting twice the size of the portrait James had given Louis. The image of Louis, riding bareback in Roman armor, gazed majestically upon his exiled cousin.
"So we shall never be parted. For our most distant cousin, come from his island fortress."
The second wagon bore an enormous tapestry, rolled like a scroll. The footman wound it on its rollers, displaying to Japan its entire length in sections, twice as tall as a man, 100 paces long. It documented His Majesty's triumphs, guarded over by the gods of classical Rome.
"A tapestry from the Gobelin manufactory, the finest in the world."
3 wagons glittered and sparkled and chimed with a trio of crystal chandeliers, which the king presented to the Queen of Nubia.
"To illuminate your palace, though your beauty outshines their light."
The Shah of Persia's gift required 10 wagons, each carrying several enormous mirrors mounted in Baroque frames.
"Mirrors of French manufacture, the finest and clearest for your harem, and for our allies in New France."
A single wagon sufficed, but the gift to the Huron war chiefs was the most costly of all. 2 mannequins, made to look like wild Americans by the feathers in their perukes, displayed suits with hats and gloves and shoes to match, of white velvet, covered with diamonds.
"Suits made to our own pattern."
Finally His Majesty addressed Pope Innocent.
"And for our holy cousin of Rome."
2 wagons rolled forward. Behind panels of patterned silk, an animal shrieked.
"Exotic creatures."
Hope flashed through Lucien's heart. He did not wish Pope Innocent's inquisitors on any being, much less on the sea-woman. Being butchered and cooked by Monsieur Boursin might be more merciful, but being imprisoned by the Church was a postponement of death. It contained the possibility, however remote, of reprieve.
"One wild man!"
The footman whipped away the panels. In the first wagon a baboon screamed and bared its fangs and rattled its cage and shat copiously through the bars.
"Two serpents to remind us of the garden, the fruit of knowledge and our sins."
Two immense anacondas twined about each other, weighing down the branches of an orange tree.
"And 3 great steeds to carry the message of Holy Mother Church."
The 3 grandsons of France rode forward, dismounted, led their spotted horses to the foot of the grandstand, and knelt before His Holiness. Bourgogne and Anjou performed their duty stoically, but when the Pope's Swiss guard took the reins of his pony, the Duc de Berry burst into tears. Innocent's disappointment could not match Lucien's, but Lucien had to conceal his.
"Bless you, children,"
Innocent said to the princes. He rose to reply to the king. In a voice grave enough for a funeral oratory, he said,
"Cousin, I will pray for your soul."
Louis wheeled his horse and galloped from the parade ground. His teams clattered after him, ribbons streaming, jewels glittering, harness chiming with gold, leaving behind the steeds, the serpents, and the wild man. I can endure this no longer, Lucien thought. The knowledge dismayed him and freed him. Chapter 26. Marie-Joseph slipped away from Lotta and Madame, losing herself in the crowd. She must creep unseen to the west side of the chateau and into the garden, where she could bribe away or steal one of the gardener's mule carts. She wished she were riding Zachi. Then she could lead the cart instead of driving it and put less burden on the mule. But if she took Zachi, she would implicate Count Lucien. Count Lucien rode in front of her, barring her way. In the moonlight he gleamed with rubies and diamonds.
"You shouldn't leave supper before the king."
He nodded toward the courtyard, where the strains of a merry dance intertwined with the fragrance of meat and wine and honey.
"It's nearly midnight. Scheherazade has no other friend to be with her when she dies."
With a sharp gesture, Count Lucien flicked away her false explanation.
"You have no intention of letting her die," he said. "This will mean your downfall."
"I have no choice. There's no word from the treasure ship."
"An hour ago there was not. Now I shall find out."
Boldly she took his hand.
"How is it that you always appear when I'm thinking about you?"
"It is because you think about me all the time."
"Sir!"
"As I think of you."
He bent down and kissed her fingers. He turned her hand over gently, delicately, and kissed her palm. He wheeled Zélie around and galloped into the shadows. Supper was laid out under the moon in the minister's courtyard. The meal was light, only 14 courses, to leave the guests a fine appetite for the last event of Carousel, tomorrow's banquet.
"Do escort us to supper, Father Yves,"
Madame de Chartres said softly. Her hand on Yves's thigh traced out all the reasons her husband referred to her as Madame Lucifer.
"My husband has deserted me to polish the dust from his serpent."
Her comment shocked Yves, until he realized she meant the cobra on the headdress of Chartres' costume. Then he wondered if she did mean the cobra. She held his right arm, Mademoiselle d'Armagnac his left, and they led him to the courtyard. Trestle tables covered the cobblestones, candelabra lit the tables, and servants offered food and wine.
"How charming! A picnic,"
Madame Lucifer said in a derisive tone.
"Tomorrow we'll be spared the rabble. Even the gallery of mirrors has its limits."
"Let us look at your medal." Mademoiselle d'Armagnac and Madame Lucifer moved closer. Mademoiselle d'Armagnac inspected the medal. The chain pulled at his neck. Madame de Chartres was much shorter than he. If he looked at her at all, he could not help looking at her bare bosom. Her breasts pressed against his ribs. Her hand tested the buttons of his cassock. Her belly rubbed his sex. Even Madame Lucifer might as well be naked for everyone to see. "Madame, pardon me."
"Of course, if you stop struggling."
"You know who I am. A priest."
"What does that matter?"
"And your brother." Mademoiselle d'Armagnac handed the medal to Madame Lucifer. Both women laughed and pulled at the chain around his neck. Father Yves, why torment yourself? No one else bothers. Your sister gives her favours to Monsieur le Chevalier.
That isn't true.
And the notorious Monsieur de Chrétien.
Do not insult my sister, madame. Is it an insult, he thought wildly, to speak the truth? I should have saved her. I should have sent her back to the convent. I never should have allowed her to come to Versailles.
And even the king. You're so scrupulous.
Holding his tether, she plunged her other hand beneath his cassock. He tore away before she grasped him. The opening of his cassock trapped her, forcing her to stumble after him.
You're His Majesty's natural son?
So your sister must be his natural daughter. Madame Lucifer snatched her hand free. Mademoiselle d'Armagnac burst into laughter. They followed him like furies.
You cannot deny it, Madame Lucifer said. Everyone knows the king puts on these fetes only for his mistresses.
Stumbling around, trying to flee, Yves came face to face with Pope Innocent and all his cardinals. His Holiness's stormy expression turned thunderous. Your Holiness,
Go to the chapel, my son,
Pope Innocent said.
Meditate on the subject of sin. Father Delacroix!
His Majesty strode toward Yves. His carousel teams followed him, a cavalry imagined from all the most exotic times and places of the world. The king, in costume, glittered with millions of livres' worth of diamonds and rubies. The white plumes of his crest draped down his shoulders and back like a cloak. The first time he appeared as Augustus Caesar he'd been 28. He looked that young again. His Majesty took Yves by the shoulders and embraced him in the full view of all his cavalry, all his courtiers, all the visiting monarchs, all the princes of the church.
Come stand at my right hand, my son.
To the chapel, Innocent repeated. Meditate, and consider particularly the sin of pride. Yves took one step toward his Majesty. Yves saw beyond the gate of the courtyard Marie-Joseph, standing at the shoulder of a grey horse, looking up at the Count de Chrétien. She would hardly look up at him under any other circumstances, Yves thought, then thought of another situation in which she would, and touching his hand. Chrétien raised her hand to his lips. He let her go, prolonging the touch as a lover would. He rode into the darkness. Marie-Joseph hurried away and disappeared.
Father Delacroix,
Pope Innocent said.
Come along,
His Majesty said.
Have some supper. I like a man with a hearty appetite.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, Yves said. I must obey His Holiness. He fled from the courtyard. Marie-Joseph tried to slip into shadows. Footsteps followed her. It was impossible to hide behind an orange tree while wearing a grand habit. Her pursuer strode toward her grim-faced. Her brother grasped her shoulders, his eyes wild, his hair awry, his cassock ripped open. The sea-monster medal hung heavy on his chest, tangled with his crucifix. Yves, this liaison will be your ruin, he cried. This liaison? Has he bewitched you? Who? What are you talking about? You don't believe in witchcraft.
That scheming atheist!
Count Lucien has offered you nothing but wisdom. How can you speak so cruelly of him?
He's a despoiler of women.
And he's offered me only kindness. I admire him.
And he'll despoil you if he hasn't already.
And I love him. If he'd take me, I'd have him.
You are like our mother, a wanton.
How dare you? Marie-Joseph exclaimed.
Our mother?
Have you lost your mind? Have you lost your virtue? Our mother did. The king had her. He got me upon her. And you, Yves, you're ridiculous. He stopped raving, hope in his eyes. If he were not so distraught, she would have laughed at him. Mamma and Papa were in Martinique 2 years before I was born. Did the king, unacknowledged, creep over the Atlantic to Fort de France?
But I was born in France.
Yes, Marie-Joseph said. The king acknowledged me. Yves broke down crying.
He revealed my bastardy. Before His Holiness, before everyone. And Madame Lucifer said, you were Chrétien's lover, and the king's natural daughter, and...
What? Tell me.
And the king's mistress.
Count Lucien treats me with complete respect. His Majesty has never offered me an improper word or gesture. She embraced Yves with sudden sympathy. Oh, Yves, dear brother, this explains so much. I'm so sorry for you. She tried not to laugh. So that's why the ladies rose for me, she thought, and why Mademoiselle d'Armagnac copied my peacock feather. She smoothed Yves's hair, comforting him. When have I had time to be anyone's mistress? At the bottom of the garden, Shahrazad sang of loneliness and despair. I must hurry, Marie-Joseph said. Shahrazad's calling me. Go back. Accept His Majesty's accolades. The rumble of wagon wheels approached. I'll go with you, Yves said. I'll give Shahrazad last rites. She doesn't want you, Marie-Joseph cried, desperate to make him go, to send him out of peril. She isn't a Christian. She doesn't want— Count Lucien drove a baggage wagon past the orangerie, incongruous in Roman armor, plumed hat, and white deerskin gloves. Count Lucien! Marie-Joseph ran after the wagon. Whoa! The cart horses stopped. Any news of the treasure ship? Marie-Joseph, Lucien said patiently, would I be driving this ugly wagon if I had good news? She scrambled up beside him, awkward in her elaborate skirts. Yves grabbed her arm. In the name of God, what are you doing? Yves, go back to the king. Lucien, please, hurry. He chirruped. The cart horses lunged forward. I'm so grateful to you, Marie-Joseph said. Somehow we must save Shahrazad's life, and His Majesty's soul. I'm an atheist, Lucien said. I have no business saving anyone's soul. Marie-Joseph laughed. She could not help it. Oh, Lucien, I love you without limit or boundaries. Driving with one hand, Lucien slipped his fingers around hers. The wagon shuddered. Startled and frightened, Marie-Joseph turned. Half in, half out of the wagon bed, Yves clutched the sides and pulled himself in. Go back to the chateau, Marie-Joseph cried. If I do, Yves said, I'll never atone for betraying Shahrazad. A full moon hung in the sky, a hand's breadth from its zenith. Marie-Joseph sang to Shahrazad, telling her, swim to the far end of the Grand Canal. We must go far from Monsieur Boursin. He must not see you climbing into the wagon. Shahrazad replied, her song full of hope and excitement. Propelling herself along the Grand Canal, she outpaced the galloping horses. Monsieur Boursin would appear at the east end of the Grand Canal 1 minute after midnight. He might wait a moment for Marie-Joseph to appear, to bid the sea-woman to surrender herself. At 2 minutes after midnight he would sound the alarm to the guards. He would tell the king. Marie-Joseph looked back. The chateau glowed on its hilltop, brilliant with light. A line of torches snaked along the path. Hurry, Marie-Joseph whispered. Lucien wheeled the horses around the gravel track. Take the reins, Lucien said. Yves and I will. Shahrazad clambered onto the bank at the western end of the canal. Clumsy, agitated, she writhed toward the wagon. The cart horses spooked and snorted and reared. The wagon lurched. Lucien rose, bracing himself, speaking softly to the powerful draft horses, bringing them to a nervous, sweating standstill. You must steady the horses, Marie-Joseph said. I'll calm Shahrazad. She climbed down and ran to the sea-woman. Be easy, sweet Shahrazad. Be still. We'll help you. In a frenzy, Shahrazad fought Marie-Joseph and her brother, struggling toward the wagon as if she were still in her own element. Her claw grazed Marie-Joseph from shoulder to breast. Shahrazad slipped away, crashed to the ground, gasped, moaned. Marie-Joseph knelt beside her. Shahrazad, listen to me. She took Shahrazad's webbed hands. She sang, showing Shahrazad what she hoped would happen. The horses stamped and snorted. Lucien soothed them with his voice and held them in check. Shahrazad sobbed and lay still. Marie-Joseph and Yves lifted her into the wagon. So lithe and quick in the water, she was graceless on land. They sat on either side of her in the splintery wagon bed, bracing her so she would not fall. Lucien loosed the reins, gradually, letting the horses walk, jog, canter, run, without jolting his passengers from the wagon. Terrified, the sea-woman clutched Marie-Joseph around the waist. She squirmed up beside her and kissed the deep bleeding scratch, humming regret. Oh, never mind, Shahrazad, never mind. And now, Lucien shouted over the rumble of the wheels, the sea! If we can reach it, do you then have a plan for yourself? I didn't think beyond. I couldn't. She slipped a hand into her bodice and drew out a knotted handkerchief. I have a few livres, as I didn't have to bribe anyone to get a wagon. It will buy us bread and fish. Lucien chuckled. He laughed. Marie-Joseph opened her mouth to protest, then she began to laugh as well. Rubies and diamonds covered Lucien's armor. The fugitives were magnificently wealthy. They were as well instantly identifiable and impossible to disguise. The wagon rumbled through luminous darkness. The full moon gleamed on the mist.
"We might go to Brittany," Lucien said.
"We might take passage on a ship. We could go home to Martinique."
"I'll take my chances with the King's Guard," Lucien said, "before I'll ever willingly get on another ship."
Marie-Joseph knew. Lucien must know. They had little more chance of hiring a ship than of escaping to Brittany. Shahrazad raised her head, her nostrils flaring. She slid from Marie-Joseph's arms and shrugged off Yves' grasp and clambered up to lean on the jolting wagon seat. She gasped the wind in over her tongue, expelling the air in a hiss of satisfaction. The cart horses plunged into a dead run.
"Easy, easy,"
the horses breathed in rough snorts.
Lucien slowed them. "We have a long way to go."
The full moon sank past midnight. The harness rubbed the horses' sweat to foam. "Look," Yves said. Far behind, the road turned into a river of light, a rushing, brilliant flood.
"The king," Lucien said.
"We'll never reach the sea," Yves said.
"We had little chance of reaching the sea."
"We've thrown our lives away on a hopeless task."
"Shahrazad, the Seine will lead you home," Marie-Joseph said. "But you must swim as fast as you can. You must hide under water whenever you hear men or horses or dogs."
Shahrazad understood. She sang a song of farewell to Marie-Joseph. She laid her head against Marie-Joseph's shoulder and kissed the slash she had made across her breast. Marie-Joseph's blood smeared her cheek. Lucien urged the laboring horses up a low rise. The lanterns and torches of their pursuers surged closer, penetrating the hollow with a spear of light.
"Lucien, can we hide? Leave the road, let them pass?"
"Not enough cover, too much moonlight."
The wagon crested the rise. A curve of the Seine gleamed through luminous grey mist. Shahrazad smelled the water. She sang, impatient and wild. The tiring horses fled her voice. The wagon bumped down the switchback slope.
"A few minutes,"
Marie-Joseph said.
"Only a few minutes, and you'll be free."
The jeweled riders crested the hill. Their lanterns flung their shadows before them. They galloped across the land, fantastic, threatening. His Majesty's carousel teams flowed down the slope, gathering speed, cutting the switchbacks, gaining fast. The cart horses plunged onto the flat, laboring into the mist of the river plain. Marie-Joseph fantasized that they could cross the bridge, block or burn it, leave the cavalry behind, and escape. They'd only ford the river, Marie-Joseph thought, and never mind the ruin of their costumes. She held Shahrazad. The wagon jolted over ruts, bouncing wildly, its wheels lifting from the ground as Lucien urged the exhausted horses to one last effort. They must only reach the bridge, where Shahrazad could leap to freedom. 500 paces, and His Majesty's troop still 1,000 paces behind. 200 paces to the bridge. The torches sizzled, trailing sparks. The carousel headdresses waved in the air with the menace of demons. 50 paces. The wagon hit a rock. It jolted into the air. It crashed down. A wheel splintered. The wagon jerked sideways. Yves grabbed Marie-Joseph and Shahrazad, holding them in the wagon. The axle screamed along the road, digging a furrow through the rocks and ruts. Lucien drove the wagon onto the bridge, but where the road rose, the axle caught. The wagon slewed and stuck, leaning lopsided between the stone ramparts. "Whoa, whoa!" Lucien stopped the horses. One stumbled and fell to its knees. The other trembled, its head between its legs. The horses flinched at Shahrazad's cry of dismay, but they were too spent to try to escape her. His Majesty's riders thundered toward them, 500 paces away. "If we surrender," Yves said, "before we're shot—"
"No, help me! Shahrazad!"
Marie-Joseph slid over the leaning corner of the wagon. Lucien clambered down. Shahrazad writhed and fell onto the bridge, snarling. Lucien ran to the road. His sword slid sharp from his cane. He waited. The fantastical shadows of the carousel teams galloped toward him. The horses' hoofs beat the road to dust. Burning pitch and sweat and dirt hung pungent in the air. The king led, alone, magnificent. He stopped so close that Lucien's sword touched his horse's chest, and the beast's hot breath ruffled the plumes in Lucien's hat. The teams drew up behind the king. The Nubian hunting chariot brought up the rear. The cheetahs flowed from it like a river, baring their teeth and snarling. The sun blazed from the king's shield.
"You fought bravely beside me, Lucien,"
Louis said.
"Will you now fight against me?"
Lucien could not reply. Marie-Joseph and Yves labored to help Shahrazad to the crest of the bridge. The sea-woman moaned with anticipation and snarled with defiance. Her tail scraped against stone. Hurry, Lucien thought. Please hurry, I cannot make this choice. With a shriek of triumph, Shahrazad leaped from the bridge and plunged into the river. "Swim for your life!" Marie-Joseph cried. "Goodbye, dear Shahrazad." His Majesty pointed downstream. Monsieur, his kimono sleeves flying like wings, galloped along the bank, his team close behind and the others following. His Majesty faced Lucien, with only Lorraine and the young princes to attend him. Lucien saluted His Majesty with his sword. He surrendered. Bourgogne and Anjou dismounted, took the sword and his cane, and presented them to their grandfather. Louis sheathed the sword.
"Will you give me your parole, Monsieur de Chrétien?"
"Yes, your Majesty." Louis returned his sword. Lucien bowed, grateful to the king for treating him as an enemy rather than as a traitor. River water closed around Shahrazad. It was thick with the filth of animals and land humans. She surfaced, spat with disgust, dove again, and set out swimming. She was bruised and sore, tiring quickly after her long imprisonment. The current helped, but she was far from the sea. The sounds of the river changed. The silt was so thick she was nearly sound-blind. She surfaced for an instant. She kicked hard to raise herself above the mist. At the next bend, men and horses blocked the river. A long net stretched through the current. She dove again, hoping to find a way around it or beneath it. She slid past plunging hooves. When she touched the horses, they screamed and thrashed and unseated their riders. The dangerous game gave her away. Riders jabbed with pikes and fired their muskets. Shot rushed past her, boiling the water with its heat. A ball snatched away a lock of her hair. She dove. Stones weighted the net to the river bottom. Pushed into the net by the current, she fought to slip beneath the mesh. The hunters felt the strain. They pulled the net around her, tangling her, pushing her into shallows. She erupted through the surface, burst through the mist, and flung herself over the net. A piercing pain slashed into her foot. A furred and spotted predator growled and dragged her onto the stony bank. Shahrazad writhed into the water, pulling the creature with her. Her blood filled the water, mixing with the predator's musky, pungent scent. When the predator was submerged and vulnerable, Shahrazad shouted out a sharp, hard shock. Her voice, transmitted by the water, slammed into her attacker's heart. The creature convulsed, bit hard, and fell dead. Its mate leaped and fastened its teeth in Shahrazad's throat. She could not shout, she could not move. The predator's canines pressed against arteries. One nip and she would bleed to death, one hard bite and the creature would sever her spine. Shahrazad went limp. Chaos and clamor swirled around her, the shouts of men and the blows of the pikes. The men of land beat the predator away and dragged her to the shallows. All she knew for sure was the touch of the net. The Hurons, wearing their diamond suits and greatly amused, galloped toward Marie-Joseph. "Be still," Lucien said quietly. Marie-Joseph was too distraught for fear. The Hurons raced past. The older man brushed a feather across her hair. The younger did the same to Yves. The old man galloped by again, leaning down to touch Lucien. "They've claimed our hair," Lucien said. "For my part, this perruque is ruined. They may have it." When the king rode away to meet his brother, Lorraine tied Marie-Joseph's hands to the traces of the cart-horses. Bedraggled, despondent, she made no objection. Yves struggled, a futile exercise, when Lorraine directed the musketeers to tie him at Marie-Joseph's left hand. Lucien bore the inevitable disgrace with arrogant disdain. Chartres and men bound him at Marie-Joseph's right. "Someone in a high position could be of use to you now," Lorraine said to Marie-Joseph. She raised her head and glared at him. A foolish reply. The horses lumbered forward. Lucien struggled to keep up, supporting himself awkwardly with his cane. The cart-horses plodded toward dawn. "Monsieur de Chrétien," Lorraine said, "you are brought low. And yet still you may slither beneath my foot." Lorraine slapped the rump of the near cart-horse. It lurched into a trot, pulling its pair with it. Lucien stumbled, recovered, scrambled. "Whoa, whoa," he said softly. The horses slowed, more out of exhaustion, he thought, than obedience. It would please Lorraine, he thought, to drag me all the way to Versailles. "Lucien," Marie-Joseph said. Shush. He could not bear pity. Marie-Joseph twisted around, squinting into the darkness. "Did she escape?" Splashing out of the shallows, His Majesty appeared through the mist.
Monsieur and his teammates followed, carrying Scheherazade. She was trapped in a net and suspended on poles. Marie-Joseph sang. When the sea-woman struggled, her song broke off in a sob. Scheherazade wailed. Her eyes shone like a cat's. The young carousel riders, giddy with exhaustion and conquest, sparred with each other, jostled and joked and jeered at Lucien. Old friendships dissolved without trace in the acid of the king's disapproval. Lucien had seen it happen to others, this public humiliation. He had crafted his life so it would never happen to him. His painstaking work lay in ruins. His Majesty stopped when he saw what the Chevalier had done. His gaze passed across Yves and Marie-Joseph and the Chevalier, and fell finally upon Lucien.
"You have all gone insane."
The sun was rising. The king sounded old and exhausted. Chapter 27. Lucien and Yves rode the cart-horses bareback, their hands unbound by the king's command. Spent from her struggles and restrained by the net, Scheherazade droned an eerie hum of grief that spooked riders and horses alike. Marie-Joseph rode in the hunting chariot. Cheetahs shouldered and snarled, rubbing against her bedraggled petticoat. One sat on its haunches and watched her, its gaze on her blood-stained bodice. The trip to Versailles took forever. It took no time at all. Marie-Joseph pushed away exhaustion and despair, seeking escape. She matched her stance to Lucien's, proud, shoulders straight, head up. Schemes occurred to her, each a more fanciful fairy tale than the next. If she could release the cheetahs from their collars, they might confuse the cavalry, they might frighten all the horses, but they might equally tear out her throat or pounce on Scheherazade when the riders dropped her carry-poles. If she could overpower the driver, she could gallop away in the chariot. But Chartres and Lorraine would make short work of catching her, their powerful war-horses against the stolid zebras. No matter how she escaped in her fantasies, only Apollo, dropping from the sky in his dawn chariot, might free Scheherazade. No matter how she escaped, the carousel riders surrounded Lucien and Yves. We failed, she thought. Scheherazade's life is forfeit. I drew Lucien into a scheme he never meant to support. With what consequences to him? She wiped her face indelicately on her sleeve, hoping her captors would think she had dust in her eyes. Fire burst along Lucien's spine. He gasped and clutched the cart-horse's mane. His sword nearly slipped from his fingers. All his senses turned toward the pain, shutting out the world. If he remained very still, he might not fall, he might not drop his sword, he might not lose consciousness.
"Monsieur de Chrétien,"
Yves whispered.
"What's wrong?"
"Don't touch me, if you please."
"You're very pale."
"It's fashionable," Lucien said. Yves fell silent, for which Lucien was also grateful. Fire burned in his back, remorseless, worse than torture. If he were being tortured, he could recant or confess or convert, and the torture would stop. When his body betrayed him this way, nothing, neither wine nor spirits nor loving caress, would stop the pain. The procession plodded toward Versailles, past the Grand Canal, past the Fountain of Apollo. It continued up the green carpet, bearing the sea-woman to the Chateau. Lucien reclaimed himself from his affliction long enough to understand the significance of their path. He could not see Marie-Joseph's face, but he had no doubt she understood too. His Majesty has decided, Lucien thought, to end the sea-woman's life. The procession stopped beneath the Chateau's north wing. Yves dismounted and walked stiffly around his horse. Lucien clutched the mane of his cart-horse and lowered himself to the ground before Yves could reach him. He leaned heavily on his cane, catching his breath. He could not even claim an honorable injury. The careening crash of the wagon, the lurching gait of the cart-horse had not affected him. When the ache he suffered constantly rose to agony, the change struck after no particular action and no particular insult. The only pattern Lucien had ever detected was inconvenience, and that, he thought, is because any moment would be inconvenient. I must admit this moment is worse than most. The king dismounted and entered the chateau. His companions closed in around him. They left no place for Lucien to stand. They had already obliterated his position. When the guards came, the rest of the courtiers rode away with the horses, never casting a backward glance.
Lucien could not blame them. Anyone who defended him risked sharing his fate. The guards surrounded the captives and marched them to the guard-room of the state apartments. Lucien leaned heavily on his sword cane and managed to keep up, but only because the musketeers had to carry Scheherazade. The sea-woman lay limp in the net, keening an uncanny dirge. In the guard-room the musketeers dropped their burden and moved away, unnerved.
"She needs water, sirs," Marie-Joseph said, "or she'll grow ill. Please be so kind as to give her a drink."
"Be so kind as to give us all a drink," Yves said, "and allow us to sit. We've been traveling all night." Yves' plea irritated Lucien. "Do you embrace your suffering, priest?" Lucien thought, but he resisted the temptation of speaking the irony aloud. Scrupulously polite, the musketeer captain sent for wine and water. His men brought chairs. Yves sagged into his, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees and his head down. Marie-Joseph sat so gingerly that Lucien wondered if she'd been hurt in the wagon crash. He wanted to go to her. He wanted to comfort her. He wanted her comfort. But the guards would stop him. He had all he could do now to maintain his demeanor. The captain offered Lucien a chair.
"Do you expect me to sit in the presence of His Majesty?"
Lucien asked, his tones severe. He thrust his walking stick toward a portrait of Louis. Pain stabbed up his back into both shoulders.
"I beg your pardon, Monsieur de Chrétien," the captain said, "but will you take wine?"
One of the musketeers poured the wine. Yves drank thirstily.
"I will drink to His Majesty."
Lucien lifted the goblet to Louis's portrait in a pure, arrogant salute and tossed the wine down in one gulp. The captain joined the toast.
"No, thank you,"
Marie-Joseph said, when one of the guards offered her the wine.
"I mean no disrespect to the king, but I cannot."
Lucien realized why she was so uncomfortable, why she would not drink, though her lips were dry and her refusal full of regret, and why she was so embarrassed.
"Allow Mademoiselle de la Croix the use of the privy,"
Lucien said quietly to the captain. The captain hesitated, but he knew as well as everyone at court the endurance of His Majesty's bladder, as well as His Majesty's habit of travelling without thought for the comfort of ladies. He bowed to Lucien and ordered his men to escort all three captives to relieve themselves.
"Quickly, though. His Majesty will want them soon."
Alone, Lucien leaned against the wall, letting the stone cool his face. He shivered. The captain sent in water and towels. Lucien wiped away the worst of the mud, brushed the dirt from his gloves, and straightened his clothes. He wished for a change of linen. He was not fit to face the king, and he was soaked with cold sweat. He never grew used to the cold that accompanied hot pain. The flask of Calvados in his pocket tempted him, but the fire of the liquor would do nothing to quench the fire in his back. He pulled a white ribbon from his carousel hat, now sadly bedraggled, and tied back his equally dishevelled peruke.
"What about the sea-monster, Monsieur de Chrétien?" the captain asked when he returned.
"Will it piddle on the carpet? Mademoiselle de la Croix is the expert."
"I don't know."
Marie-Joseph drank deep from her goblet, and did not refuse when the captain refilled it.
"Shehzade's never been in a house. She's never seen a carpet. She wouldn't know what to do in a privy."
"It won't drink."
One of the musketeers stood over Scheherazade with a water bottle. The sea-woman had not piddled on the rug, but the bottle had dripped upon it.
"Let me sit with her,"
Marie-Joseph said. The captain allowed Marie-Joseph to kneel beside Scheherazade. Lucien joined her. Yves hesitated, then followed. Lucien put his hand on Marie-Joseph's shoulder. She covered it with her fingers, warming and thrilling him. He imagined that the fire of her touch burned away a fragment of his pain.
"My dear friends,"
Marie-Joseph whispered. Her voice failed her. She stroked Shehzade's shoulder, her bruised hip. The web of Shehzade's hand was torn. Clotted blood covered her ankle, bruises covered her neck. She lay with her eyes closed, her dirge nearly inaudible. Marie-Joseph held the water bottle to Shehzade's mouth. The sea-woman did not respond.
"Sir, may I have the wine?"
The captain handed her the bottle. She poured a few drops on her fingers and wetted Shehzade's parched lips. The sea-woman dreamily, delicately licked away the wine.
"His Majesty requires your presence."
Marie-Joseph walked beside Lucien into the salon of Apollo. Yves walked alone, his head bowed, his hands folded in his sleeves. Guards flanked them and carried Scheherazade with them. The sea-woman's moaning echoed in the chamber. Lucien faced his Majesty. Seated on the throne, the king gazed down at his former favorites. Monseigneur and men, Lorraine and Chartres, stood around him, stern and silent. Only Monsieur offered a sympathetic glance. Only he could dare to, but even he could not help. Sweat covered Lucien's face, and his hand clenched around his walking stick. He had to push himself upright from his bow. Marie-Joseph offered his Majesty a deep curtsy, but her attention remained on Lucien. Is he injured, she thought? Was he hurt in the wagon crash? I've never before seen him succumb to his pain.
I respect my opponents in war,
Louis said.
But I despise friends who betray me.
Sire, I'm the one at fault, Marie-Joseph exclaimed. My brother and Count Lucien—
Be quiet! Do you expect mercy because you're a woman? I'm no fool, mademoiselle, no matter how you've played me.
I expect no mercy for myself, your Majesty. But she had hoped to beg mercy for Scheherazade, for Lucien, for Yves.
And you, Lucien, will you explain yourself?
No, your Majesty,
Lucien said. Lucien's curtness to the king shocked Marie-Joseph.
Will you not ask me for the favor I promised?
So furious, so affronted that he took a moment to reply, Lucien said,
I asked it of you already, sire.
Stop that noise!
The king cried to Marie-Joseph. I cannot. Scheherazade is singing her death song.
Monsieur Boursin!
Monsieur Boursin hurried forward in his shambling, bony way.
Take the creature. Butcher it. Now.
But, your Majesty, the banquet is almost about to start. Your Majesty, there's no time to prepare it, your Majesty. If it didn't please you, I should kill myself.
Do as you like,
Louis said.
Spare me your protestations. We'll eat the monster raw and bloody.
Your Majesty, I'll think of something, your Majesty.
Marie-Joseph began to cry, silently, with grief. Lucien took her hand. Marie-Joseph could not stop crying, but she had never been so grateful for the comfort of another human being.
You cannot come in. You must not come in!
The usher's voice penetrated from the next salon.
Guards!
A pigeon fluttered wildly into the salon. It dashed back and forth. It saw the sky through the window. It flung itself headlong toward the glass. It swerved at the last moment. It fluttered to the royal pigeon-keeper, who held it and cradled it against his chest. Other birds rested in his shirt and on his shoulders. Without anyone's leave, Lucien approached the pigeon-keeper. Leaning heavily on his stick, he held out his hand. The pigeon-keeper dug in his pocket. He tipped a fistful of silver message capsules into Lucien's palm. Lucien did not condescend to open one. He returned to his place before the king. The tears in Marie-Joseph's eyes created a halo around the gleaming silver. She dug her fingernails into her palms, trying to stop crying, trying not to shout, "Open one! Read the message!" His Majesty plucked a single capsule from Lucien's hand. He opened it. He tipped it, but nothing came out. He shook it. An emerald hit the polished parquet with a bright, sharp tap. The ember of green sparks skittered across the floor and came to rest in the fringe of the Persian rug. A guard scooped it up, knelt at the king's feet, and returned it. His Majesty read the scrap of paper from the message capsule. He dropped it. Each message capsule contained a jewel more beautiful than the last, or a perfect jade bead, or an exquisite gold bangle. His Majesty littered the floor with the messages. Marie-Joseph pieced together the words. Aztec gemstones, Spanish gold, glorious prize. His Majesty closed his hand around the treasure.
The sea monster wins its life.
His bleak voice unnerved Marie-Joseph.
Your Majesty, Monsieur Boursin whispered.
Monsieur de Chrétien, give him—
Louis caught himself.
Monsieur Boursin, I'll reward you as promised. You may retire.
Monsieur Boursin bowed his way from the throne-room. Louis gazed down at Lucien, and for a moment his impassivity failed him.
Lucien, my valued adviser, who will replace you?
No one, your Majesty.
Lucien's pride and sorrow moved Marie-Joseph so deeply that she nearly burst into tears again. His Majesty called Lorraine to his side.
"Take the sea monster to its cage."
"Your Majesty," Marie-Joseph cried, "Scheherazade gave you a treasure ship."
"And I give the monster its life."
"You promised to release her."
"Do you dare to argue with me?"
"Yes, your Majesty."
"I promise not to serve the creature's meat at my banquet. If I cannot grow immortal on its flesh, it must make France immortal with its treasure."
Scheherazade tumbled down the wooden steps and plunged into the fountain of Apollo. The shock of the fetid water roused her from the daze of her grief-song. She thrashed and twisted in the net. As it unwound, as she gained some freedom, she slashed at the cables with her claws. The mesh fell away into the inadequate current and drifted toward the drain, spreading and creeping like an octopus. Aching, ravenous, bruised, scraped, she kicked through the surface. She landed, splashing hard. The door of the cage clanged shut and the lock snapped fast. The wings of the tent hung closed. She was alone. Frantic, she scraped at the sides of the pool with her broken claws. She wrenched at the grating over the drain until her hands bled. She found no escape. Musketeers took Lucien and Yves away, forbidding Marie-Joseph to exchange a word with either of them. 2 guards marched with Marie-Joseph to Madame's apartments. In the dressing-room, Madame stood with her arms outstretched. Her ladies-in-waiting tightened her corset strings. Mademoiselle had already dressed in magnificent écru satin studded with topazes. Halid put the finishing touches on her tall, ruffled, beribboned fontange. Halid dropped the ribbons and ran to Marie-Joseph and embraced her wordlessly. Lotte followed. Marie-Joseph clung to her sister and her friend. Elder Flower trotted toward her, snuffling. Younger Flower followed, yapping. They sniffed at the hem of her petticoat. Scenting Scheherazade, they barked hysterically. "Stop it!" Lotte towed the dogs away. Madame ignored the musketeers while her ladies dressed her in a cloth of gold grand habit.
"You may retire,"
she said to them. "But, Madame—"
"Do as I say."
They glanced at each other. They backed out of the dressing-room. No doubt they waited in the vestibule, for even Madame's robust presence could not counter His Majesty's orders. Madame pressed her cheek against Marie-Joseph's.
"Oh, my dear," she said, "this is worthy of a tragic ballad. The king is furious, and he commands you to attend his banquet."
"Madame, what am I to do?"
"Obey the king. Sweet child, that's all any of us can do."
Marie-Joseph helped Halid dress Madame's hair, holding hairpins and the few jewels and bits of lace that Madame would allow. She could take no comfort in the ordinary actions. Her hands trembled. The other ladies-in-waiting whispered about her disobedience and about her bedraggled appearance.
"Scheherazade is alive," Marie-Joseph thought, "as long as she is alive."
But she knew her friend would not long survive in the prison of the fountain. Madame held out her arm. Marie-Joseph fastened the king's diamond bracelet around her wrist. The tears in her eyes redoubled the brightness of the facets.
"And now,"
Madame said,
"what are we to do with you?"
She looked Marie-Joseph up and down sternly.
"You cannot dine in the king's presence wearing a muddy dress."
"Don't tease her, Mamma," Lotte said. She led Marie-Joseph to a wardrobe and flung open the doors. The gown inside was the most beautiful Marie-Joseph had ever seen. Gleaming silver satin and silver lace, a bodice paved with moonstones.
"Mademoiselle, I cannot—"
"Monsieur de Chrétien sends it, with his compliments." "I have destroyed him," Marie-Joseph thought, "and still he treats me with kindness." Lotte hugged her and kissed her and gave her hands a hopeful squeeze, then left her alone with Halid. Lotte and Madame and their retinue departed, leaving behind the rustle of petticoats, the fragrance of rare perfumes, the echoes of their whispers. Halid pressed a scrap of paper into Marie-Joseph's hand. Marie-Joseph unfolded it. She caught her breath when she recognized Lucien's writing. "We will see each other soon. I love you. L."
"Do not cry, Mademoiselle Marie,"
Halid said.
"Your eyes are red enough already. Sit down. I must comb the rats' nests from your hair."
Mademoiselle Halide, I must send a reply. Do I dare? Is it possible?
It might be managed, Halide said. Count Lucien has many agents.
I love you, Marie-Joseph wrote. I love you without boundaries, without limits. Halide whispered to a page boy and sent the note away, then turned her attention to helping Marie-Joseph into the moonstone gown. The mirror reflected her image, engulfed in silver-grey light.
"It's no more than you deserve," Halide said with satisfaction.
Marie-Joseph tucked Lucien's note into her bodice.
"Sister," Halide said, "will you let me dress your hair properly?"
She picked up one of Mademoiselle's several headdresses and held it out to Marie-Joseph. Marie-Joseph tried to restrain herself, but at the idea of balancing the tangle of wires and ribbons and lace all evening, she burst out laughing.
"Don't you approve of my creations?"
Halide asked sternly.
"I'm sorry."
She pressed her hands against her mouth, stifling her laughter. "Mademoiselle Halide, I don't mean—" And then Halide was laughing, too, at the absurd edifices she had designed, at the fashionable ladies who wore them. Halide put down the fontange. She arranged Marie-Joseph's hair in a simple style.
"You must wear these."
Halide looped a long string of jewels into Marie-Joseph's hair.
"Your pearls."
"I must have them back," Halide said,
"for they will buy my passage home."
The source of any gift from Mary of Modena was in truth his Majesty. Marie-Joseph took some comfort in knowing that if Louis would not free Scheherazade, he would contribute to Halide's liberty. The afternoon sun poured through the windows of the Hall of Mirrors, reflecting from the expanse of mirrors with blinding brightness. Rainbow spectra sparkled from crystal chandeliers. The sigil of the king, the gold sunburst, gleamed from every wall. Gods and heroes frolicked and made war on the ceiling. Long banquet tables crowded the floor. The aristocracy of France and all its allies crowded the tables. The clothes, the food, and particularly the seating at His Majesty's banquet would occupy court gossips for months afterward, as it no doubt had occupied the introducer of ambassadors and his assistants for months beforehand. Music filled the room. Orange trees perfumed the air.
"Mademoiselle Marie-Joseph de la Croix,"
the usher announced her. Unescorted, she entered the hall. She walked alone, dazzled by the light into a hum of speculation. When her guard appeared, the whispers ceased. She held up her head and glided forward. They would whisper just as furiously, Marie-Joseph thought, because my hair is dressed unfashionably, or because I am unescorted, as because I am under guard. She almost burst out laughing. Perhaps they were exclaiming over the simple arrangement of her hair. Halide's grotesque and fantastical headdresses loomed over all the court's most fashionable women like a forest of lace towers. Marie-Joseph took her isolated place at the farthest end of the banquet table, grateful to be out of the gaze of so many people. She did not want to be here. She wanted to be with Scheherazade, with Lucien. Lucien's note rested inside the glowing moonstone bodice, against her breast.
"Father Yves de la Croix."
Yves had put aside the king's medal. A severe sketch in black, he joined Marie-Joseph. Guards accompanied him.
"Lucien de Barenton, Count de Chrétien."
Lucien entered, the equal of any guest in attire, in demeanor, in pride. He had put aside his blue coat. Instead he wore silver satin and diamonds. He might have been a foreign prince, with a bodyguard of the king's musketeers. His place at the foot of the banquet table, as far from His Majesty as one could be seated, might have been the place of honor.
"You have neglected my footstool,"
he said coolly to the lieutenant of his guards.
"I beg your pardon, Monsieur de Chrétien."
Lucien waited patiently, indifferent to the uneasiness of the musketeers, who must be wondering if they should take orders from their prisoner. His smile to Marie-Joseph was so luminous, so full of love and humor, that she accepted it as real, not a facade created by his pride. When the footstool arrived, when Lucien had climbed onto his chair, the guards retreated behind the orange trees. Their tobacco smoke drifted out. Marie-Joseph envied them. Yves sat at Lucien's right, Marie-Joseph at his left. Their nearest neighbors edged their chairs away, leaving a no-man's land. Marie-Joseph wondered if they would build a wall of candelabra, knives, and salt-cellars. Marie-Joseph put her hand over Lucien's. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you for everything. I'm so sorry. I wish—" He raised her hand and brushed his lips against her fingers. He kissed her palm. Her thoughts tantalized her. What must it be like to kiss him, if his touch to my hand speeds my heart?
"It's been too long since my last adventure," he said.
"Is that the only reason?"
"The reason is you let me see your spirit, and I love you, without boundaries, without limits."
"I wish we could trade places with them," Marie-Joseph said softly, nodding toward the hidden musketeers. Lucien smiled. "Control yourself, sister," Yves said. Despite Yves' glare, Marie-Joseph rested her hand against Lucien's cheek. He leaned into her touch, closing his eyes. He shivered. "Lucien?"
"Never mind,"
he whispered. He straightened up. Reluctantly, she dropped her hand.
"You must tell me."
"You understand my ordinary situation. At times my situation becomes extraordinary."
"The cure?"
"There's no cure for this but patience."
The usher announced the visiting monarchs. One after another they entered the Hall of Mirrors and took their places at the high table. The jewels and gold on their costumes weighed them down. Marie-Joseph caught a glimpse of Queen Mary, moving stiff-necked beneath the weight of an enormous fontange of gold lace and ribbons, diamonds and silver embroidery. Powder turned her skin dead white, while thin lines of blue paint meandered across her temples and across the curve of her breasts, following her veins, accentuating her paleness.
"His Holiness Pope Innocent, Prince of Rome."
Innocent turned away from the high table. The usher, horrified, looked around frantically for assistance, found none, ran after Innocent and whispered, received a quiet answer, stopped and bowed, and backed away. Slowly, proceeding through the silence of shock, Innocent approached Marie-Joseph. She rose and curtsied. He allowed her to kiss his ring. Yves knelt before him. Lucien remained where he was.
"Bring another chair!"
"Your Holiness!" Yves exclaimed. Innocent's command jarred the stunned servants to obedience. Yves seated Pope Innocent in his own place and took the new chair in the no-man's land at Innocent's right hand. While the guests marveled in horror at the Pope's breach of etiquette, servants rearranged the high table, whisking away Innocent's place and leaving the king's gold setting in the center. The usher looked faint.
"His Majesty Louis the Great, King of France and Navarre, the most Christian king."
Everyone rose, everyone bowed. His Majesty, in cloth of gold, rubies, and diamonds, took his place without acknowledging that something terrible had happened. He gazed down the Hall of Mirrors, impassive. One moment of his glance raked Marie-Joseph and her brother and Lucien, and pierced his Holiness. "Your Holiness," Yves said, "your place—"
"Our Saviour ministered to lepers. Can I do less?"
Innocent regarded Lucien.
"Though our Saviour was not required to traffic with atheists."
Marie-Joseph blushed with anger at the insult.
"If he had," Lucien said, "no doubt he would have been gracious about it."
"You are gracious, your Holiness," Yves said, quickly, "to share our dishonor."
"My royal cousin is very angry,"
Innocent replied. "We deprived him of a meal," Marie-Joseph exclaimed, "to keep him from committing murder."
"We feared for his soul, your Holiness," Yves said.
"Perhaps you've protected a demon," Innocent said, addressing Yves. "Or perhaps you deprived my cousin of immortality."
"Shahzad cannot give anyone immortality, your Holiness," Marie-Joseph said. "Only God can do that." Innocent ignored her impudence.
"You claimed the sea monster's flesh had the power."
"I lied," Yves said miserably. "God forgive me, I lied. I made no tests, your Holiness. The truth doesn't matter."
"Yves, how can you say such a thing?"
Marie-Joseph exclaimed.
"All that matters is what the king believes."
"And he believes in immortality because you told him it was true. Now he'll wonder, he'll be tempted. He'll break his word and kill her." Lucien met her gaze, but he said nothing. I hoped he would deny it, Marie-Joseph thought. I hoped he would say, "His Majesty never breaks his word."
Even if he rebuked me, I'd know Sherzad would live. "You could save Sherzad, Your Holiness," Marie-Joseph said. "You're revered for correcting the Church's errors, for stopping the corruption."
"Be quiet!"
Yves cried.
"Allow me a moment of praise, Father Delacroix,"
Innocent said.
"Allow me to indulge in a moment's sin of pride. I did stop corruption."
"I beg your pardon, Your Holiness."
"God gave us beasts to use, the devil to oppose, and pagans to convert. Which is the monster?"
"She's a woman."
"I am not speaking to you, Mademoiselle Delacroix. Father Delacroix, the monster claims death is everlasting."
"Your Holiness," Yves said carefully, "would a beast understand death?"
"If devils existed," Lucien said, "surely they'd affirm life after death, heaven and hell. Otherwise, where would they live?"
Fighting her urge to giggle, Marie-Joseph dared to speak to the Pope again. "Your Holiness, you could teach Sherzad about everlasting life."
"Stop meddling, Signorina!"
Impatience and anger tinged Innocent's voice.
"Women must be submissive, obedient, and quiet. That is God's will."
Lucien leaned toward Innocent, making a sharp, angry gesture. He froze. When he recovered himself, even his lips had paled. Marie-Joseph feared he might faint.
"If you believe in your God," Lucien said, his voice harsh, "then you must accept that he made Marie-Joseph Delacroix both audacious and brave."
"You,"
Innocent said,
"you and the creature both are unnatural."
The disk of the sun touched the western horizon. The light turned scarlet, filling the hall, blazing from the wall of mirrors like fire, streaming all over with blood. Chapter 28. The Spanish treasure arrived, heavily guarded. The wagons passed, creaking with the weight of gold. Marie-Joseph sat on the steps of Sherzad's prison, imprisoned herself. Guards watched the tent, they watched her rooms. Instead of taking their ease when she arrived to visit Sherzad, they intensified their vigilance. She could have escaped at night through her window and over the roof, as Lucien had shown her. But once she escaped, she would have nowhere to go. If she escaped, Sherzad would be alone. If she escaped, Lucien would be left behind. The sea-woman lay with her hand in Marie-Joseph's lap. The spreading ulcer on her shoulder oozed, the bites on her ankle remained raw. She fasted in silence. "Please, Sherzad, listen. If you give His Majesty more treasure, perhaps he'll relent." Her voice trailed off. She could not make herself believe the king would free her friend. She certainly could not convince Sherzad. "Mademoiselle Delacroix." At the musketeer's approach, Sherzad slipped away from Marie-Joseph and submerged. She lay under water, face up, staring blankly, waiting to die. "Come with me." The guard unlocked the cage to let Marie-Joseph out and locked it again behind her. To her surprise, Zachi waited for her. The mare nuzzled her, accepting her caresses. "I expect everything to be taken from me," Marie-Joseph thought, "even Zachi. Sherzad's life, my brother's affection, my sister's companionship, and Lucien." She had not seen Lucien since the end of the banquet, which, despite the lack of sea-monster flesh, had been a wonder, stretching past sunset, when the servants whisked away the flowers from the candle-stands and replaced them with candelabra, and beyond midnight, when the servants replaced the guttering candles and carried in another course. Marie-Joseph had not been able to eat a bite. At the end of the banquet, His Majesty gave the Chevalier de Lorraine a purse of 1,000 gold louis. In Lucien's place, the Chevalier rewarded Monsieur Boursin. At the same time, guards bowed courteously to Lucien and ushered him away. "Don't worry," he said. She had done nothing else. She mounted Zachi. The mare pranced, offering to run, offering to outdistance the plodding mounts of the king's guard. Marie-Joseph stroked her neck and calmed her. Zachi might carry her over the rooftops of Versailles, but she still had nowhere to go. The musketeers escorted her to the top of the garden and into the chateau. She gasped when she entered His Majesty's council room. The king sat surrounded by bars of silver and gold bullion, by chests of gold coins, by heaps of jeweled chains. The king played with a heavy golden chalice. Marie-Joseph curtsied. She knelt before him.
"What does your monster say?"
"Nothing, sire. She won't sing, she won't eat. Her death will be on your hands if you don't let her go."
"Many deaths are on my hands, Mademoiselle de la Croix."
"Deliberate murder? We saved you from that, Lucien and Yves and I. We saved your soul."
"Why do you persist in this delusion?"
he cried. "My friend Scheherazade is dying of despair."
"Beasts know nothing of despair. If the sea monster doesn't please me, I might as well give it to my cousin's holy inquisitors."
He put down the chalice. He wore dark brown and black, with only a little gold lace. He offered Marie-Joseph his hand. She took it, and let him raise her to her feet, as if they were back on the floating platform in the Grand Canal about to dance.
"Or I could eat it, which would be a kinder fate."
Marie-Joseph wanted to cry, "You promised! You're a great king! How can you break your word? How can you betray me and Scheherazade and break Lucien's heart?" "Your Majesty," she said as calmly as she could, "you have the power to destroy her, to destroy me and my brother and Lucien, who loves you."
"Do you say you do not love me, Mademoiselle de la Croix?"
"Not as Lucien does."
"He loves you more."
"I know it, Your Majesty. It doesn't mean he loves you less." "Please, Your Majesty, is he all right?"
"He lives."
"You haven't—"
"I've done nothing but ferret his men out of my god. Why should I trouble myself? His body tortures him."
"May I see him?"
"I will see."
"Sire, you have the power to show mercy to us all."
"You're even more stubborn than your mother."
Marie-Joseph's outrage exploded. You... My mother submitted to you entirely."
"She refused."
Marie-Joseph watched in amazement as his expression grew sad, and his eyes filled with tears.
"She refused everything I wished to give her."
He turned away until he recovered his dispassionate expression.
"Come with me. Persuade her to carry out my will."
For an eerie moment, Marie-Joseph thought the king meant to refer to her mother. His Holiness stood beside the cage. He sprinkled holy water through the bars. He chanted in Latin a rite of exorcism.
"Cast off your pagan ways,"
he said.
"Accept the teachings of the Church, and you will receive everlasting life."
Scheherazade snarled.
"If you defy me, your soul will never rest."
Marie-Joseph ran to the cage. "Let me in!" Agitated, wild, Scheherazade swam back and forth. Louis pushed himself from his wheeled chair. The musketeer unlocked the cage. Marie-Joseph dashed in ahead of the king, oblivious to etiquette or simple manners.
"Scheherazade, be easy, dear Scheherazade." "Don't interfere, Signorina Delacroix," Innocent said. "You ignore my counsel at your peril."
Marie-Joseph ran down to the platform, while His Majesty remained at the top of the stairs. Scheherazade saw him. She shrieked. "Scheherazade, no!" The sea-woman propelled herself toward Marie-Joseph. She swam with desperate speed. She launched herself, snarling, her claws extended straight toward the king. Marie-Joseph flung herself at Scheherazade. They crashed together and fell in a heap. The edge of the stairs knocked the wind out of Marie-Joseph. Scheherazade lay in her arms. Blood poured from a splintery gouge across her forehead. Marie-Joseph tried to stop the bleeding. Her hands, her dress turned scarlet.
"Suicide is a mortal sin,"
Innocent said.
"She must vow obedience and repent before she dies, or I'll know her for a demon."
Marie-Joseph looked up at the two men. The holy man, who thought Scheherazade had tried to kill herself, and the king, who must believe she had tried to murder him. Perhaps they were both right. Scheherazade raised herself and sang furiously. Blood streaked her face. She looked like a monster.
"What did she say?"
Marie-Joseph hesitated.
"Tell me."
"She said, 'Forgive her, Your Majesty,' she said, 'toothless sharks amuse me.'
she said, "will a fleet of treasure ships buy my life?"
"Where?"
"She'll tell me after you free her."
"With what assurance?"
"Mine, your majesty." She thought he would dismiss her, call her a thief, accuse her of lying.
"You do not ask me for leniency for yourself, for your brother, for your lover?"
Marie-Joseph hesitated, then shook her head. "No, your majesty." Shahrazad thrashed in the basin, splashing water through the net that restrained her. She cried and struggled, smelling the sea, desperate to reach it. "Shahrazad, dear friend, don't injure yourself." Marie-Joseph worked her hand through the rough mesh so she could touch and comfort the sea-woman. Marie-Joseph sat beside Shahrazad's basin under a canvas canopy on the main deck of His Majesty's flagship. On the upper deck the king sat in a velvet armchair, shaded by tapestry. He spoke a word to the captain, who shouted to his men. The sailors burst into activity, preparing the ship to sail. The flagship's skiff cast off from the dock and rowed toward them. Marie-Joseph whispered encouragement to Shahrazad. She tugged her hand free of the net. The skiff came alongside. Lucien, elegant in white satin and gold lace, handed his sword cane up the side and climbed the ladder to the deck. Marie-Joseph ran to him. She caught his hands, fine and strong in deerskin gloves. No one would ever guess he had come straight from prison. "Lucien, my love!"
"Pardon me,"
he said. He walked unsteadily to the leeward rail and was sick over the side. "The ship hasn't even raised anchor," Marie-Joseph said. She brought him some water. He did not drink, but splashed it on his face. The anchor cable groaned around the capstan. The sails fell open. The wind whipped them taut.
"It has now," Lucien said, and leaned over the side again.
"My poor friend," she said. "You'll feel better soon."
"No, I won't," Lucien said.
The ship rolled a few degrees. He groaned.
"I wish I were on the battlefield, in the rain, unhorsed, without my sword. I wish His Majesty had left me in the Bastille."
"How can you say that?"
"Do me the kindness," he said, "of leaving me alone."
On the rough crossing from Martinique, many of Marie-Joseph's fellow passengers had been seasick, but none with the marvelous sensitivity of Lucien. The galleons sailed through calm coastal waters with barely enough breeze to make headway, but Lucien's illness intensified. Marie-Joseph worried as much about him as she worried about Shahrazad. The king showed no sympathy for either of them. Even when the ship sat pitching and yawing at anchor all day, while the skiff searched for Shahrazad's rocks, Louis showed no impatience. Marie-Joseph became convinced that he found malicious enjoyment in stripping Lucien of his position and his blue coat, and subjecting him to misery. She tried unsuccessfully to coax Shahrazad to eat a fish. She tried unsuccessfully to persuade Lucien to drink some broth. The captain came to her under her canopy. He bowed.
"My respects, mademoiselle, and His Majesty demands your presence."
In the king's luxurious cabin, Marie-Joseph curtsied.
"Where is this treasure you promised me?"
he said. She fancied that the king felt sick because of the ship's slow, erratic dance, and she felt glad of it. "Your Majesty, Shahrazad can't see the ocean from the deck. Please free her. If she can hear the ocean properly, she'll lead me to the right cove."
"I will see,"
His Majesty said. Sometimes he meant it, but all too often he meant to refuse but did not care to say it. It was pointless to try to change his mind. Marie-Joseph curtsied again. The king turned away, dismissing her. "Your Majesty," she said, pausing in the hatchway, "Monsieur de Chrétien's of no use to you here. Put him ashore. Send him back to Versailles."
"Where he has too many friends," His Majesty exclaimed. "He'll stay here in my sight until you find the treasure."
Marie-Joseph fled. She understood. His Majesty held Lucien hostage to illness on the flagship. He held Yves hostage under guard at the Chateau until Marie-Joseph succeeded, and the king returned safe to his court. On deck she bathed Lucien's face with a wet cloth.
"I don't like you to see me this way," he said.
"You saw me after the surgeon bled me," Marie-Joseph said. "If I only stand with you during good times, what kind of a friend would I be?" He managed a smile.
"You're a friend without boundaries.
and without limits," she said. She took his hand. As yet they had done no more than touch each other's hands. She wondered what would happen when they could do more. "My heart can hardly beat faster," she thought. "Are you otherwise recovered," she asked, "from your extraordinary situation?"
"There's something to be said for seasickness."
"What's that?"
"It takes one's mind off one's other misfortunes."
His Majesty's guards approached Shahzad's basin. One carried a musket, another a club. Sailors followed with a net and a coil of rope. Marie-Joseph leaped up. "What are you doing? She enjoys His Majesty's protection."
"It's His Majesty gave the orders, mademoiselle," the lieutenant said. "Stay back now."
"Are you freeing her?" Marie-Joseph cried, amazed, overwhelmed. "You needn't threaten her." She sang to Shahzad joyously, a simple child's song. "Lie quiet, Shahzad, as you did when they freed you into the Grand Canal. The king is keeping his word." Shahzad obeyed restlessly. The sailors loosened the net and used it as a sling. Shahzad's hair was dull and tangled, her eyes sunken, the swellings on her face deflated and venous. Pallor grayed her mahogany skin. Her wounds were red and swollen. Marie-Joseph followed Shahzad. The sailors carried her to the bow. Shahzad growled and hummed and trembled. "Farewell, farewell," she sang, her voice breaking. Instead of opening the net, the sailors tightened it, holding Shahzad fast, pinioning her arms, restraining her clawed feet. Shahzad screamed. Marie-Joseph cried out in protest and seized the net. The mesh ripped her skin. A musketeer grabbed her and pulled her away, indifferent to her struggles. Dazed with illness and lack of sustenance, Lucien staggered to his feet and drew his sword. He tripped one of the guards with his cane and stumbled toward Marie-Joseph. The lieutenant aimed his pistol at Marie-Joseph's head. "Surrender!" he said to Lucien. Lucien stopped. He put down his useless sword and raised his hands. A sailor shoved him to the deck. Incredulous, Lucien tried to rise. A cutlass grazed his throat. Marie-Joseph kicked the lieutenant's knee. He cursed and flung her down. She crawled toward Shahzad, dizzy from the fall. Lucien's sword cane rolled across the deck and bumped against Marie-Joseph's hand. She snatched it up and scrabbled to her feet, flailing around her with the sword. The musketeers backed away, laughing. She barely noticed the pistol aimed at her. "Stop or he dies!" the lieutenant shouted. A drop of blood flowed down Lucien's neck, staining his white shirt. Marie-Joseph and Lucien were overpowered, outnumbered, each held hostage for the other's safety. Marie-Joseph lowered the sword, defeated and betrayed. In a fury she jerked away when the musketeer took her arm. She could only watch as the sailors slung Shahzad between the arms of the golden figurehead and left her hanging beneath the bowsprit. The guards lowered musket and sabre and allowed Lucien to rise.
"Now she can see and hear the ocean."
His Majesty took Lucien's sword from Marie-Joseph's hand.
"You gave me your parole, Monsieur de Chrétien."
The king grounded the sword's tip and stamped his foot on the Damascus steel. The sword rebounded. The edge gouged the deck. The king stamped again. His expression grim, he attacked a third time. The steel snapped. Lucien never flinched and never looked away. His Majesty flung the handle to the deck and kicked the broken blade over the side. Shahzad hung suspended in the net. The ropes cut cruelly into her breasts and hips. The figurehead's absurd bosom pressed painfully against her back. The salt spray cleansed and revived her. She opened her mouth to take it onto her tongue, the taste and smell of her home. She was dying. She did not want to die. She kept her silence all afternoon, refusing to reply to Marie-Joseph, refusing to direct the ship. As night approached, she sang. Her voice was hoarse and ugly. "She agrees. She'll take us to the cove," Marie-Joseph, foolish, trusting Marie-Joseph, interpreted. The sun touched the horizon. Shahzad sang, listening to the shape of the sea bottom as best she could. The wind hesitated in the moment of calm between day and night, and shifted as dark fell. The ship's captain argued against sailing blind so close to shore. The toothless shark, the king, commanded him to obey. The ship plunged through the water. Shahzad trilled with excitement and fear.
A jagged stone reached from the sea bottom and seized the ship, grinding along its keel. Timbers crashed and splintered. Shahrazad lurched against the net. The rough cables cut her skin, but they did not break, they did not free her. The ship hung stranded. The captain shouted in fury. Marie-Joseph cried out in shock. Shahrazad laughed, wild and terrible, ready to die, for her plot had failed. They left her hanging before the figurehead as the waning moon followed the sun into the sea. Chapter 29. The Last Chapter. Marie-Joseph huddled miserably on deck, a blanket around her shoulders. She had tried to persuade Louis that Shahrazad had not deliberately run the ship aground. She did not believe it herself, so her protestations only convinced the king she knew what Shahrazad had planned. What does he expect, she wondered, but betrayal for betrayal? One good thing had come of the stranding. As the tide went out and the flagship settled, the groan of insulted timber replaced the erratic pitching. Lucien slept for the first time since the voyage began. His white-gold hair gleamed in the starlight. To Marie-Joseph's great relief, the sword cut on his throat was neither deep nor long. Nothing had changed. The ship was not badly damaged. The captain said it would float free at high tide. And then what, Marie-Joseph wondered. They'll never trust Shahrazad to guide them. They'll never trust me. Will they torture her, or kill her, or return her to Versailles and give her to Pope Innocent? A quiet song floated through the night. Shahrazad sang a lullaby that the sea people sing to their babies. Marie-Joseph matched her voice to Shahrazad's. Dew collected in droplets on the blanket and on her hair, and on the ship's gleaming paint and gilt. Nearly asleep, Marie-Joseph caught herself. She raised her head, fully awake, singing softly. The guard near the bow nodded, caught himself, checked his pistol, nodded again. He had orders to shoot Shahrazad if she tried to escape. He nodded a third time. He snored. Marie-Joseph slipped from beneath the blanket. She stealthily picked up Lucien's sword cane and twisted its handle. The sound of its release was as loud as the crash of the ship against the rock. Yet no one responded. She drew the broken blade. A hand's breadth of steel remained, its edge transparently sharp. In her stocking feet, singing the soothing lullaby, Marie-Joseph crept across the deck. She passed the guard and climbed onto the bowsprit. She crept along it, afraid the rustling of her petticoat or the awkwardness of her long skirts would awaken the guard. Shahrazad's song charmed him into sleep. The sea-woman's song enfolded her. Shahrazad's eyes gleamed red. "Carry my life in your heart," Marie-Joseph whispered. She slipped the broken blade beneath a cord of the net. The cord parted at the touch of the steel. She cut another cable and a third. The sword was never meant to slice through cable. The harsh mesh dulled it quickly. She sawed harder. Shahrazad grew excited, agitated, writhing, pushing her foot through the hole in the net, tearing at the mesh with her claws. Shahrazad's song faltered and dissolved into a moan. Behind them, the musketeer snorted and woke. "No!" he cried. Shahrazad shrieked in triumph. She burst through the net and tumbled into the sea. A pistol ball screamed past Marie-Joseph's ear and sizzled into the water. Marie-Joseph caught her breath and clutched the broken sword in one hand, the bowsprit in another. She gazed into the darkness, terrified that Shahrazad had been hit. A splash sprayed Marie-Joseph's face with cool, salty droplets. Shahrazad laughed, cried a challenge, and vanished. The ship creaked and shifted. Marie-Joseph clung to the bowsprit, shaken, intoxicated.
"Come on to the deck, Mademoiselle de la Croix."
She obeyed the king, crawling backwards, embarrassed that His Majesty and his men could see her legs all the way to her knees. When she reached the deck and turned around, 2 musketeers held their pistols on her. 3 sailors stood ready with pikes. "Give His Majesty my sword, if you please." Lucien was bareheaded, unperturbed, wide awake. "Pass it hilt first." Her life, perhaps Lucien's, depended on capitulation without threat, even with a broken sword. She did as Lucien said. Louis accepted her surrender. The sailors led Marie-Joseph away. Shut up in the locker with the slimy, seaweed-covered anchor chain, Marie-Joseph lost track of time. She thought it must be day again, then night.
but when the ship shifted and moaned beneath her, she knew it was only dawn. Have they left the ship to break up on the rocks, she wondered. She hoped they had taken Lucien away with them. Anyone who disliked the sea so intensely should not have to drown. The pumps groaned and rushed. The ship floated free. As the ship settled into the water, Shahzad's voice travelled through the sea and touched the planks, resounding like a drum. Astonished, overjoyed, Marie-Joseph replied. Shahzad spoke again, begging her to answer. "Hurry, hurry," she cried. "I cannot bear to wait for you much longer." Desperate, Marie-Joseph pounded on the bulkhead until her scratched hands bruised. The hatch opened. Light poured in, dazzling her.
"Stop that noise!"
The king stood before her.
"You've exhausted my patience 3 times over."
"Can't you hear her? I freed her. She'll keep her promise. She'll lead me to your treasure."
"I hear nothing. She has disappeared."
"Shh, listen."
The king listened in skeptical silence. The ship rocked and complained around them. The pumps rumbled. Beneath the noise, Shahzad sang in a delicate, low register.
"She promises. She says the sand is covered with gold and jewels. She gives them to you for my sake, despite your betrayals and your broken promises. Afterwards, she declares war on the men of land."
"I wonder,"
Louis said,
"if she's declared war on you."
The king would never forgive her, treasure or not. Nor could Lucien hope to return to his proper place in the king's esteem. Marie-Joseph wondered if Lucien would ever forgive her. On deck, Lucien peered into the dawn brilliance of the sea, searching for Shahzad. He had locked his dulled and broken sword in its sheath. He leaned on it and grasped the rail as well, preparing for seasickness. Marie-Joseph joined him. Lucien glanced up.
"You are perfectly magnificent."
She sank down beside him and took his hand. The captain bowed to his majesty.
"The ship may return to Le Havre, your majesty," he said, "but I can't answer for any hard sailing."
Marie-Joseph searched the horizon and the silver sparks of sunlight. She called Shahzad, but heard no answer. She's out there, Marie-Joseph thought. It's so hard to find anything on the whole wide sea.
"Very well,"
His Majesty said.
"Return to Le Havre."
A distant splash marred the perfect pattern of the surface of the sea.
"There!"
Marie-Joseph cried.
"She's there!"
"It's only a fish," the captain muttered. If the lure of treasure could not overcome his fears, the will of the king did. The captain sailed his ship in pursuit of Shahzad, though he set a sailor on the bow with a sounding line. When Shahzad led them to a cove, he refused to take the ship inside.
"That's treacherous, your majesty," he said. "Look at the chart, the wind. We'd go in, we'd never come out."
Marie-Joseph fidgeted unhappily while the sailors lowered the skiff. They objected to her presence, even to Lucien's. But the king climbed into the skiff, and commanded Marie-Joseph to accompany him, and he said nothing when Lucien climbed down the ladder too. He believes my friend will be even more miserable in a smaller boat, Marie-Joseph thought uncharitably. To her relief, Lucien's discomfort eased. The sailors rowed nervously after Shahzad. They whispered to each other when they thought their passengers could not hear. They were afraid of Shahzad, afraid of more duplicity, afraid of ambush. Marie-Joseph could not blame them. What's more, she would not have blamed Shahzad if the sea-woman fulfilled the sailors' fears. She caught only an occasional glimpse of the sea-woman. Shahzad was frightened, too, of nets and guns, of explosive charges to stun her back into captivity. She hovered by the mouth of the cove, ready to flee at any threat. In dangerous water, among submerged fingers of stone, Marie-Joseph stopped the skiff. At the mouth of the cove, Shahzad leaped from the water, flicked her tails in the air, dove, and disappeared. "Here," Marie-Joseph said. Sailors stripped and splashed over the side.
"Send all your men into the water."
"Your majesty," the captain said, "the rest cannot swim. They must keep their strength and their lives to row us back."
His Majesty acceded with reluctant grace.
"Very well."
The divers submerged, and ascended, and vanished again. Soon they were shivering. One surfaced coughing and half-drowned. Louis allowed him 5 minutes' rest.
"The sea-monster has played you an ugly trick, Mademoiselle de la Croix,"
the king said. "The treasure fleet is here," Marie-Joseph said.
"Dive again,"
the king said to the exhausted sailor. Marie-Joseph sang to Shahzad, asking for more direction. She received no answer.
She's gone. Perhaps I'll never see her again."
She wept. Only the touch of Lucien's hand kept her heart from breaking. As far away as she could see, a tiny splash burst from the ocean, and another, and a third, all in a group. Suddenly frightened, Marie-Joseph trembled. The exhausted sailor splashed through the surface, thrashing, kicking, shouting incoherently. His mates surfaced with him. The rowers thrust pikes and oars over the side, fearing sharks. "For His Majesty's glory!" The divers raised their arms. The weight of handsful of golden jewels pushed them back under water. They struggled to the skiff and poured their treasures in a heap before the king. A closed carriage drove Marie-Joseph and Lucien to Versailles, at the end of a procession of wagons filled with treasure. His Majesty led in an open calèche. Aztec gold covered him like armor and decked the harness of his horses and spilled out to the wheels. 100 musketeers guarded the convoy. People lined the road and cheered their king and stared at the treasure in wonder. Marie-Joseph peeked past the heavy curtain. Dust and shouts filtered into the carriage.
"He must admit he was wrong," Marie-Joseph said, "and we were right."
"No," Lucien said. "Right, wrong, what's important is that we defied him."
"But that's nonsense."
"He can't afford to forgive us." Lucien sighed theatrically. "I accept His Majesty's wrath, as long as he doesn't sentence us to the galleys and send us to sea for the rest of our lives."
Marie-Joseph managed to return his smile. Lucien twisted the handle of his sword-cane and drew the broken blade.
"It served me well," he said.
"And Scheherazade, and me."
He sheathed it and locked it.
In the dimness of the carriage, his clear grey gaze touched Marie-Joseph as gently as he had held her hand. Marie-Joseph moved from her side of the carriage to his. She took his hand, drew off his glove, and removed his rings. She hesitated when she reached the heavy sapphire, but he did not stop her. She slipped His Majesty's ring from Lucien's finger. She pressed her cheek against his palm. They leaned toward each other. They kissed. Marie-Joseph drew back, touching her lips with her fingertips, amazed that such a simple touch could reach all the way to her center. Misinterpreting her surprise, Lucien smiled sadly.
"Even your kiss can't change me to a tall prince with dainty feet."
"If it did, I'd say, 'Where is Lucien? Give me back my Lucien.'"
He laughed, with no trace of sadness. Guards took Lucien away as soon as the carriage reached the chateau. They conducted Marie-Joseph to her attic room and left her with only Hercule for company. If Yves was in his bedroom, she could not speak to him through 2 locked doors and the dressing-room. Hercule meowed for cream, despite the mouse stomachs and mouse tails left over from his hunts. "You may ask for cream in prison," Marie-Joseph said, "but you may hope prison rats are tasty." She comforted herself with her last sight of Scheherazade, leaping with joy in the sea, and with her memory of Lucien's kiss. "His Majesty will forgive us," she thought. "He'll forgive me because I was right, and because he loved my mother. He'll forgive Yves because Yves is his son, and he'll forgive Lucien because he never had a better friend, a friend who defied him once, to help him." She spared no more thoughts for the soul of Louis the Great. The key turned in the lock, the door opened. Marie-Joseph leaped to her feet, her heart pounding. A scullery maid slipped inside, put down a tray laden with wine and bread and a pitcher of cream, and faced her. Halide had put away her finery and tied a cloth over her hair. Marie-Joseph flung herself into Halide's arms. No one who took a second look at her could ever mistake her for a scullery maid, Marie-Joseph thought. But no one at Versailles ever takes a second look, or a first, at a scullery maid. They sat together on the window seat. Hercule butted his head against Halide's hand until she gave him his cream. "What are you doing here?" Marie-Joseph whispered. "If His Majesty finds out, he'll be angry." "I don't care, Halide said, "for I'm leaving Versailles, leaving Paris, leaving France in a moment, as soon as I change these awful clothes." She grew somber. "I cannot help you, Mademoiselle Marie, but I had to see you." "I failed you, sister." Marie-Joseph took the parchment of Halide's manumission from her drawing-box and gazed at it sadly. "I never had a moment to ask Yves to sign it, To make him sign it. Khalid took the parchment. He'll sign it. She kissed Marie-Joseph. I'm sorry I cannot free you. Only the king can do that. Sister, I'm so afraid for you. Where will you go? What will you do? Never fear, I am rich. I will be free. I can make my way in the world. I'll go home to Turkey. I'll find my family and a prince. Turkey? When you marry, they'll put you in a harem with another wife. Khalid sat back and regarded her quizzically. Sister, how is it different from France, except that my sister wives will be acknowledged, instead of hidden and lied about and put aside at whim? But She fell silent, unable to answer, terrified for her sister. How is it different from Martinique? Khalid said. The blood drained from Marie-Joseph's face, leaving her cold and faint. Oh, she said. Sister, do you mean? I mean we are sisters. How could you not know? Our father owned my mother. She was his. He did as he pleased without a thought to what would please her, or what would horrify her. Marie-Joseph's shoulders slumped. She stared at her hands, limp in her lap. Do you hate him terribly? Did she? Do you hate me? I don't hate him. It is fate. I love you, Mademoiselle Marie, though I'll never see you again. I love you too, Mademoiselle Khalid, even if I never see you again. Khalid pressed a knotted kerchief into Marie-Joseph's hand. Your pearls? Not all of them. We promised to share our fortunes. I must go. They kissed each other. Khalid slipped out the door. She was gone, to embrace an unknown fate that frightened Marie-Joseph even more than her own. Lucien dreaded the approaching interview. The king was too angry with him, too disappointed, to put his fate in the hands of his guards or his jailers. Lucien had every material thing he wanted, clean linen and food and wine. He was treated with scrupulous courtesy. His back hurt only in its ordinary way. He had everything but liberty, communication, the comfort of intimacy. He hung suspended at a great height, waiting only for Louis to let him fall. He hoped he would not take Marie-Joseph with him to the depths. The musketeers took Lucien to the guard-room outside His Majesty's private chamber, where Marie-Joseph and Yves already waited. How strange, Lucien thought. The joy of seeing her is equal to the ecstasy of her touch. He took her hand. Together they went to face the king. Treasure filled the room, stacked and tumbled in heaps like an ancient dragon's hoard. Gold bracelets and pectorals and armor lay in jumbled piles, with headdresses, medallions, and strange flared cylinders. Impassive jade statues clustered on the parquet. One of them eerily resembled Lucien's father. His Majesty gazed into the eye sockets of a crystal skull. Pope Innocent sat beside him, indifferent to the treasure, counting a rosary of ordinary beads. The beads tapped against a wooden box in his lap. Marie-Joseph's drawing box. A table piled with books and papers stood beside him. The king picked up a gold pectoral, lowered it over his head, and arranged the curls of his black wig. The wide flare of gold covered his chest. The strange eyes of gold statues stared from every direction. Louis regarded his prisoners in silence.
I loved you all.
To Marie-Joseph he said,
You pleased me with your beauty and your charm and your music.
To Yves he said,
I marvelled at your discoveries. I was proud to be your sire.
After a long pause he turned to Lucien.
I valued your wit, your bravery, your loyalty. I valued the truth you told me.
He flung the skull to the floor.
You betrayed me.
The crystal smashed. Shards exploded across the parquet.
Father Delacroix.
Yes? Yves cleared his throat. Yes, Your Majesty?
I give you to His Holiness, and I command you to obey him without question.
Yes, Your Majesty. Yves whispered.
Mademoiselle Delacroix.
Yes, Your Majesty. Her voice was as strong and as pure as the sea woman's song.
You've offended me and my holy cousin as well. You must accept punishment from us both.
Yes, Your Majesty. Innocent made her wait until he had finished the rosary.
I forbid you this ridiculous desire to compose music, Innocent said. Not to save your modesty, for you are lost, but as a punishment. You must be silent.
Marie-Joseph stared at the floor.
Very well,
Louis said.
Though it's a shame, for she might have been very good if she were a man. Mademoiselle Delacroix, my punishment is this. You desire a husband and children. I thought to forbid these to you, to send you to a convent.
Marie-Joseph paled. I'll break it down, Lucien thought. I'll lay siege to the walls as if it were a prison, an enemy city in war.
But that is too simple a solution,
Louis said. He turned away from Marie-Joseph and addressed himself to Lucien.
You will leave court.
I was right not to hope for a lesser punishment, Lucien thought.
You will resign the governorship of Brittany to Monsieur de Maine. You will resign your title and your lands to your brother.
Lucien's plans for the good of his family trembled in his hands.
And you will marry Mademoiselle de Croix. You may live on the dowry I promised her. If you do not give her children, you will break her heart. If you do give her children, you will dishonor your sworn word to the woman you love, as you dishonored it to me.
Yes, your Majesty. Lucien's pride finally failed him. He could barely speak.
I've condescended to spare your lives, but I wish never to see any of you again.
He nodded graciously to Innocent.
Here is your priest, cousin.
Did the sea-woman repent?
Innocent asked. No, your holiness. She declared war on the men of land, Marie-Joseph said, and then she disappeared.
I should excommunicate you all.
Yves fell to his knees.
I shall not. Father Delacroix, you will have use of your priestly authority. Holy Mother Church faces a terrible threat. The sea monsters...
They're people, your holiness, Marie-Joseph said.
Yes,
said Innocent. Lucien was as surprised as Marie-Joseph and Yves that the holy man would admit something so damaging to his influence. Your holiness, Yves said, they're nearly extinct because of the Church. Instead of offering them the word of God,
that is why
we tormented them as demons.
History must be...
And we preyed on them as cattle. Yves cut off his words when he realized he'd interrupted Innocent.
Corrected.
Innocent nodded.
History must be corrected,
he said again. Innocent opened the drawing box. He drew out a handful of pages, Marie-Joseph's dissection sketches. He crumpled one. He thrust its edge into the candle flame. It burned to his fingers. He dropped the ashes in a golden Aztec dish.
Father Delacroix, your penance is this. You will search out every mention of the sea monsters.
He snatched Monsieur Boursin's book from the table beside him and flung it to the floor.
Every book.
He scattered a sheaf of letters, the current prize of the king's black cabinet, waiting to be read, many addressed in Madame's bold handwriting.
Every letter.
He ripped a handful of pages from the current volume of Monsieur de Dangeau's journal.
Every chronicle of this self-indulgent celebration of the monsters. This week of carousel must vanish utterly.
He flung down a handful of broadsheets, the stories of Scheherazade.
Every painting, every myth, every memory of the creatures, the decree of the Church that raised them from demons to beasts.
He handed Yves a roll of vellum, inscribed with black ink and illuminated with gold and scarlet.
You will erase the existence of the sea monsters from our conscience, and from our posterity. You'll do as you know you should.
Yves bowed his head. He unrolled the vellum and held it to the candle flame. It smoked, contorted, burned. The stench of burning leather filled the chamber. With blistered fingers, Yves dropped the ashes into the Aztec dish. Innocent rose.
Who gives this woman?
Yves remained silent.
I do,
His Majesty said. I am married, Marie-Joseph thought. Married by the Prince of Rome, given in marriage by the King of France and Navarre. And I'm perfectly indifferent to the honor. I care only that I love Lucien and he loves me. But he did not look like a man in love. Sitting on the window-seat while she packed her few things, absently stroking the cat, he stared into space. Marie-Joseph readied a basket for Hercule, who watched suspiciously.
"You may live apart from me,"
Lucien said. Marie-Joseph stared at him, stunned.
"You'll have your dowry, your liberty, time for your studies. I must leave court. I'll never trouble you."
"You'll be my husband in all ways."
"But, my love," he said, "I'm no longer Monsieur le Comte de Chrétien, only ordinary Lucien de Barenton."
"I don't care."
"I do. I have nothing. I can give you nothing. No title, no comfort, no children."
"We'll have more than nothing, I promise you. But I'd choose nothing with you over everything with anyone else. Nothing with you is liberty and affection, consideration and love." She took his hands, stripped of their rings. "I'd find only joy in a child with your spirit, but I'll never torment you." She stroked her fingertip along his eyebrow, down his cheek. "I will hope for you to change your mind." Lucien kissed her palm, her lips. He drew back reluctantly, sharing her anticipation. Yves strode in, carrying his bag and Marie-Joseph's drawing-box. He was smiling. Lucien tried to remember the last time he had seen Yves smile. On the dock at Le Havre. Such a long time, and such a short time ago, when he gave the captive sea-monster to the king. "Are you ready?" Yves said.
"Marie-Joseph," Lucien said, provoked. "How can we be happy? My position is gone, my resources, your forbidden music."
"Innocent thought to torment me, but all my music belonged to Scheherazade," Marie-Joseph said to Lucien. "He never noticed that what I want is to study and learn and discover. And the king gave me what I love most."
Lucien glared at Yves, who shrugged.
"I have what I wished for as well," he said, "to spend all my life searching for knowledge."
"To destroy it?"
"To do with it as I know I should, to employ intelligent obedience." Marie-Joseph looked from Yves to Lucien. "Does His Majesty know what he's done?"
"His Majesty always knows,"
Lucien said. "We're cruel in our happiness, sister," Yves said. "Lucien has lost everything." "The king has lost Lucien," Marie-Joseph said, "and Lucien has gained me." Epilogue. In Paris, on midwinter night, Yves de la Croix strode through the sleet and darkness to his tiny house. He dropped his heavy cloak, lit a candle, opened the secret door, and stepped into the library. He opened his satchel, drew out his most recent discovery, and unwrapped it from its covering of oiled silk. In the illuminated manuscript, sea people leaped and played in waves of cerulean blue and sunlight of pure gold. He admired the illustrations, closed the book carefully, and placed it on the shelf next to Marie-Joseph's exquisite opera score, now bound in calfskin, Monsieur Boursin's dreadful cookbook, and the sheaf of Madame's letters. Candlelight gleamed on the sea-monster medal and on the frames of two of Marie-Joseph's drawings, one of Scheherazade, the other of the male sea-monster, haloed with scraps of gilt and broken glass. The skeleton of the male sea-monster lay in a reliquary of ebony, inlaid all over with mother-of-pearl. "For now I must protect the sea-people with secrecy," Yves thought. "For now, but not forever." Lucien's Breton ship sailed through moonlight. Lucien stood at its stern. The wake glowed, a widening arrow of luminescence. Lucien feared the return of his seasickness. He had endured the Atlantic crossing better than he ever dared hope. The choppy waters of France's north coast brought misery to him, but the soft, calm sea of the Tropic of Cancer caused him little distress. "I shall worry about hurricanes," Lucien thought, "when I have a hurricane to face." Marie-Joseph joined him, sat on the deck beside him, and laid her hand along the side of his face. He kissed her palm. "I cannot regret my decisions," he thought. "I'm too proud, too arrogant to rue leaving court, if His Majesty believes he can find a better adviser, which he cannot. I cannot live in Brittany with my fortunes so reduced." He missed his position and his wealth. He maintained his dignity. He could not have behaved in any other way, and kept it. Returning home to Brittany had been difficult. Lucien could not, by the terms of His Majesty's order, make any claim on the resources of his former title. His own pride prevented him from asking his father for help. All Marie Joseph's dowry and most of Halid's gift of pearls had gone to fitting out the ship and buying a small stud farm, where Jacques now had charge of Zaki and Zélie and the other Arabians, and Hercule the cat had charge of the mice in the stable. Returning to Brittany had been difficult, leaving it again even harder. He worried about his home, placed under the control of Monsieur Dumaine. Lucien still battled fits of despair, and yet they came less and less frequently. With all I have lost, he thought, I wonder at my joy. He smiled. "Tell me," Marie-Joseph said. "I believed I had finished with adventures," he said. "I planned my life at court and a quiet retirement in Barenton after my nephew came of age. Yet here I am on a mad quest. Why not seek new fortunes with men from my homeland still loyal to me? Why not sail away to fight pirates with the woman I love?" She smiled and twined her finger in a lock of his fair hair. He had put aside his perukes. He had let his hair grow and tied it back with a white ribbon. His clothing was of plainer stuff than satin or velvet, worn with only a little Spanish lace. He never wore blue. Marie-Joseph giggled. "Tell me," Lucien said. "I wish I could see Versailles, just for a moment, to see your sweet brother paying court to His Majesty." Lucien laughed. Marie-Joseph's description was true, and fair. She was as fond of Lucien's preposterous brother as Lucien was himself, but Guy was no courtier. "If Guy makes himself sufficiently impossible," Lucien said, "and sufficiently annoys the king, His Majesty may persuade my nephew to become Count de Chrétien, even as I planned." "The king might persuade himself he's been a fool," Marie-Joseph exclaimed. "Shh, he's the king. And beg you to return. Then I'll have to share your attention with him. I'm selfish. I want you to myself as long as I may have you." Lucien smiled. He gazed back across the wake which rippled like milk in the moonlight. He gripped the rail and peered more closely. A ship appeared in the moonlit dark. "You may have to share me with pirates," Lucien said, his voice grim. The pursuing ship drew closer. The Breton ship sailed valiantly, but it would never outdistance the larger, faster hunter, nor could Lucien's ship hope to vanish in darkness, for the full moon illuminated the sea. "We shall have to fight them," Lucien thought. "If it is British, it will take us as spoils of war. If a privateer, as I suspect, it will simply take us." In the first case, all his and Marie-Joseph's resources would be forfeit. In the second, they would lose their lives, or worse. The master of the ship called for weapons to be handed out. A sailor brought Lucien cutlass and pistol. Lucien kept the cutlass. Though he preserved his sword cane, he would not reforge the blade unless he returned to Damascus. He offered the pistol to Marie-Joseph. "Could you shoot a man?" "If need be." Marie-Joseph glanced toward the pursuing ship. She caught her breath. "Lucien, look." The ship's sails filled with wind, but the ship had ceased to make way. It shuddered. "It's run aground," Lucien said, but he thought, how is it possible? For the ship sailed along the indigo depths between Great Exuma and Andros Island. "No," Marie-Joseph said. The moon hovered at the horizon, full and bright. The great current of stars flowed across the surface of the sky. Scheherazade swam free in the wild, wide ocean. Her baby clung to her, listening to the songs of its young cousins, learning the music of their passage through the sea. She stroked her long webbed fingers over her baby's back, over the little one's warmth. Her baby had learned so quickly how to swim, how to breathe, how to fall into languor. She welcomed her introduction to the sea. Shehzade's brothers and sisters had survived the assault on the mating haze in which she was captured, but their mother and their uncle and their aunt, the elders of their family, all had died. Shehzade grieved, singing phrases of her mother's death song, singing an image of her mother to look upon her granddaughter, Shehzade's child. Her brothers and sisters swam past her, arced around, dove beneath her, all anxious to make their way to the depthless ocean trench where the sea people gathered for the mating haze. Shehzade, too, anticipated the approaching midsummer day. At the gathering, the other families would rejoice at Shahzad's return. They would admire and welcome her child. All the children would play with the tame giant octopuses and tease the dolphins. The adults would join the whirlpool of the mating haze. For a time the haze would ease their grief, but never again would they mate beneath the sun. They could no longer risk the enormous danger. They were too vulnerable to the men of land. Too few sea people remained to withstand another assault. This year they would gather at sunset, as midsummer night coincided with the dark of the moon. On the shortest night of the year, in moonless dark, they would dare to rise together to the surface of the sea. Amidst the waves, whispering songs, they would bathe in luminescence. Their bodies glowing in the darkness, they would come together and experience the brief bliss of their mating haze. They would not gather again for 14 years, when the dark of the moon next accompanied midsummer night. Before Shahzad could turn her desires and her course toward the meeting place, she must discharge another obligation. Far ahead, 2 ships plunged across the waves, digging their keels into the domain of the sea people. The first ship fled, the second pursued, gaining rapidly. Shahzad's younger sister sang of an encounter she had witnessed between 2 ships. They battered the air and the ocean with their noise for half a day. Their iron balls plunged into the water, sending the sea people in a dive to safety. In the end, the 2 ships sank each other, and all the men of land drowned. Shahzad's sister laughed, and hoped these 2 new ships would ride the same wave. She hoped all the ships of land would destroy each other if the sea people did not destroy them first. The sea people stalked the ships. Soon they swam beneath the barnacled bottom of the pursuer. Shahzad sang at it, feeling it out with her voice, searching and questioning, finding nothing of interest and nothing worth saving. In the past she would have swum away. She gave her baby to her young brother to guard, and swam closer to the pursuer. Shahzad and her companions plunged their spears of narwhal tusk into the bottom of the galleon. The ivory bit into the wood. Holding the tusks, they rowed along with the ship. Shahzad shouted at the planks. Her focused voice crashed against them. She shouted again. Her spear quivered in the quaking wood. Shahzad and her brothers and sisters shouted together. The wood cracked and split. The bottom of the ship disintegrated. Men shrieked and dove into the water. Shahzad and the others made sure they never surfaced. Waves washed over the deck. Singing their triumph, the sea people called their allies. A shadow rose, flickering all over with tiny sparks. The octopus stretched its tentacles into the moonlight and entwined them around the mainmast, and inexorably pulled the ship into the depths. The skiff scraped upon the beach of a tiny quay. Marie-Joseph and Lucien climbed out onto white sand that shone in the light of the full moon.
"I do not like to leave you here alone, sir, madame."
The master of the Breton ship was still shaken by the sinking of the privateer.
"There are krakens and sirens and snakes."
"Never fear," Lucien said. "Except for the snakes," Marie-Joseph said, and laughed with joy and anticipation. "Come back at dawn," Lucien said. "I trust we won't have been eaten by snakes." The master bowed. The skiff rowed back to the ship at anchor, out of sight on the other side of the quay.
"Come," Marie-Joseph said. "Sit with me."
They sat on a driftwood log. Marie-Joseph luxuriated in the warmth of the night. She leaned toward Lucien and kissed him, a long, sweet kiss. Her sight blurred for a moment with tears of love and gratitude.
"You have awakened me,"
she whispered. Tonight nothing could frighten her, not snakes or pirates, and certainly not kraken. They waited. Restive, impatient, Lucien gazed out to sea. "This is madness," he said softly. "They've declared war."
"Not on me," she said. "She promised if she lived she would meet me here tonight at the full moon."
A breath of song murmured over the waves. Marie-Joseph leaped up, kicked off her slippers, and ran down the gleaming wet sand to the water. Ripples washed her toes. The life of the ocean vibrated against the soles of her feet. She sang Shahzad's name-song. Shahzad replied. Marie-Joseph cried out in delight. She pulled her dress over her head and flung it onto the sand. In her shift, she ran into the sea. The sea people swam toward her, sleek and untamed.
Shahrazad led the band to Marie-Joseph. She swam around her, splashing cool water onto her face, her arms, her breasts. Marie-Joseph flung off her soaked shift and let it drift away, a plaything for the younger sea people. Naked, she waded deeper, till the water washed her legs, her sex. Shahrazad was recovered, healthy, strong, and beautiful. Her hair spread dark and glossy around her. A baby clung to her. Shahrazad floated on her back and sank slowly, encouraging the baby to swim. Laughing and splashing, the child paddled to Marie-Joseph. Marie-Joseph picked her up and cuddled her, and kissed her silk-smooth swimming webs and her tiny sharp claws. "She's lovely, dear Shahrazad, the most handsome baby I've ever seen." She turned. Lucien's boots and stockings lay on the sand. He stood in water to his knees. "You are a wild sea creature yourself," Lucien said. "You are Venus waiting for your cockle-shell to float by." He waded a little deeper, then stopped. "Come closer to shore, love," he said, "so I can greet Shahrazad and her child. Some other day I'll learn to swim." She joined him where he stood in the shallows. She sat beside him and leaned happily against him and slipped her wet arm around his waist. The sea-child babbled and splashed and played. Lucien stroked Marie-Joseph's hair. Shahrazad dove and vanished. The other sea people followed her, swimming to a treacherous shoal where many ships had met their ends. When Shahrazad surfaced again, moonlight sparkled on the tips of her fingers. She wore lost treasure on her hands. She took the rings off one by one, ruby, diamond, emerald, pearl, and placed them on Marie-Joseph's fingers. Her brothers and sisters followed her, all decorated with golden girdles and sapphire pendants, jade beads and diamond bracelets. Their ivory spears gleamed with chains of gold and ropes of amber. In Shahrazad's stories, Marie-Joseph thought, the sea people never carried spears. They truly have declared war. The sea people tipped their spears before her, pouring gold and amber into her lap. Laughing, Shahrazad's baby grasped the shining treasure and waved her tiny fists. The sea people crowded together around Marie-Joseph, singing their gratitude for the return of their sister, singing their love. They dropped the treasure at Marie-Joseph's feet. They placed strings of jewels around her neck and around her waist and ankles and arms. They nestled diamond and ruby earrings in Lucien's hair and tied them to his hair ribbon. The younger sea people brought drifts of shining shells mixed with golden coins, for though they were willing to share the most beautiful things with Shahrazad's friends, they did not want to give away all their seashells. Shahrazad poured handsful of carved jade necklaces into Lucien's pockets. She found his calvados, opened the flask, and whistled with pleasure, and drank it, and shared it with her brothers and sisters. When she returned the flask, her brother had filled it with black pearls. The sea people sang and bared their sleek mahogany skin. They adorned their friends with their finery, enriching Lucien and Marie-Joseph beyond measure, trading jewels for the shimmer of clearest moonlight. Afterward. Where do you get your ideas? Is a question most writers dread. Not because it's a silly question, but because usually it's unanswerable. Schenectady is a common reply. The moon and the sun is unusual in that I know where and when and how I got the idea for it. In 1993, the extraordinary science fiction writer and fantasist Avram Davidson died. Potlatch, a small, book-oriented West Coast science fiction convention, hosted his memorial service. His friends remembered him and spoke of him. His biographer, science fiction writer Eileen Gunn, read some of his letters. Via tape recording, Avram lectured us about his research on mythological sea creatures. Avram was a brilliant and underappreciated writer, but he was not an exciting speaker. As the tape unreeled, my mind wandered. I thought, the sailors who reported sea monsters and mermaids were uneducated, and they were superstitious. But they were experienced, and they weren't stupid. So what was it that they saw and reported? I dug out a scrap of paper and wrote, "Why do we today think that sea monsters never existed, when they obviously did, and maybe still do?" I went home and wrote a short story in the form of an encyclopedia article, The Natural History and Extinction of the People of the Sea, by Vonda and McIntyre, illustrated by Ursula K. Le Guin. Igor and Buntho Make Books Press, 1997. I wrestled to keep it short. I had a deadline on another project. The story kept trying to make itself longer. The article format kept trying to evolve into characters, dialogue, and plot. By the end of the article, the sea monster and the natural historian, and the natural historian's sister, who does not even appear in the encyclopedia article, had come alive. They became the basis for the moon and the sun. An alternate history takes an enormous amount of research, as I discovered when I decided to set the moon and the sun in 1693 in the court of Louis XIV. The more research I did, the more I found I'd chosen a serendipitous place and time, the residence of the most powerful man in the world, at the historical balance point between ancient alchemy and modern science. My research also uncovered a number of entertaining coincidences. After I'd invented, I thought, the natural history of the sea people, I came across a description of Steller's sea cow, a relative of the manatee indigenous to the Bering Sea. The natural history of Steller's sea cow resembles the natural history of the people of the sea to a remarkable and disturbing degree. The sea cow was first seen by Europeans during the Vitus-Bering expedition of 1741. By 1768, the species had been hunted to extinction. Only a single sketch exists of the creature by anyone who observed it alive. During the same expedition, George Steller also described the Danish sea ape. No contemporary taxonomist has ever identified it. In another interesting coincidence, Lucien de Barenton, Count de Chrétien, became an integral part of the story long before I had ever heard of the Maréchal de Luxembourg. Lucien is rather a nicer person than the Maréchal, I believe, but their histories and their physical descriptions bear some remarkable resemblances. The story of Queen Marie-Thérèse's illegitimate child has only one more level of complication in my story than in the rumor of the time. My background is in modern science, not in history, and though I now know a lot about 1693 and the court of Louis XIV, I don't pretend to be an expert. I'm very grateful for the advice and help I received from a number of people who kept me from walking into pitfalls. Thanks to translator Elborg Forster, whose A Woman's Life in the Court of the Sun King, Letters of Lieselotte Vonderfaltz, 1652 to 1722, was invaluable. Several historians were kind enough to read and comment on the book, Dr. and Mrs. Orest Ranum and Dr. Charles A. Le Guin. Marc Francis Fevre researched the details of the family of the Chevalier de Lorraine. Mona Helen Pruss found invaluable information on Elisabeth Claude Jacquet de la Guerre and summarized her biography for me, as the book defeated my high school French. Ron Drummond brought Jacquet de la Guerre to my attention. In an early draft of the story I made the inexcusable error of assuming, just because no women composers were mentioned in scores of reference works, that no women composers existed at the court of the Sun King. In fact, Versailles was practically crawling with them. But even Jacquet de la Guerre, who was among the foremost composers of her time, who was a great influence on Baroque music, and who was permitted to dedicate her work to Louis XIV, an honor for anyone, rates only half a line in an entire modern reference work about music in Louis's court. I'm only surprised that I was surprised by this. Two books particularly helped my understanding of the period and the people. Nancy Nichols Barker's uniquely sympathetic brother to the Sun King, Philippe, Duke of Orleans, treats Monsieur as a comprehensible human being, rather than as the usual figure of contempt and ridicule. Peter Burke's The Fabrication of Louis XIV allowed me to understand the amazing and overwhelming Chateau of Versailles as a deliberate political statement of power and control, rather than as the product of a Baroque ego backed by the resources of an entire country. John Takemoto and Kim Larson at the Wallingford Wilmot Library were endlessly patient in helping me find the most obscure references. I'm very grateful to them both. Thanks, too, to the people of the Chateau and the town of Versailles, who answered my questions patiently and never laughed at my shaky French, except the time I said, Mon agent de voyage est un bozo. Of course, any mistakes that remain are my own. A few are deliberate. I hope I haven't included too many inadvertent ones. I've done my best to describe historical events and to represent historical characters, including their prejudices, accurately.
This is a novel, and a novel of alternate history, so I've chosen to include neither footnotes, which are useful in fiction only for comedy, nor a formal bibliography. I took some liberties in the matter of titles. Writing about a society in which everyone has at least 2 sets of names, the novelist can leave the reader floundering to keep up with all the characters. As far as I was able, I left each person a unique title, even though, for example, Madame, Monsieur, and Mademoiselle would all more properly have been called Your Highness by someone of Marie Joseph's much lower rank. Thanks, as always, to the friends and colleagues who read and commented on various drafts of the book: Ursula K. Le Guin, Janie Hawkins, Kate Schaefer, Amy Wolfe, Rob Jacobson, Alice Williams, Deb Notkin, Miriam Dupuy, my agents Francis Collin, Maggie Doyle, and Brad Gross, and my editor Dave Stern. I'm especially grateful to Paul Pruce, who cheerfully read successive drafts. I would have fallen into several tiger pits without the benefit of his comments. The Moon and the Sun is unusual, for me, in that it exists in 2 different, more or less simultaneous forms. In 1994 I was a fellow in the Writers' Film Project, a screenwriting workshop for prose writers and playwrights, supported by Amblin Entertainment and Universal Studios, and administered by the Chesterfield Film Company, Kevin Kennedy and Ken Orkin, with the assistance of the Director of Development, Cat Williams. Early in the program, Amblin hosted a reception for the new workshop fellows. Steven Spielberg, whose support made WFP possible, welcomed us and said something that I think should be repeated to every student of every writing workshop, no matter what the genre. I've certainly quoted him at every workshop I've taught since my year in Los Angeles. He said, "If you choose to stay in the movie business, right now may be the only time in your career when you can write whatever you want without worrying about whether it's commercial or not. And that's what you should do." We had 2 schools of thought in the workshop about this advice: "He's right," and "He's Steven Spielberg, he has $600 million, he can afford to say that." I thought he was right. It wasn't my place to decide The Moon and the Sun would be too expensive or too difficult to film or too uncommercial because it stars a woman and a sea monster and a male lead rather different from the usual tall and hunky hero. I wrote the screenplay version without thinking about bankable stars, special effects, or the cost of filming at a national monument among thousands of visitors. But a screenplay is closer to a short story than to a novel. In order to keep the script under the dreaded 120-page mark, I had to leave out material I couldn't bear to lose. So I wrote the novel, too. And though a screenplay is shorter than a novel, it takes longer for a screenplay to become a movie than it does for a novel to see print. Pocket Books has scheduled the novel for hardcover publication in September 1997. As for the screenplay, one of the most important lessons I learned in Hollywood was, never hold your breath. I'm very grateful to Steven Spielberg for the freedom his comments inspired while I was feeling my way into learning the screenplay form, which is much more difficult than most novelists admit. To my Universal mentor, Cary Granite, and my Amblin mentors Jason Hoffs and Andrea McCall for their suggestions and assistance. To Judy and Gar Reeves-Stevens and Joe Lejeunesse for their support and their friendship. To Peter Hirschman for pulling me out of the slush pile. And to my workshop colleagues, John Bastian, Craig Duswalt, Jack Fashbaugh, Wendy Hammond, Yannick Murphy, Akhil Sharma, Buzz Poverman, Timothy Yap, for their enthusiasm for the script. Kevin Kennedy, the expert leader of the WFP workshop, saw the screenplay version of The Moon and the Sun at every stage, and contributed to it immensely with his suggestions, his imagination, and his knowledge of movies. I thank him for his generosity, and for making it easy for me to be a student again for the first time in many years. This concludes the reading of The Moon and the Sun by Vonda N. McIntyre. Copyright 1997 by Vonda N. McIntyre. This unabridged recording of the reading of The Moon and the Sun was published by arrangement with Francis Collin, literary agent, and was produced in 1999 by Blackstone Audiobooks Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audiobooks. This book was read by Anna Fields.
If you would like to obtain a mail-order catalog or additional information about our growing line of audiobooks, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. You may also obtain the same information from our award-winning website. Our address, all one word, is www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.